So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about What If Naruto Space Time Bloodline. Part 2. If you guys enjoy this, what if? Comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 18. Search. Naruto and Jiraiya began their search early the next morning. What can you tell me about this Tsunade? Naruto asked what we were searching for. Well, she has the largest set of information that's relevant, Naruto stated. Behind Jiraiya sulked. She is a Sannin like me and Orochimaru and is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. She is by far the greatest medic nin in history and is considered the most powerful kunoichi. She is already considered the strongest human, her strength makes even guys look weak. Naruto felt a shudder of excitement, a strong opponent he thought had no focus. She's not an enemy. She has a horrible drinking and gambling addiction, her luck is awful. It can't be that bad, Naruto stated. Can it? Her losing streak has earned her a title. Jiraiya said it's the he took a dramatic pose legendary sucker. You're supposed to be a legendary shinobi? Naruto asked. No respect, the Sannin mumbled. Would you like to hear her other title? If it's anything like. No, Jiraiya waved it off. Will this one catch your attention? Well, what is it? Jiraiya smirked. The Slug Princess. Naruto gave Jiraiya a long blank stare through his blindfolds. After a simple minute he walked off toward their destination. Jiraiya barely heard Naruto mumbling to himself. The home huh? Say Naruto. Jiraiya spoke. How would you like to sign the Toad contract? No, Naruto answered. I could teach you some ninjutsu. He tried. What kid doesn't like flashy jutsus? No thank you, Naruto answered. What? Jiraiya couldn't believe what he was hearing, but I'm a Sannin, I could teach you jutsus that would make Kakashi jealous. It's not that I don't like the way ninjutsu, Naruto spoke. It's just that I'm a soul gen and kinjutsu user. But even the best in those fields use ninjutsu. Jiraiya spoke. Look at the 7 swordsmen and even the greatest ninjutsu masters. He continued. There are also situations where power is just required. Yes, I'm aware that, Naruto admitted. That's why I have this. He gestured to his elemental sword that I can attack with all 5 elements when most have only 1 or 2. And defense. Jiraiya was sure he had him. How do you defend against a strong attack? Shouldn't I be able to rely on my partner? Naruto asked. Well, yes, he agreed, but some attacks can't be blocked easily. If I can't overpower it or hide from it, then I take the hit. Are you crazy? Jiraiya asked. Some of those attacks could kill a person on the spot. Yes, Naruto answered. I can, however, take a lot of punishment. But it's just Jinjutsu. The last person who insulted Jinjutsu ended up eating maggots. Naruto warned. Neither of them had anything else to say to the other, so it was a quiet trip. They were moving through some town when they decided to find a hotel. Hello sir, a lady said, are you Jiraiya of the Sannin? Maybe, he answered. The lovely lady. Who are you? I'm a fan of your work. She spoke with a blush. I must say that I love it. Lies, he shouted. He had a low trust on women after the hot spring incident. Drop, you disguise monster. He never did find out they were illusions. I will not be bested a second time. Needless to say, things got real stupid real fast. Lucky for Naruto, he decided to go and get a room. He left the Sannin to his punishment. Knock knock. Naruto had felt 2 powerful chakra signatures at the door. One was greater than him without his fear and Kyuubi. Needless to say, he had to open the door. On the other side were 2 figures in black cloaks with red clouds. One was Kisame, a rogue member of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. The other was Itachi, older brother to Sasuke and the killer of their clan. Yes, Naruto asked. Can I help you too? Naruto. Uzumaki. Itachi said. You will come with us. I need an adult. Naruto shouted. I need an adult. We are adults. All eyes turned to Kisame. Naruto closed the door in their faces. He didn't lock it. He had a good reason for not doing so. When the 2 opened the door, they were greeted with a horrible sight. I and Lee. Overweight. Sunset. Overweight. Lingerie. Overweight. Men hugging. Needless to say, Itachi closed the door. I did not need to see that Itachi spoke. Hey, is it getting hot in here? Kisame asked, earning a look from Itachi. What? Oh, don't look at me like. He was cut off by a large explosion of flame from the other side of the room. They were able to avoid it at the last moment without any burns. Naruto took a swing with his elemental sword and unleashed a torrent of lightning. Kisame stepped forward and unsheathed his own sword. The lighting hit full force and began to dissipate. My sword eats chakra, Kisame, and bragged that your attack is useless. Naruto cut the stream and ran forward. Kisame followed suit. Their blades collided and Naruto instantly had regrets. He hadn't crossed blades with a sword this naturally heavy since Abusa. You could only imagine the extra weight Kisame was adding. Jumping back, he drew the Kusanagi and took a stance. Dance of the Poisoned Snake. The move was precise and perfect, as always. Unfortunately for Naruto, his opponent was a S-rank ninja. Unlike Orochimaru, this one actually specialized in Kenjutsu. Kisame merely sidestepped the blows as if they weren't there. The best Naruto was able to do was put a scratch on his face. Itachi a pain in the butt called "I'm here to kill you." Chidori. The younger Uchiha charged forward with the intent to kill. The elder simply grabbed him by the wrist and directed the blow to the wall. Naruto had to admit, the crater was impressive. The explosions began to draw a lot of attention from citizens. Many started leaving their rooms to see the cause of the commotion. This would make it difficult for Naruto to fight. "Alright Itachi," Naruto spoke about how we do this in a Genjutsu duel. "I'm listening. If you win, then I will come with you. If I win, then you two will take Sakura Haruno to my place." "Did you say Haruno?" Itachi asked. Hell no. Please. No, Itachi spoke about how we just leave you alone. Fine. A poof of smoke appeared and Jiraiya appeared on a giant toad. His pose was so ridiculous the toad looked embarrassed. "It is I, Jiraiya of the..." "Shut up," Naruto ordered. "I have it under control." Naruto began undoing his blindfold as Itachi's Sharingan began to change. "Since I was the one challenged by you two, I chose the battlefield." Naruto spoke. "I assert reality." "What's the game?" asked Itachi. "In the rules. First to hesitate or fails to come up with an idea," Naruto spoke, "loses." The whole area began to change as the two shinobi activated their Genjutsu to the fullest. Reality really did shift and change under the skill of the two Genjutsu masters. Even the civilians and other shinobi were drawn into the world of illusions. They became nothing and everything, the power of illusion. Warning. The battle isn't much of a battle, it's just one-upping, so no whining about it, I'll make it up next chapter. Naruto made the first move. "I am the dire wolf." He spoke, a prey-stalking lethal prowler. Reality began to take form, a dire wolf came forward from nothing. It began to growl and snarl as it lunged toward Itachi, fangs bare. "I am a hunter," Itachi spoke, horse-mounted and wolf-stabbing. The hunter wielding a large spear appeared from nowhere. Just as Itachi described, the hunter was on top of a large horse. Naruto felt the spear pierce him. Had any of it been real, the blow would have been lethal. "I am the horsefly," Naruto who spoke, horse stinging and hunter throwing. "Konoha." Shino Aburam almost cracked a smile. He knew somewhere someone was using an insect for something other than an insult. Itachi felt the fly bite him as if he were the horse. He also felt the unseen ground as the hunter was tossed. "I am the spider," Itachi spoke, fly-consuming and eight-legged. Naruto felt himself wrapped in the hungry spider's merciless web. From the shadows the large arachnid made its way down the webs. He felt as the fangs pierced him and drained his blood. "Konoha." Shino almost lost his smile. "I am the snake," Naruto spoke of, spider devouring and poisoned tooth. The snake swallowed the spider in one gulp. Naruto knew from experience what that was like. He actually took a little pleasure as the insect squirmed for its freedom. "I am the ox," Itachi groaned, snake-crushing and heavy-footed. Heavy-footed is right, Naruto could feel himself crushed under the beast. Time to take this up a notch. "I am sick." Naruto spoke of plague causing and destroying warm life. The ox body of Itachi began to rot away. For a second, a minor second, Itachi showed an emotion, fear. Not at the challenge but at the choice. "So I struck a nerve." He decided to act as if Itachi didn't hesitate. "I am a world," Itachi spoke about life nurturing. This caught many off guard, especially Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha, nurturing. "I am a nova." Naruto spoke all about destroying and planet cremating. Itachi felt as if he was burned to nothing but was never even touched. "I am beyond what," Itachi spoke, past the stars and life embracing. "Time to end this." "I am the anti-life, Naruto. The beast at the end that will consume all of." Naruto stepped forward. "Even you, Itachi, but disease is already working on that." Itachi jumped back and broke the illusion, he lost. Itachi Kisame called, "What happened? You never lose in Genjutsu." "Adi caught me by surprise." Itachi spoke. "Well, let's grab the brat and go." Kisame took a swing at Naruto and cut through his legs. "Izanagi." Naruto appeared unharmed. Itachi was caught by surprise at what he had seen. Naruto had used an uchiha-only technique, capable only by the Sharingan. Or so he thought. "Man," Naruto thought, "even with my fear that sword took a huge chunk out of my reserves." "Let's go, Kisame," Itachi ordered. "We're leaving." "But..." Now his tone brokered no argument. He turned to Naruto. "Before we left. What beats anti-life?" He had to know. Naruto couldn't help but smirk when he answered, "Hope." Itachi gave a nod of understanding before leaving. Neither Naruto nor Jiraiya tried to follow them. "Well, that was..." "Dope," Sasuke growled. "How did you make Itachi retreat?" "I used a technique I learned in this scroll." He held out a blue scroll. Sasuke snatched it and immediately tore it open to read. "Dear team. You deserve this." Dodge. Pink paint launched itself onto Sasuke's forehead in small letters. It read. I love pink-haired and big four-headed girls. Wah. He never finished as Naruto punched him unconscious. Naruto Jiraiya spoke like that. Dynamic entry. Jiraiya felt a powerful kick land on his face. Hello Guy Sensei Naruto, I need a favor. What can I do for such a youthful friend of mine? Unlike Tenten, Guy didn't resent Naruto for what happened to Neji. If I cannot do it then Well Naruto said, cut him off, I need you to unclothe Sasuke team and leave him in front of his fangirls. Consider it done Guy spoke. That's it. Naruto asked you're not going to complain or ask anything about stripping an underage boy. It's not my first time Guy admitted how do you think Lee and Neji get patched up after Tenten has a fit? So true Tenten held nothing back with her babies as she called them. Thank you, Sensei Naruto spoke, here's a tortoise to go with Lee's turtle. He handed it over. Careful now Naruto warned Lee's is male, so don't leave them alone. You carry tortoises with you? Jiraiya asked. I will keep them from breeding, Guy shouted ignoring Jiraiya, and if I cannot, then I will train the babies to be youthful. Now Naruto stated let's go find us a female Sannin. Chapter 19. Tsunade. Their journey hadn't been too long before Jiraiya met his informant in a strip club. Apparently my Jinjutsu side effect only works when he's not paying, how sad is that? From what he was told, Tsunade was in the village they were now entering. Now all they had to do was find her and convince her to return home. Okay Naruto Jiraiya spoke my sources told me she's somewhere in here. He looked around look for any signs of unnatural damage near bars or casinos he ordered she tends to get aggravated when she loses. He took a serious tone we could be here for a while, so I need to do research to gain some information while you. Or Naruto spoke, cutting him off. I could look for the largest chakra source in the area. Censors Jiraiya sighed and took all the fun out of the hunt. Hunt? Naruto questioned whether we are trying to find our future leader, not be predators. Naruto shouted we get enough of that from Orochimaru and there is my first Orochi pedo joke. With no better plan, they decided to follow Naruto's idea. They ended up in front of a bar just as Jiraiya stated they would. They found Tsunade with her assistant and a pig. I was denied rabbit stew, now I can make up with pork. Tsunade Jiraiya called a long time no see. Jiraiya? She was shocked to say the least. What are you doing here? What? He feigned hurt, can't I visit an old friend? No, she and Naruto answered. Whose side are you on? Jiraiya asked Naruto. The side that gets that pig in my belly. Naruto answered. Boink. Naruto took his eyes off the pig and the lady holding him. He was focused on the female Sannin. You are? Tsunade? He asked. Yes she answered, eyeing Naruto cautiously and you are? I am Naruto Uzumaki he answered proudly. Uzumaki? She asked you're Kushina's boy. Yes he took her hand giving it a light kiss. It is an honor to meet you Tsunade couldn't hold down her blush my slugheim. Jiraiya Tsunade spoke if you took lessons from him then you could actually get a lady that didn't charge. That's just not fair Jiraiya grumbled I am Jiraiya the gallant, why don't I get respect? He asked before pointing to Naruto. Don't you already have enough women with your girlfriend and 2 fiancés? Girlfriend? Fiancés? Boink. I'll eat you. Boink. I am in a very open relationship with my Heims. Naruto stated calmly and Kyuubi home is actually demanding that I have more Heims just so she can be Alpha Heim. Well I'm impressed Tsunade admitted, but I'm a bit old for you. I know you're as old as this perverted toad here Naruto stated, he almost earned a chakra punch to the face, but I see no problem with that. He admitted to me it only makes you a more fine wine. Tsunade turned a shade of red that put tomatoes to shame. Why couldn't you be this smooth? She asked Jiraiya so how open was that relationship you mentioned? Very Naruto answered just 3 conditions. Which are? You must honestly love me. He said you come back and be our Hokage, he continued, and you let me roast that pig. What? I'm hungry for it. No she shouted about being the Hokage she glared at Jiraiya explain. Jiraiya told Tsunade everything that had happened and how they ended up searching for her. From Orochimaru's failed invasion to the 3rd Hokage finally stepping down. Needless to say, she was not pleased with any of it at all. Are you out of your mind Jiraiya? Tsunade asked why would I want that full title? That question struck a nerve in our favorite blonde. Is Naruto going to have to choke a bitch? The village needs you Tsunade Jiraiya stated think of all you could do to help. Forget it she stated, I'm never going back to that village again. It looks like Naruto is going to have to choke a bitch. Pathetic Naruto spoke I expected better from you. What are you rambling on about? You're not the one I told of Naruto stated in disappointment, where is the woman the Hokage and this perverted fool spoke so highly of? He asked in outrage, this caused Tsunade to lower her head in shame all I see is a spoiled woman drowning herself in her own self-pity. He gave a mock sigh. I guess Jiraiya really was the good student out of the Sannin. I feel disappointed. What happened to all that fine wine you spoke of? It spoiled Naruto, and now all that's left is rotten grape juice. You want to take this outside? She asked. But Tsunade, Naruto stated, we are outside. Tsunade was confused by the statement and looked around. Sure enough, they were outside in the middle of the street. How did it go? When did? She looked at Naruto. You? Naruto, it would be better if we weren't being eyed by passing strangers, Jiraiya stated, real or not. Fine. And like that, it was over. The shinobi were back inside the bar. I need a drink. Tsunade groaned. I never knew why people like Jinjutsu. Tsunade stated it's only used for hiding. Tsunade, how is your sake? Tsunade knew something was wrong the minute he asked the question. She was proven correct when she felt something squirm in her mouth. There was no hesitation as she spit it all onto Jiraiya. Now the toad Sannin was covered in sake, spit and squirming maggots. Are you trying to piss me off? She asked. You could have killed me. If I wanted to do that, Naruto spoke, you'd be dead. A voice whispered in her ear, forcing her to turn around to nothing. Angering you on the other hand is so easy, it is almost no fun, almost. That's it, she shouted. You. Me. Outside. Lady Tsunade, Shizune called. Be careful, Jiraiya warned, don't take this lightly. Don't worry, Jiraiya, Tsunade said, I won't hurt your apprentice. I was talking to you. Tsunade, Jiraiya said. In a rare moment of seriousness he forced Orochimaru, his elites and the revived first two Hokages to retreat. He stated after he defeated a Hyuga and the one-tailed demon container. Please, Jiraiya, Tsunade waved off. It seems he got you with that Jinjutsu a little too well. Tsunade and Naruto stood face to face outside of the bar. Shizune tried to get Tsunade to calm down, but she wasn't paying the apprentice any attention. All she wanted was to put the brat in his place. I'll give you one chance, but Tsunade just gave up and I'll let you walk away in peace. We both know I won't, Naruto stated. Fine, Tsunade growled, I'll go easy on you. She gained a smirk Naruto has seen far too often. Arrogance. I'll only use one finger to beat you. If that's how Naruto spoke, I'll only use Jinjutsu. That irked her. I'm a Sannin brat, she growled. Do you think you could beat me with simple Jinjutsu? If you're like the other two Sannin, then yes. He answered. You become so focused on your own specialty that you ignore the other arts, like Jinjutsu. Everything Naruto had said was completely true. Tsunade, like the others, had focused mainly on her strength and her healing. Jinjutsu or even ninjutsu was far from her top skills. But she wouldn't admit it. I'm a Sannin, for crying out loud. That's when it happened, nothing. She felt some kind of shift, but absolutely nothing happened. It just seemed her fears came to the surface and stayed. Naruto stared at her with a simple smile. The wind blew, pushing her hair and ruffling his blindfold. It picked up harder and blew her hair loose. 1 minute he was across from her, the next he was pushing her hair back in place. He had moved with speed she couldn't see. In a swift movement, he drew his sword and cleaved her in half, from side to side. Tsunade fell to the ground in shock and untold pain. Is this how I die? It was different from what she had always expected. Killed by a child. Hey, you better not fall asleep on me, Naruto shouted. That's the same as giving up. She looked around and at herself, her body was unscathed from the blow. Her breath hitched as she fell to her knees trying to regain her breath. She was alive. You brat, she called. What did you do to me? I just showed you some useless Jinjutsu, he mocked. I never even drew my sword, so I kept my end of the deal. Well, I'll keep to mine as well, she stated, by shoving this one finger through your skull. Tsunade ran forward in a fury, index finger raised for action. Pulling back, she let her finger fly toward Naruto's head. Naruto just stood there as the older blonde passed through him. She never had the chance as the world began to grow larger around her. No, she was growing smaller. As she shrunk, her age began to reduce. Now she was just a little kid again. If you want to keep acting like a spoiled brat, then I'll treat you like one. He said. I'm going to do what your parents should have done. Naruto grabbed her by her wrist and placed her over his knee. She tried to struggle, but it was as if all her strength had left her. It was as if she really was a child, so she did what all children do. She threw a tantrum. Let me go, you brat, or… Smack. Tsunade stopped in her tracks as she felt the blow to her backside. Did you just… Smack. Ow, when I get out of this I'm going to… Smack. Smack. Ouch, stop it, you. Smack. 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 Ow, wah wah mommy. Your mother's dead. Smack. 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 Naruto finally relented and restored her to her rightful age. He sat her on her legs as she massaged her sore bottom. Tsunade turned to her apprentice Shizune and her former partner Jiraiya. She glared at the snickering pair in complete embarrassment. Tsunade in her rage ran forward, index finger raised for action. Pulling back, she let her finger fly toward Naruto's head. It seems she really intends to keep her word. Naruto just stood there as the older blonde passed through him. "I'm getting real tired of this brat," she shouted. "You and me both," Grandma Naruto stated behind her. Caught off guard by the close range of the younger man, she acted on reflex. Drawing her hand back, she delivered a devastating full-powered punch to the blonde. Only for it to be blocked by the side of the Kusanagi blade he wielded. "I win," Naruto stated. "How?" she asked. "You drew your sword." "Wrong," he spoke. He spoke, causing the area to shudder. "I never even drew my blade." "Then how did you block my punch?" she shouted. "I am a Jinjutsu master." He said, "I can make you think you punched a block of iron without your strength." With nothing more to say, he made his way back to the bar. Tsunade knew she had lost, but she wouldn't go easily. She was going to make sure she delivered a blow that hurt. "If I can't hurt him physically, then I'll give one to the heart," she thought. "Pathetic," she shouted. "Nothing like your mother." This stopped him just as he entered the doorway. "What?" Naruto growled. "She never hid behind such techniques." Tsunade continued, "I bet if she were alive then she would be ashamed to have you as a son." She paused. "I know that's a bet I'd win." A large gash appeared on the doorway as if it had been hacked at. Another appeared and another after each other. They made their way toward Tsunade as Naruto walked toward her. Tsunade knew this wasn't Jinjutsu, it was a technique she was familiar with. Quick sword. An attack moves at high speeds that the average eye can't match. It's used by moving a single arm at a rapid pace with no traceable chakra, pure speed. This technique would cut her down. Had she not seen it, known of it? Tsunade stepped back and opened both of her hands. Using as much chakra as she could muster, she clapped. The force her hands created caused a small shock wave. "I'll admit that it was impressive," that Tsunade spoke, "but it was far too slow." This drew confused looks. "Your mother was able to pull that technique off in her sleep with far superior speed." She smirked. "I really believe that she would be upset to see that you couldn't use it properly." "Shut up, you old hag," Naruto shouted. "I'll have this technique down in only a week." Tsunade asked, "Would you care to put a wager on it?" "What kind?" Naruto asked. "If you can master it in a week, then I'll come back to Konoha." "And if I fail?" "Always a catch." "Then you give me your swords, they should help pay off my debts." Deal. He turned to leave, but not before Tsunade finished. "You should get to practicing, Naruto." She mocked. "Mommy won't be able to help you." He stopped. He undid his blindfold. He turned and met eyes with Tsunade. Then he turned to leave. The warm liquid began to fall on her, then another and another, like rain. However, rain didn't come in the color red. This can't be blood, but it was. Tsunade could never forget the warm feeling of that liquid across her skin. The metallic smell and flavor it carried. The memories it contained. It was blood. Tsunade was too stunned to move as it came down in a heavy pour. The bloody rain began to come down harder and faster by the second. A few feet away, the drops began to stop and slide, as if on something. On someone. It began to take the faces of the two most important people to her. Tsunade Chinen. Be big, SSS sister. Why didn't you save us? Tsunade couldn't believe what she saw. It was her little brother and former lover. They were becoming clearer and clearer by the second in the way she best remembers them. Unfortunately for her, that wasn't a good thing. She best remembers them as they were the last time she saw them. No. Dying. No. Covered in blood. No. Suffering. No. All because she couldn't save them. "Don't make me see them," she wailed. "Not like this." But they wouldn't go away. They stayed there, begging for an answer. One she couldn't give. It seemed like the haunting would go on forever. That she would forever see her loved ones as some form of punishment. It almost started to seem like death would be better. That's when it happened. The world shattered. Everything was back as it should have been. She looked around and saw both Shizune and Jiraiya beside her. They were the ones who broke the Jinjutsu and freed her. She looked around and there was no sign of the former host anywhere. "That boy made a tough Jinjutsu," Shizune, and observed. "We almost didn't break it." "Wah." Tsunade, Jiraiya called. "I don't know what the brat showed you, but know that all the form of the pervert was gone, only a shinobi was left. You deserved it." I. "You had no right to say those things," he growled. But he is an orphan who finally found something to make him feel close to his mom." Jiraiya spoke. "Then you say those things." He shouldn't have spoken. The truth. Jiraiya started cutting her off. "You're just a shell of your former self." He gave a tired sigh. "You know Kushina would be very proud of his progress, maybe even a little jealous." The toad sage turned to leave. "Wait." Jiraiya saw Shizune called. "What's that?" In the middle of the street was a scroll. Jiraiya picked it up and it was addressed to all of them. He cautiously opened it and read it out loud. "Dear old hag, pervy sage, Shizune-san, and lunch." That means you pig. If you are reading this, then you finally got the old hag out of the illusion. I'm going to blow off some steam, so stay away. Beware, Naruto. P.S. Dodge. Jiraiya did the opposite of dodging. He tossed the scroll into the air using chakra to push it further. It landed in an empty part of a park. It was a smart decision. The scroll went up in a massive ball of fire. It consumed the area, luckily there was no one there. The park, however, would never recover from the flames. Is he trying to kill you? As Shizune asked. Probably. It was late in the night or early in the morning if you wanted to be technical. Tsunade had finally recovered from the shock of Naruto's genjutsu. Now she was trying to find him. She had been searching for several hours with no hope. After a while she was tempted to just go and drink some sake. However, something inside her kept on pulling. Damn brat, where are you? That was when she found him. He was in an empty area that was once full of trees. Now it was mostly just splinters on cleanly cut wood left. How long has he been out here? She finally saw him. How hard has he been pushing himself? She would never know, he's in Uzumaki after all. What do you want, Tsunade? Naruto asked in a cold tone. What are you doing here? Training, he answered simply. Naruto, she spoke. How would you like to add to the bet? He answered, what's the stake? If you can finish that technique in a week, she spoke, then I'll give you this. She held out the necklace around her neck, the necklace of the first Hokage. Naruto couldn't help but eye her with great suspicion. This was, after all, one of the most valuable objects in the world. On top of that, it was a family heirloom, her family. What's the catch? If you lose, she spoke, then you give up on trying to master your mother's sword style. So that's your game, he mumbled, pretty steep stakes on my end, don't you think? Then raise the stakes, she responded. Fine, he thought, if I went, then I want the pig. Taunton? Tsunade asked, why would you want her? I'm going to eat her, Naruto stated, what else? There was no sign of humor in his voice. Tsunade was at a crossroad. By accepting the bet she would be putting Tony's life in danger. If she lost, then Shizune would never forgive her. I can't back out now. Deal. Gonna enjoy that pig, he thought, I'd strangle it with my bare hands, watch the lights drain from its eyes. And eat her for dinner that night. His mouth was watering in anticipation. Tail, gristle, teeth, all of it. But until then. How would you like to have dinner with me, Tsunade? He asked for breakfast at this point. After all that, she shouted, you have the balls to ask me out on a date. Yes I do, he answered immediately. You little. I have a rare sake Naruto cut from Kumo. I want to play poker while we eat. Chapter 20. Tsunade. Tsunade would never admit it. You could bribe or torture her and she'd never admit it. That was a wonderful date. Out loud. All they did was play poker while eating and drinking sake. Yet it had been one of the best dates she ever had. The last one that was good was with her former lover. And she shook the thoughts away. It would do her no good at this point. Tsunade looked toward the blonde Chunin walking her to her hotel room. All night or morning, he had been a gentleman. Sure, he flirted, but so did she. Not once did he make any perverted comments. Not once did he try to make any sexual gestures. Not once did he stare at her chest. They finally made it to her room. Tsunade took another look at the blonde boy. It's been fun, but here we go, the part where he wants to come. I had a nice time. Naruto said, I'll see you tomorrow. Inside. What? When? What? Boo. Stop that. She shouted, why are you saying goodbye? Tsunade asked, why aren't you trying to come in for sex? Because I never had any intentions of sleeping with you. He admitted. She couldn't believe her ears. Are you saying that because of my age? No, What about all that flirting? She asked if I thought I was fine wine. Your age isn't important. Naruto stated, I'm 13 and none of my homes are under 20. Then why? Because you may be a home, but you're not my hime. He stated seriously, I won't try to sleep with everyone I take on a date. Are you sure you're a man? She asked skeptically as she folded her arms. Hey, I think so, and so does Samui and Kyuubi. Well wait, Kyuubi? She asked, as in the nine-tailed fox Kyuubi. Yep. Well. Good night, Tsunade spoke. See you in a week, Naruto returned. Tsunade would never admit that she had an amazing date. She would never admit that the boy may have a spot growing in her heart. She would never admit she left her door unlocked. The week had come and gone in a flash for Naruto and Tsunade. Their constant dates and inner thoughts were a big help. Jiraiya had tried to get Shizune to help recreate the student-teacher magic Naruto and Tsunade had with him. That earned him 2 punches and a sunset genjutsu. As the week came closer to an end, so did the joy. Everyone noticed that Tsunade seemed to get closer and closer on edge. Naruto couldn't dwell on it as much as he would have liked. He still needed to master his mother's technique. Just one more day, he thought, the pig would be mine. Naruto-san, in a kind voice, said, please wake up. Naruto had been having a dream of his himes bathing in ramen. Needless to say, waking him up wouldn't be easy or pleasant. For them. When he did wake up he could tell something was wrong. Shizune was distraught and Jiraiya's chakra was out of whack. What happened to him? Naruto asked. Tsunade-sama poisoned him, she answered. What did you do? Naruto asked. Did you try something perverted again? If he did that he would be feeling some tough love again. Tsunade ran away, Shizune spoke. That means I won the bet by default. Naruto exclaimed, come here pig. Boink. What? Shizune exclaimed, pulling Taunton away. Why do you want her? I'm going to eat her. Naruto casually answered that Tsunade did wager her. This is serious, brat. Jiraiya spoke in an uncharacteristic way. Tsunade may be going to meet Orochimaru. What's the snake doing here? Naruto asked seriously. He's trying to get Tsunade-sama to join him, Shizune spoke, and if not, kill her. Jiraiya finished. Naruto quickly stood and drew his Kusanagi blade. He made a small cut and held his hand to Jiraiya. Brink, he ordered. Jiraiya did so and felt his chakra control return to normal. Naruto then expanded his sensing radar to its limit and came up with nothing. They're out of range, he said. I can't find them. Taunton can tell Shizune she can track Tsunade-sama through smell. Well, let's go. Do we have a plan? Shizune asked. Oh. My. Lord. Naruto exclaimed. What, do you sense them? Jiraiya asked. No, it's. Spit it out. Jiraiya shouted. Naruto pointed to the jumping Taunton at Spider Pig. He shouted Taunton as Spider Pig. It was impossible for Jiraiya and Shizune not to face trouble. Too bad for them that they were in the middle of jumping through trees. On a serious note, Naruto said, I have a plan. What? I wasn't sure that Tsunade would come back willingly, Naruto admitted, and I knew he would be no help. No respect, Jiraiya mumbled. So I left a latent genjutsu that I can activate at will. Well, activate it. Jiraiya ordered. What's your decision, Tsunade? Orochimaru asked. Join me and you can see your loved ones again. It's an easy choice, Tsunade thought. I choose. Tsunade-chan has a familiar voice called what are you doing? Tsunade snapped around and her heart nearly broke in two. There, standing in front of her were the two most important people to her. Her little brother and former lover. Everyone else was gone from reality, not that she noticed. It was just her and her precious people. Dan. Nawaki couldn't believe her eyes. Alive. No, Dan spoke, we died and passed on. You died for a pointless cause, Tsunade spoke to herself. Unfortunately they heard. We died for our village. Dan spoke tensely about the village your grandfather created. Yanawaki spoke proudly. It was our duty, we knew the risks. We died happy and proud, they spoke, knowing that the village had a chance to stand another day. What have you been doing? Nawaki asked. I bet you got that medic program going, right? Tsunade flinched and averted her shamed gaze from their hopeful ones. She couldn't tell them that she's been drowning in self-pity for over 10 years. What do I tell them? Then the memory struck. I've been offered the title Hokage. She spoke. Really, that's great. Nawaki cheered. How did that go? Dan asked in a knowing tone. Once again, Tsunade averted her gaze. Have you found a new precious person? Dan asked. No, never, Tsunade quickly answered. I've never had anyone since you. Dan gave her a critical look. Why? You're all I ever needed. She said. I've kept my memory of you in my heart. Sis, you're a moron, Nawaki spoke. We don't want you holding on to us, Dan spoke. Obviously we don't want to be forgotten. But we want you to live, to move on, Nawaki continued. Don't be a shell of yourself, Dan shouted. Be the woman I fell in love with. Being the woman I was proud to call sister, Nawaki. I joined the shinobi I wanted to be like. Tsunade couldn't hold back the tears she had built up. She let it out. She let out all those years of her self-pity and suffering. She fell to her knees and let them fall. Take them away, but Tsunade said. They've said enough. What gave me away? A disembodied voice asked. You called me, she admitted. So what's your choice? Home, they asked as one. Are you going to choose us or what we stood for? And like that the illusion was over. Tsunade? Orochimaru asked. My answer hasn't changed, she mumbled to herself. What was that? Dodge. He did, just in time to avoid a chakra-enhanced kick to the face. Naruto held an inner smirk. They had just arrived in an area of mass destruction. There wasn't a wall unshattered or a tree unsplit. Naruto knew his ninjutsu worked. Looks like Tsunade turned him down, Jiraiya spoke hard. Boink. So you did lead us to Tsunade, huh pig? Naruto asked. You just earned yourself another day of life. He glared at the pig with hunger. Cherish each moment, pig, because my hunger grows. Naruto, stop threatening the pig, Jiraiya spoke to. We need her to take us to Tsunade herself. Fine, though I could find her now. Taunton wasted no time in following Tsunade's scent. The three humans were hot on her heels. We're here. They arrived to see Tsunade locked into combat with Orochimaru and Kabuto. That didn't include the two giant snakes that were summoned as well. Anton was exhausted from all the terror-induced run. Now she just wanted to relax but couldn't. Naruto was still there. "That'll do, pig, that'll do," Naruto spoke before whispering, "for now. It is I, Jiraiya of the. We know who you are." "No respect," he mumbled. "So you're here," Jiraiya Orochimaru mused, "and you brought Naruto-kun as well." The three Sannin jumped into position, each going through the same hand signs. Summoning jutsu. From the smoke came their familiars. Not just any, the boss of each species. From Jiraiya, Gamabunta, the chief toad. From Tsunade, Kitsaya, the slug boss. From Orochimaru, Manda, the colossal snake. "Well, it seems we're all here," Gamabunta spoke. Manda locked eyes on all around him. Knowing Orochimaru, they were all his enemies. His eyes found and stayed on one human in particular. "You, boy," he called, "are you the one that gave my kin a concussion?" "Yep. And I." The colossal snake charged for Naruto with unexpected speed. "Whoa, snake," Naruto called as he dodged the first strike. "Whoa." Manda reared back for a second strike. He never got the chance because of Naruto. The blonde raised the kusanagi and extended it with an even faster speed than the snake. The blade pierced Manda through the mouth, forcing him to stay in place. Naruto grabbed his second sword and tapped the blade on the kusanagi. He sent a powerful electric current toward the boss snake, causing him to dispel. "When I say whoa," Naruto called, "I mean whoa." "Manda won't be happy about that," Gamabunta spoke. Naruto turned his eyes to the two remaining snake summons. "Tell the other snakes what you saw." He ordered, "Let them know they better whoa when I say whoa." They gave a terrified nod before dispelling. "Do you think I need them to take you weaklings on?" Orochimaru asked. "Yes." "Yep." "Boink." "Silence, pig," Orochimaru ordered. "Hey," Naruto shouted, "ms.pig to you." He continued, "Respect my lunch." "You haven't won the bet yet," Tsunade called. "That's what she thinks, he though." Naruto, Jiraiya called, "You hold off, Kabuto." "Fine. Let's go, Naruto-kun," Kabuto called. "Hey, Tsunade," Naruto called, "I win." Kabuto charged forward with his hands glowing. Naruto didn't even remove his blindfold. Invert. Everything suddenly became a massive misdirection for Kabuto. He would raise his arms for defense in one spot only to get a cut in another. The confused Kabuto didn't know where to strike, he could only endure the confused world. In less than a minute he was just a bloody husk. "Where are you going, Naruto-kun?" Kabuto asked. "If we're in the middle of a match here. How are you still alive?" Naruto asked. "If I just punctured every vital spot you have. I have a healing factor almost as good as yours," Kabuto spoke. It was true, as they spoke his body was visibly sealing itself up. Naruto made his way to the healing trader. "Do your worst," Kabuto said, "I'll survive." "But will you want to?" Naruto asked. Shadow Clone Jutsu. They each drew their kusanagi blade and impaled Kabuto, each blade piercing a pain receptor on the trader. Because of this he was frozen in place, unable to attack, defend or even remove the swords. Henge. They each took their half Naruto Kyuubi-like form. Wasting no time they began to tear into and eat Kabuto. Because of the healing he couldn't die, he had to endure it. Over. And over. And over. Kabuto could only scream. It almost reminded Naruto of his childhood. "But I got stronger." Naruto Dan Shizune called and said, "We need to get out of here." She said, "The Sannin are beginning their battle." "Then we'd miss the fun." Naruto answered. "Give up," Orochimaru, Jiraiya called, "You have no snakes and your henchman has been defeated." "Is he eating Kabuto?" Tsunade asked. "It was either him or you, pig," Jiraiya pointed. "No choice," Orochimaru thought. The eight-headed serpent jutsu. Large masses of flesh began to form around Orochimaru's body. It began to quickly expand and take form. Instead of doing the smart thing and stopping him, they let it happen. Once finished, there was only a serpent. The creature consisted of 8 snake heads merging into just one body. Each head and body were larger than even Manda, the snake boss. From one of the heads Orochimaru appeared. "Why?" was all Tsunade asked. "Now you will all die." The snake Sannin shouted. Each head struck the other 2 boss summons. The blow forced them to lose balance and Gamabunta to drop his dagger, leaving them open for attack. The remaining head struck the vulnerable boss summons, fangs bared. Gamabunta, Jiraiya called dispel. The toad Sannin knew the serpent would be poisoned. Kitsaya on the other hand was able to break apart into multiple pieces, avoiding the bite. "Hey snake," Naruto called, waving the kusanagi, "Don't you want your sword back?" Naruto Dan Shizune called, "What are you doing?" "I'm gaining his attention," Naruto answered. "HISSSS. It looks like it worked," Shizune spoke. "You might want to leave," Naruto spoke. Naruto began to pull out several large amounts of ninja wire and coiled it around himself. On the wires were countless amounts of high-powered explosive tags. Shizune saw this and took his advice. One of the snake heads struck Naruto. He detonated the tags. Naruto would have been swallowed if he hadn't jumped into the snake's mouth. No one noticed the trail of explosives he left behind. The snake's head showed a sign of surprise before it expanded and blew to pieces. Naruto stood there on the ground as if he hadn't been in the snake's mouth. For the second time. Shin no Ippu. Stage 3. He was afraid once more. He jumped high into the air, this would leave a normal shinobi vulnerable. The snake had charged him, mouth wide. Naruto raised his elemental sword and gave a hard vertical cut. He unleashed a sharp vertical line of compressed air. It easily cut through the snake's head, cleaving it down the middle. The air continued on to a place we could never understand. Naruto landed on the thrashing stump. Hey, Tsunade, Naruto called it a win. Naruto jumped off the snake's back into the air. He sheathed his sword as another snake head came at him from the side. No one saw him redraw his blade, all they saw was the snake get torn to shreds. It continued on as Naruto trailed the snake's body. Naruto Jiraiya called those heads pointless. He shouted, you need to stop the one with Orochimaru in it. Fine. Naruto put a lot of distance between him and the snake beast. He raised the Kusanagi blade and took aim. He extended it with great accuracy, he pierced the snake with Orochimaru. The snake tried to wriggle free, but Naruto kept turning along with the snake. I have, Naruto called. Hit him with whatever you got. I have this. Tsunade shouted while wielding Gamabunta's dagger. With a massive swing she beheaded the main head. As it fell to the ground, Jiraiya followed with his own attack. Rasengan. The attack tore through the remainder of the snake body, but it didn't stop there. It continued on through straight toward Orochimaru. When he finished, the snake Sannin was gasping in pain. Now Orochimaru, Naruto said, how do you intend to make it out of this? He asked, those words won't work, I just mastered one of my mom's techniques and Anko isn't here. The snake Sannin gave a strange smirk. I think I'll just let you keep Taiya and call it even, Orochimaru spoke. What? Naruto asked tightly. If you let me go, he spoke slowly, then Taiya would live. He smirked at the look on Naruto's face. Did you really think I wouldn't find out about her betrayal? He asked if I've just been waiting for the right moment. Well, you'll never get it, Jiraiya spoke as he began weaving hand signs. Stop, Naruto ordered him to go. Are you? I will not put one of my homes in danger, Naruto spoke as he drew his sword, even if I have to cut you down. The two shinobi, Chunin and Sannin, had a glaring contest. Only one had noticed Orochimaru had already grabbed Kabuto and left. Well, thanks a lot, Jiraiya drew him away again. He turned to the Chunin. We didn't even know if the threat was legit. Naruto said there were too many ways for it to be real and not enough for it to be fake. Enough, Tsunade stated, he's gone, so let's get some sake. They did exactly that. Well, Taunton, Naruto said, you've been a big help, but it's time for your final duty. Boink. Being my food. He answered as his jaw unhinged like a snake. Boink. Please, Naruto, Dan Shizune begged not to eat her. Naruto paid her no mind. Naruto, I order you to leave Taunton alone. Tsunade spoke boldly. And why should I do that? Naruto asked with an inner smirk. It's an order, she spoke just as boldly, but with a sincere smile from you, Hokage. So you've decided to accept? Jiraiya asked happily, earning a nod. That's great. That's a nice try, Naruto said, but even the last Hokage wouldn't be able to stop me. Then do it as a request, she spoke a little more shyly, for your home. Naruto re-hinged his jaw like it never happened. He gave Taunton a sincere smile before setting her down. He looked toward the trio of humans and spoke. Anything for my Heim. Chapter 21. Hokage. Four shinobi and a pig that had been allowed to live were returning to their home village. If you don't know who they are, then you haven't been reading this story properly. Look like I'm back, Konoha, Tsunade spoke in a nostalgic tone. They made their way to the entrance guards. Name? They asked. Jiraiya and Naruto returning from mission, Jiraiya stated. What mission? Retrieving Tsunade of the Sannin. Shid had a lovely voice called, where have you been? Heim, Naruto called, I've missed you. Tsunade watched with interest as Naruto shared a kiss with the foul-mouthed girl. Between the kisses, Naruto asked if she had any trouble from sound. Taiya proceeded to curse a storm at Naruto for letting Orochimaru get away. She was one of his elite guards, Naruto thought to himself. After they had their fill, they separated and Taiya took notice of the others. Who the hell are they? She asked. This is Jiraiya. Hello, lovely lady, Jiraiya spoke, how would you like to? It's Jiraiya, a voice spoke, causing his blood to run cold. Let's show him our love. They began to brandish weapons, our tough love. The pervert ran as if the Shinigami was after him. Shizune and Taunton. That's a damn pig, Taiya stated, how come you haven't eaten it yet? I tried, he admitted. Taiya gave the pig a hard stare. You've survived his hunger, you don't know how lucky you are. This is Tsunade, our new Hokage, Naruto finished greeting. She got bigger tits than melon tits, Taiya exclaimed. 106 centimeters to be exact, a certain pervert exclaimed from a distance, oh Kami, no not my hhh. Where are Samui home and Kyuubi Heim? Naruto asked. Melon Tits is only an ambassador. Taya stated she does need to head home every now and again. She explained, and Fuzzy is training those foxes. Huh? He stated. What, I'm not good enough company for you? Taya asked. Of course you are, Naruto quickly said. You're my hime, but so are they. He saw her look. I love each of you equally, I have no favorites. Then take me out tonight. Can I join? Tsunade asked. Hey monster tit, Taya shouted, why do you think you are? Ai hime meet Tsunade hime. Naruto cut her off with a new introduction. Nice to meet you Tsunade, be ready by 7. She turned back to Naruto. I want sake. I like her already Naruto, Tsunade stated. Naruto stood in front of his Hokage, Hiruzen. The aged Hokage would be stepping down, but until then he had a few headaches to deal with. One big one was from Naruto after a mission. He met 2 S-rank rogues. I was minding my own business. Bullshit. They came to me. Challenged 1 to a Jinjutsu match. I had to keep damages low. Knocked Sasuke Uchiha unconscious. They've Gaia Tortoise too. Strip said Uchiha and leave him with his fangirls. He had to suppress a shudder. Punishment. You then made a deal with a broken woman. Former broken woman. That would have decided the fate of the village. Yep. You then. You know what, no, just go to your himes. Naruto was in a good mood, he had a new home which he was taking out later. The Hokage would finally get to retire as he should have. Now he. Hey Pop, a familiar voice called. Naruto turned and saw the Inuzuka clan head standing in front of him. Hello Tsume-chan. Naruto, how can I help you? Well, I was about to go get some. She paused and looked around. Delicious and amazing ramen. Tsume gave a nod and Naruto understood, the ramen was near. He couldn't sense it with chakra, but he knew. The ramen monster was always watching, always waiting. Yes, Naruto agreed. Let's get some mouth-watering ramen. After a bowl for Tsume and 8 for Naruto, he needed to save room for his dessert, so they talked. The topic was the same as always, his mother. When they finished, Naruto decided to drop her off at her clan compound. I have something for you Naruto. Tsume spoke. Tsume had his full attention since she rarely used his name, so it must have been important. She handed him a heart-shaped necklace. He examined it in a confused manner. What is it? He asked. Open it up. Naruto did and was greeted with an unsuspected sight. He saw a beautiful bright red-haired woman looking back at him. She had deep blue eyes that stared lovingly at him and flawlessly fair skin. Naruto had never seen this woman before but knew she was Kushina Uzumaki. His mother? Naruto didn't know what to say. He didn't need to imagine anymore, he could finally see what his mother looked like. He was so overcome with emotion that he grabbed Tsume and pulled her into a hug. Tsume was shocked but understood, she pulled him into a tighter embrace. Thank you Tsume-chan, Naruto said through tears. How can I ever repay you? This time she pushed away and averted her gaze. Naruto, do you remember what you did to the Hokage? She asked. Naruto understood immediately. Who do you want to see? He asked, or would you like to experience something? I have had a mate, she admitted, but I feel like I'm forgetting him with each passing moment. She gave Naruto a desperate look. We Inuzuka choose our mates carefully and for life. He was your one and only. Naruto spoke in semi-understanding what happened to him. I told the kids that I ran him away, she shamefully admitted, but that's not true. He died in the Kyuubi attack. She paused to make sure Naruto wasn't uncomfortable. Since we Inuzuka are life mates, I've had a long time of isolation. Relaxing, Naruto soothed as he removed his blindfold and gazed deeply into her eyes. What do you want? I want to remember my mate. She blushed before adding, I want you to use your eyes on me. She started seriously to make me forget the pain of my mate, just for a little while. Naruto never thought that he'd get a request like that in his life. Everything pointed to him getting the exact opposite, but he understood the pain. No, he answered, instead let me treat you out, as a friend. But if you don't enjoy yourself then I'll use my eyes. Tsume was a little hesitant but agreed. Naruto had gathered his himes, Mina Samui and Tsume. After a bit of discussion and cursing, he decided to take them to a bar, not the one he had taken Anko to. He could tell she wasn't in a mile radius. This diner was actually opened very recently, luckily it had a bar. The bar occupants had taken one look at Naruto and kept a 10 feet distance from his dates. The rumors of Naruto's last bar visit had been spreading like wildfire. Why the cold shoulder? Tsume asked. I had a date in a bar with Anko once, Naruto answered. It ended in a bar fight. Everything was shattered after that as well. A voice spoke from behind. Who the hell are you? Taiya asked. The owner, he answered. Get us some damn sake, then Taiya ordered. I'm the owner, not a bartender, he retorted before turning to Naruto. Don't wreck anything. No promises, Naruto returned, causing the man to storm off mumbling about insurance. Shall we take a seat? Kyuubi asked. They had taken a seat in a booth opposite the bar. The night had been relatively simple but very pleasant. Naruto did his best to give Tsume what she wanted and seemed to be succeeding. "Hey, Naruto spoke, there's something I wanted to talk to you about." "Oh Kami, this is it." Taiya spoke in an uncharacteristically meek tone. "What is?" Naruto asked. "You're breaking up with me, aren't you?" she asked, standing up. "You want a divorce?" "What? No." Naruto answered hastily. "You're replacing me with monster tits and this wolf bitch." She started. "That's it, isn't it?" "No, he." Tsume was cut off by a punch from Taiya. The blow knocked her out of her seat. "You brought me to this damn bar so I wouldn't make a fucking scene, didn't you?" Taiya grabbed the nearest stool, which happened to be occupied by a customer. "Well, I'll make a fucking scene." She raised the stool high into the air. "Taiya Haim." Naruto spoke in a tone his Haims had never heard. "I'm not breaking up with you, in fact it's the opposite." "Oh?" She spoke embarrassed. "Why did you think I was about to break up with you?" Naruto asked. "Because I don't have a pretty face," she mumbled, "or had large tits." Taiya and the other girls spoke sympathetically. "You know Naruto doesn't care about that." Taiya looked away in shame before answering in a weak voice. Excuse me," a terrified voice called. "I don't mean to interrupt, but could you put me down?" They turned to the voice only to find a man on the stool Taiya was wielding. She said nothing as she tossed the stool and him aside. "My leg." "Who told you that you don't have a pretty face?" Naruto asked. "You're beautiful." Taiya said nothing, she didn't need to. Her eyes wandered to the men in the bar eyeing his Haims, minus her. "So that's it, she's jealous." Naruto stood up and walked toward the bar. He ordered the strongest and most expensive sake they owned. "I'm so disappointed in you," Naruto spoke. "You let the ones who called me a demon get to you." He looked around. Most of these people are simple-minded bigots. He gave the occupants a glare. They eye women as if they were a piece of meat to be eaten and throw the scraps away. He stared straight at her. "Do you want to be treated like that?" "No," she whispered. "Then don't let them affect you." He gave his Haims a loving look. "You all are beautiful in my eyes." "Thanks, shithead," Taiya spoke. Now Naruto shouted in a cheery tone, "Let's try to get drunk and watch me fail at it." Tsume had to admit that she had a good evening. Naruto gave her what she wanted, the absence of a broken heart. Naruto had treated her as if she was one of his Haims. But all too soon it came to an end. They were once again in front of Tsume's clan house. This time his Haims were standing a bit away so Tsume and he could have some privacy. "I had a great evening," Pup Tsume spoke. "Thanks." "You're welcome," Naruto spoke. "Sorry if it got awkward with my Haims." He looked toward her cheek and the punch. "No prob," she waved it off honestly. "I glad I tried your way." She admitted, "I would hate myself if I forgot my mate, even for a second." She paused as she rubbed her cheek. "Taiya can throw a mean punch." Tsume pulled Naruto into a tight hug and… "Mom?" "Dope." Naruto turned to see both Kiba and Hana staring at the pair. Kiba had a look of anger and disgust. Hana had a look of anger and betrayal. "Hello Kiba," Hana Naruto greeted. "Don't just say hello to us, dope," Kiba shouted. "Mom," Hana shouted again. "What are you doing with Naruto, are you seeing him?" She looked at their position. "You are, aren't you?" she accused. "Why?" Tsume asked, causing Hana to freeze up in confusion. "Why what?" Hana asks. "Why do you care if I see Naruto?" Tsume asks calmly. Hana tried to give a reply but faltered on her tongue. It didn't help that her mother was giving her the mom look when caught trying to lie. The one that pierces every nerve. Naruto Tsume spoke, not taking her eyes off Hana. "Thank you for the evening, but…" "No need to say it," Naruto spoke at the same time. "Tomorrow at Ichiraku." "Yes." They had walked from the Inuzukas in a tense silence. Tsunade didn't know why and felt out of the loop. "Naruto," Tsunade said. "Who was that?" "Hana Inuzuka," Naruto answered in an unusual tone. "Tsume's daughter." "Why do you seem too off?" Tsunade asked, never noticing Kyuubi and Taiya trying to warn her. "That is a story for another night." "Are you planning on making Tsume home?" Kyuubi quickly asked. "No," Naruto answered. "She's just a good friend." "Hello Naruto," a lazy voice spoke. "Lovely evening for a stroll on the road of life." "What the hell do you want, Kakashi?" Taiya asked. "Sasuke and I." Naruto, a voice called. "I have such youthful news." It was Guy Lee's indoor voice. Everyone stated in monotone. "Sorry," Guy spoke sheepishly. "They're coming, the eggs are coming." "What eggs?" Kakashi asked calmly. "The ones Guts and Grit will have." Guy answered. "Guts and Grit?" Taiya asked. "What the hell kind of name is that?" "Well, Lee's turtle." "No." Kakashi whispered. "And my tortoise." "No." It was louder. "We'll have youthful eggs." "How the hell is that possible?" Naruto asked. "Their shells shouldn't allow that." The blonde paused to think. "Wait, I just gave you that tortoise." True, Guy agreed. Their shells did get in the way. He seemed upset over that, but when Lee and I saw their determination. We knew we had to help spread them." "Don't say it." Kakashi ordered. I'm warning you. He shouted. Youth. Arg. Lee and I saw their devotion to each other so we aided them. How could we not help them show each other their love? There were tears of joy in Guy's eyes. Naruto, we would like for you to be their godfather. You? Wait, I'm your rival, Kakashi stated, shouldn't I be the godfather? Your flames have gone out. Guy stated in a tone most didn't know he was capable of. I would be honored, Naruto spoke cheerfully. But Guy cheered Lee on guarding them, so will you help me make a safe place for the eggs? He turned to his Heims. Go ahead. They spoke. The two were off in a flash. Wait, Guy. Kakashi ran after them. Now that he is gone, Tsunade spoke. I want the truth about Hana, she ordered, and any others. There were others. Kyuubi whispered. It all started on a shitty day. Taiya started. Tsunade was pissed, no, that was an understatement. She was feeling rage that couldn't be measured by normal standards. Tsunade had finally gotten the answer she wanted from Taiya and Kyuubi. All of it, that included the former Heims. Those hussies would have her revenge. No one messes with my man. But that would have to wait. The citizens of Konoha, both shinobi and civilians alike, were gathered. They stood in a crowd around the center of the village looking up to a balcony. On that balcony was the Hokage making a public announcement. Citizens of Konoha, Sarutobi said, I am finally retiring as the Hokage. There was a chorus of protest to the aged shinobi. Now, I leave you in good hands. There was a round of applause. He motioned toward the entrance of the balcony. Out stepped Naruto in his full glory, a shit-eating smile on his face. A cold silence fell over the entire village. We're all going to die. Someone spoke. Quickly another shouted, kill yourself while you have the chance. I'm not senile enough to leave Naruto in charge. Yet the aged shinobi spoke. Citizens of Konoha, Sarutobi shouted, I give you your 6th Hokage. Tsunade Senju, Naruto shouted. Tsunade stepped out onto the balcony in full Hokage robes. There was another round of applause for the new village leader. One of the civilians, a council member, spoke. Should we really make her our leader? He asked to silence the crowd. She abandoned the village and became a wandering drunken gambler. Many seemed to consider his idea, plus she's so old, and he went silent. Everyone was staring at No beside him. Where Naruto stood. They made eye contact. The man felt himself become stiff. His skin became tough with bark and his bones felt as brittle as the branch on a tree. The very blood in his body became thick and slowed as if trapped in his small veins. Naruto had turned another person into a tree. Anyone else want to question my Heim's right to lead? Naruto asked the crowd as he returned to his Heim's side. Questions? Who is questioning? Not us. Shut up and take our ramen. The citizens had learned one thing about Naruto. His Heims were his life. Mess with them and you were lucky to die with your sanity intact. Well, Citizen Sarutobi spoke again. I can assure you that Tsunade is a changed person. He looked at their expected faces. I expect her to be an even better Hokage than me. Naruto stepped forward. How many of you actually think Tsunade is old? He asked. Just give me a show of hands. No one made any movements. How many of you aren't answering because you think I'll punish you? The forest of hands. Well, I'll have to fix that, Naruto stated. He walked toward Tsunade and dropped his blindfold. He lowered the new Hokage and delivered a passionate kiss that made her legs wobbly. And former Heims jealous. When he finished he stood back. Please drop your illusion, Naruto requested. What? Tsunade asked in shock. Trust me. He pleaded. Tsunade couldn't turn him down with the look he was making. Fine, she grumbled, but don't complain when you see how unfine your wine is. Tsunade dropped her genjutsu and stared at Naruto. She had expected him to have a look of shock or disgust on his face. All she saw was his constant loving gaze. Still fine to me, Naruto stated honestly. That's sweet, Naruto. Tsunade spoke in relief, but look at all these wrinkles. What wrinkles? Sarutobi asked. Naruto drew both his swords and held them together. Thanks to all the care he gave them, they were polished to perfection. Tsunade could see her reflection and was shocked. I thought I released a disguise. She tried again. And again. And again. Why won't it be released? After several more tries she gave up and looked towards Naruto's smug smile. What is he? She noticed Sarutobi's as well. My henjutsu is real. He spoke, placing it on another as child's play. He gloated. This my gift to you, Tsunade. Naruto spoke for the village hidden in the leaves. He shouted to the mass below, I give you Tsunade Senju in her prime. The roaring cheers could be heard all the way to Kumo. He's given me a second chance, she thought. There was so much she could do now without limit. Things she could enjoy once again. Make up for missed opportunities and fix old mistakes. What are you going to do now? Sarutobi asked. She looked toward Naruto. You. My room. Now. You all know how that goes. You called me Hokage-sama. Naruto chuckled. Yes, she answered, if this doesn't make me his favorite, nothing will I have for you, Naruto said as she handed him a scroll. I'm sure you love it. Of course I will, Naruto stated with a smile as he began reading any gift from Aheim. Well, Tsunade spoke with a smug grin. How is it? There was one thing Tsunade knew about Naruto, he was sweet to his Heims. What she didn't know was that he was one crazed bastard. All she had seen of him was strength and devotion. Never his madness. I hope you remember that laugh. It was Tsunade's first time hearing it and she knew someone was screwed. Hard. And. Beep. Chapter 22. Revenge. The Hokage's office was full of 12 shinobi and the former Hokage. They were the remains of Team 7, Kiba, Ino, the former Heims and their men. You shinobi have been summoned to pay for past crimes. Tsunade spoke. What crimes? Ino asked. Team 7. You two have attempted to sabotage a fellow shinobi. No names were needed. Chen. He's a dope. He's a baka. You say something. Asuma Sarutobi. Countless of sexual harassment, every female and his father glared at him, your record is second only to Jiraiya's. Well. He had nothing to say. Tiba Inyazuka. Destroying property during your clan's manhunt for Naruto. He kept us up all night. Kiba shouted. Ino Yamanaka. Interfering with a match during the Chunin exams. But he got me in trouble with daddy. She whined. Iruka Yamino. Several counts of coming to work drunk, everyone had a shocked look on their face. Iruka. Anko asked, this is my innocent Iruka. Don't you all look at me like he said some of the kids idolize Naruto and now hate me. He explained I'm just under a lot of stress, hell Naruto is training some of them. Hey Jekko. Breaking the third's law during the Chunin exams. I have an excuse. He quickly answered. Yes, Tsunade spoke sarcastically, the demon made you do it, we heard it all before. What about us Hokage-sama? Yugao asked what are our crimes? You four have large records of assault on men, Tsunade spoke. They were perverts. They countered as one. I know and I approve of your actions. Tsunade said, shocking them, you just made one mistake. Which is? You four got caught. Hiruzen answered that castrated men tend to hold a grudge. What are our punishments? Ino asked. Pay fine for everyone you assaulted, or? Since these crimes coexist with the same person at simple Tsunade had an oddly familiar smirk. You all will have to get Naruto to accept your apology. So we're paying a fine. Hate spoke. No, they'll pay a fine. Sarutobi corrected you'd be executed. Okage-sama, this is completely unfair. Kurenai shouted you are abusing your power. What do you mean? Tsunade asked calmly. You're setting it up so Naruto can have payback. Hana stated there's no way he'd accept our apology. I am just helping a loyal shinobi of the Leaf gain more power. Tsunade corrected it angrily. Something that you should have done, she thought as she glared at Kakashi. It just happens that there are certain people in need of punishment for past crimes. There is a way to get the apology, Tsunade spoke after she calmed herself. It was an idea by Naruto. They began to pale. What would we have to do? Ino asked. When she produces a scroll it says that for 1 hour, Naruto can have his revenge in any way. They paled even further. As long as he doesn't kill or cripple you, everything is free game. She continued, you will be able to try and defend yourself but. So do we pay you directly or? Kurenai asked to cut her off. Kurenai Kakashi called cutting her off as well as passing up a free ticket. Cyclops, he will do things that make our assaults on perverts look pretty. Anko stated, we've actually updated some of our interrogation methods using his ideas. Even Ibiki found those cruel. Hiruzen mumbled to himself. Some of us don't have a choice. Hate stated, he signed. I need my smoke money. Asuma stated, he signed. If I can't drink then I can't teach. Haruka stated he signed. I don't fear Dobe Sasuke stating I can take whatever he's got. He signed. If Sasuke-kun goes, then so do I, Sakura shouted, she signed. I won't let forehead one-up me. Ino stated, she signed. I can't let two girls be tougher than me, Kiba stated, he signed. I could teach Naruto a thing or two. Kakashi stated, he signed. I'm paying the fine, the mistresses spoke as one. Since you four knew Naruto better than the ones who signed, Hiruzen spoke, any advice for them? Yes. First we recommend pissing yourselves. Hana started. Then praying to whoever you believe in. Kurenai continued. Then kissing your asses goodbye. Anko finished. I'm not afraid of the dope, Sasuke stated. None of us are. Asuma spoke. Tsunade leaned forward with Hiruzen as one they spoke. You should be, they whispered, and you will. Naruto had never felt this good. Not when he became a shinobi. Not when he gained his first batch of homes. Not when he gained his power. There was only one thing that ever rivaled the happiness he was feeling. It was pain, the pain of betrayal and heartbreak. The one he felt that made him want to end his life. He was currently making his way toward his destination, the Shinobi Academy. Now he only had to wait. News of the deal had spread all across the village. Everyone was present as the shinobi made their way to the destination, the academy. Both shinobi and civilians, young and old. The mistresses were the only ones not to sign. They knew what Naruto could do, they trained him after all. There goes some foolish souls, one shouted. Dead men walking, Zabuza stated. That is what they have been hearing since they left the Hokage's office. They have had enough. Enough. Kiba shouted. We, cough, are Konoha's elites. Hate shouted. There is no way the dope can defeat any of us. Sasuke shouted. They arrived at the academy, the Konohamaru Corps. Stood in front of the entrance. The band in all hope they spoke eerily low and as one ye who enter here. That's not reassuring. Ino whimpered. Don't tell me you're scared. Then Norway Ino shouted. You should be the Corps. Spoke again and you will. They entered the academy. Are they in? Jiraiya asked. Yes, Tsunade answered. So you're sure you can get him to drop the Jinjutsu for me if I do this for you? He asked. He had found out about it when he realized no one else could see it. Yes, now do it you pervert. Tsunade ordered. Perverted style. Widespread peeping. Now everyone in the village would be able to see what was happening in the academy. Chapter 23. Revenge 2, funny. They stood in an empty abyss of darkness. Everywhere they looked, it was endless darkness. They couldn't see the ground where they stood or their hands in front of them. They knew it was a Jinjutsu but stopped trying to break it minutes ago. I'm glad you all could make it. Naruto's disembodied voice spoke. When this is over, you will all be crying like a bitch. What's worse, Sasuke shouted that an elite like me can take it. You know what Sasuke, Naruto said again, you can go first. Everyone was pulled further into the darkness for their own punishment. Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, Sakura shouted, where are you? Did the dope leave me with Sakura? That would be punishment. Sasuke-kun. Ino? Hello little brother, an empty voice spoke from behind, you're still too weak. Sasuke swirled around on the spot, he'd know that voice anywhere. Itachi? He shouted, what is he doing here? There in the darkness was a visible Itachi in his cloak. His Sharingan was glaring visibly at the younger brother. Their eyes met as Itachi's took another form Sasuke had never seen. Izanami? Sasuke never knew what hit him. All he felt was his older brother's two-finger tap on his forehead. Just like in the old days, before the slaughter. The younger of the Uchiha drew a kunai and took a swipe at his brother. Itachi simply leaned away from the blade. He brought his fist down on the younger Uchiha's head. The force behind it knocked Sasuke straight into the ground. He didn't have enough time to stand. The Matarasu. He couldn't see it, but he felt the black flames latched onto him. No, it can't end like this. I need to avenge the clan. They began at his feet where they began to crawl up. Inch by inch the flames began to consume him. Turning him into ash. Turning him into nothing. The last thing he saw was Itachi walking toward him. The elder Uchiha raised a hand and tapped Sasuke's forehead. The flames were gone. The pain was gone. There in front of him stood Itachi, he spoke. You're still too weak. Then feel the power given to me. Sasuke shouted, and then we'll see who's weak. The curse mark on his neck began to grow. It covered his entire body in black flame-like tattoos. Chidori. The lighting he held in his hand blazed with every ounce of his hate. Sasuke charged his elder brother with every ounce of chakra he could muster. Pro-clone jutsu. As Sasuke's hand came into range, it happened. Itachi's body broke away into a flock of crows, letting Sasuke and the attack pass though. He reformed behind his younger brother as if nothing had happened. He felt the two-finger tap on his forehead again. There Itachi stood. Sasuke's curse mark had receded as if he had never activated it. Even his chakra supply felt as if he hadn't used any in the slightest. You're still too weak. They locked eyes. Tsukiyomi. Sasuke felt everything change. The darkness faded and became a red sky, and the sky was a black moon and clouds. Sasuke was strapped to a cross, unable to move. For the next 3 days he stopped and began to change into Naruto. Dope. Sasuke shouted. For the next 3 days he began to cackle, will be at the mercy of your fangirls. No. Like a bitch. The audience was in a state of silence. One moment Sasuke was locked in combat with his brother and the next being ravaged by fangirls. Only Naruto hears and mumbled. Sakura. So what kind of punishment would the baka have for me? Sakura asked herself. Let's find out. Naruto stated behind her. After giving a shriek in fear she began screaming, you baka, you nearly gave me a heart attack. There's Sasuke. Naruto calmly stated. Where? Sakura asked with heart in her eyes. They broke at the sight before her. Her precious Sasuke-kun was being ravaged. Not by just anyone, it was Ino Pig. While Sasuke saw an army of every fangirl he ever had to deal with, Sakura saw something different. She saw said Uchiha being ravaged by an army of Inos. Not only were they so numerous, Sasuke seemed to like it. "No," she wailed. "This is your punishment," Naruto stated. "For the remainder of the Genjutsu you will see this and not be able to interfere." Sakura ran to the horde, determined to save her Sasuke-kun. The problem was that she wasn't getting closer. She continued on, but the army and Sasuke seemed to be forever out of reach. "Like a bitch. Kiba. Come on out, dope." Kiba called, "Show me what you got, I can take it." "Kiba," a rough female voice called, "What are you doing?" "Mom?" Kiba asked, shocked. "What are you doing here? Are you saying that I can't go where I please?" Zoom asked, "That I need your permission to be here?" "No, mommy," Kiba answered. "I heard you joined so you wouldn't be beaten by women," she stated angrily. "Is that true?" "No, mommy," Kiba whimpered. "Liar," she shouted, "you need to be punished." What are you going to do to me?" Kiba asked. "You will listen to Naruto give me pups," she answered with a psychotic grin. "Don't you mean grandpups?" Kiba asked. "I know what I said," she answered. "Come here, Naruto." "Nuo." "Like a bitch." Kakashi had been walking down an empty path for a while. He didn't know where he was going, but he knew two things. He was not on the road to life. And two. He would be on time. "Not if I have anything to say about it," the Cyclops-like Jounin thought. He prided himself on being late. He was Kakashi Haddock, the man who would be late to his own funeral. Little did he know he didn't. "This is Kakashi. Arin. Sensei." He could see them in the distance. "You've finally come," they spoke. "We're glad." "Why you are?" he asked as a tear escaped his lone eye. "Yes, it's very." They paused as they thought of the right words. "Youthful." Kakashi stopped in his tracks as his blood ran cold. Now that he was up close he could see them and their outfits. Green spandex. And something else, something he couldn't put his finger on. "Where are all of the women?" he asked himself. He was overheard by Minato and Obito. "Women?" Obito repeated in confusion. "What are those?" "I think he means what I used to be," Minato stated. "Oh, there are no more of them," Obito stated. What?" Kakashi asked in dread. "Why?" "We got rid of them," his sensei answered in cheer. "They were distracting us from our youthful training." "What about Icha?" Kakashi asked. "We have those," his sensei answered, filling Kakashi with hope. "Everyone is a fan, even us." The Jounin looked around and sure enough, it was true. Everyone not training was engrossed in a copy of the book. Kakashi felt his heart soar. There was still hope. "Here's the latest issue," Obito offered. Kakashi snatched a book from the Uchiha with desperation. It was an issue he hadn't read. He looked at the book as if it were a gift from the heavens. He tore his headband off and began reading with his Sharingan. "Wait a minute. This is yaoi," he screamed in horror. The words were forever burned into his memory. "You don't like it?" Obito asked. "Where's the women?" Kakashi demanded. "Where's the smut?" He continued. "Where's a place not converted to youth?" "Well. There is no such place," they answered. They saw him begin to convulse on the ground. "Are you okay?" "There is nothing about this whole scenario that doesn't make me so disgusted that I want to violently vomit out my own internal organs," he answered with an unnatural calmness. "I despise you both so intensely that I can't tell if my vision is blurry from the Sharingan or my unforgiving rage." He continued. "If no women's smut is found, I will gut you with an honest-to-God smile on my face and proceed to paint the home I build with your bodies with your very blood. That's it." "Ah!" Kakashi shouted in rage as he began forming hand signs. "Chidori." "Wait." Minato shouted in desperation to stop his student. This calmed Kakashi down enough to listen. A copy of Icha involving women. "Where?" he needed to know. "Well. Tell me. Now." "There is a place," he whispered, "guarded by you. Grrr. By warriors," he corrected. "It said to contain the only copy of what you're searching for." He gave a toothy grin with a sparkle. "We will take you there. Later." "So this is the place?" Kakashi asked as he eyes the dojo. "It's not impressive." "It's a place where youth doesn't exist." Obito spoke. "We'll be back in a while." Minato stated. "Good luck." Kakashi was now looking at the dojo in a new light. A place untouched by youth, he thought. "I'm home." The Jounin made his way forward. "Stop." A voice spoke. The ground around the dojo began to tremble fiercely. A large crater-like crack began to form in front of the Jounin. Out rose three man-like sized turtles. "We are the youthful turtles," one spoke, "guardian of this unyouthful place. Before you can enter here, you must pass a test." Another spoke. "What kind of test?" Kakashi asked. "If you say youthful, I'll." "No," the voice assured. "It's an extremely youthful test. You must join us." Kakashi said nothing after the turtle's comment. He just looked at them with empty eyes. A little later. Kakashi was running through the woods. He had decided to ignore the test and leave. No smutty book was worth it. The turtles were closing in on him. Kakashi, why are you running? A turtle called. Just accept your fate. Never. The jounin shouted. Where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna run? Where are you gonna hide? Nowhere. Because there's no one. Out there. Like you. Left. Like a bitch. Bino. Bino had been walking down the dark tunnel looking for Sasuke. She had the idea that he would protect her from anything Naruto would throw. And then we'll get married. She thought to herself. Is it getting warm? All this heat is going to make my hair go frizzy. She whined. Out of nowhere a mirror showed up. Ino didn't question it, she just started to admire herself in the mirror. I look good. She said to herself. Yes you do, someone spoke really well. Ino looked around but couldn't find the voice. Who's there? Ino asked. Just an admirer. The voice answered. What do you want? Ino asked my dad's of the Yamanaka clan head and I'm Kunoichi. Well, I want to be in your skin. Well who wouldn't? Ino asked, but beauty like this can't be copied. I know the voice agreed that's why I'm taking yours. What do you mean by that? Ino asked, frightened. Her answer was just cruel laughter. Ino felt cold steel pierce her flesh and go across her skin. The pain was unimaginable for the young Kunoichi. It tore away her smooth skin, leaving her with only the muscles and innards beneath. Give me back my skin. Ino demanded through the agony. No, you can have this one. She felt something cover her exposed flesh. The pain of having anything come in contact with her was excruciating. It wasn't over, sewing needles began to work on her. Soon the skin was a part of her flesh. Once finished, she looked into the mirror. I'm a pig. She shouted in outrage. You really are no pig now. The voice mocked and I have some hungry friends. Footsteps began to echo in the darkness, coming closer and closer. Ino couldn't tell where it was coming from, only cower. Soon she was surrounded by a mass of people. Naruto stood in front of them all. Well would you look at this, pork for dinner. Wait, I'm not a pig. Ino desperately shouted I'm a girl trapped in a pig's skin. That's what they all say. Naruto spoke. Besides, I gave Tun up. He said with regret a second pig will not escape me. No oink. Like a swine. Iruka. The teacher was in a large and complete dark room. He had nowhere to go, so he did the only thing he could. He waited. Iruka-kun has a familiar voice called Iruka-kun. Anko? Iruka asked no one. Hi. She spoke behind him, nearly giving the Chunin a heart attack. After screaming like a child he straightened himself. Anko, what are you doing here? Iruka asked did you sign the contract? Nope. Then why are you here? He asked are you here to help me? Nope. Then why are you looking at me like that? Iruka asked nervously. Anko didn't answer, she just started moving forward. Iruka began moving backwards. You're not Anko, are you? Spread 'em. She ordered. Okay, maybe you are. Iruka tried. Nope. Every nerve in his body was telling him to run. Too bad for him, his back was against the wall. Can't we talk about this? He pleaded. Nope. She began weaving hand signs, ones that he feared. Trouser snake jutsu. She grabbed Iruka by the collar and threw him to the ground. She began to arrange him as if he were a toy. Top down, bottom up. She spoke into his ear. Wait Anko, please. He needed an escape. Ain't no breaks Iruka. She stated. What? All aboard. She shouted full power to the caboose. New. Like a bitch. They were all surprised when the screen in the sky went blank. All those viewing this will have to watch someone else suffer. Naruto's disembodied voice called through this is now too graphic, so we're moving on. I just wanted to say I don't agree to rape or even enjoy fix on it. But come on. That was funny. Hate. The sickly Jounin was making his way down the shadow path just as the others did. He had never taken his hand off of his sword since the whole thing began. What has he planned for me? He asked himself for the 100th time. Hello, Hate. A voice spoke from behind him. The Jounin quickly spun around, blade drawn. He attacked the first thing he saw with a fast diagonal cut. The blade made contact but didn't go more than inch in. That was an impressive attack Naruto spoke especially with a sloppy swing. I take care of my blade, Hate growled as he added more pressure not all of us can rely on special weapons. The shadow began to form behind Naruto, taking the form of a person. Yes, it is average, isn't it? Naruto and the figure stated average blades are easy to stop, but blades of wind can't be stopped by anyone. Hate saw who the figure was, the sand Jounin that defeated him. Naruto grabbed his elemental sword and took a swing. He pumped it full of wind chakra. Instead of cutting through Hate, it pushed him. The Jounin flew back with force that should have killed him. Instead, it just left him in a lot of pain. I'm going to show you the one thing Kakashi taught me, Naruto spoke even if it was indirectly. I even gave it a boost. Naruto grabbed the down Jounin's sword. Leaf Village Secret Jutsu. 10,000 years of death. Does anything else need to be said? Like a bitch. Asuma. Unlike all the others, Asuma didn't go anywhere. He would wait for Naruto to come to him. So you didn't make a move, huh? Naruto spoke beside him. Why should I? Asuma asked. I know how this'll turn out. Really? Naruto asked, skeptical. How? But you beaten by me, again. Asuma stated. When did you ever beat me? Naruto asked, generally confused. I won Kurenai. No comment. I see, Asuma stated victoriously. How's your steak? Naruto asked. What? I'm not eating. He was eating steak, maggot-filled steak. The Jounin began to empty his stomach. Stop doing that. Asuma shouted. Well, let's begin. Naruto stated as he began to light a cigarette with his sword. Are those my smokes? Asuma asked. And they're almost as good as ramen. Naruto stated. Give me ba. What do you mean almost as good? Asuma asked as if he had been struck. They are twice as good as any ramen. You shouldn't insult ramen. Naruto warned as he looked around nervously. I might become offended. I'll insult ramen as much as I want. Asuma shouted, it tastes like watered down piss-covered noodles. He started. Is there something behind me? The blonde Chunin just backed away. Asuma slowly turned around toward the creature behind him. It was a pile of ramen 8 feet high. It seemed to be shaped like a monster. It seemed to be staring directly at Asuma. And now I know I said some things, Asuma spoke, but I'm sure we can put all that behind us, right? The creature said nothing, it just pointed a noodle-like arm over Asuma's shoulder. The Jounin looked toward the direction and was confused. There was a giant bowl of hot boiling broth. You want me to get inside the bowl? He asked the creature, earning a nod. Why? It opened its big mouth to reveal a large black hole. In those large black holes were rows of giant teeth. HHHHUNNNNGGGGERRRR. Holy shit. Naruto shouted, can we talk? How did you not know that? Asuma asked in disbelief, you made the thing. No, I didn't, Naruto replied honestly. I don't even know how it got in here. So? Is this thing real? Asuma asked in fear. And it wants to eat me? Kind of ironic. Naruto stated. HHHHUNNNNGGGGERRRR. It repeated. I don't want to be eaten. Asuma told the creature. The Jounin drew his weapons, he would fight. He would use all of his experience to take down the creature. Every combat skill in his arsenal would aid him. It was a short fight. Ramen won. No, I don't want to be eaten. The Jounin shouted. Asuma was now being held over the bowl of hot boiling ramen broth by a string of ramen. He struggled with all his might, but it was all pointless. He belonged to ramen now. You know what, fine. Asuma shouted, let the noodle monster eat me. Ramen monster. Naruto corrected. Whatever. The Jounin didn't care. Just know this, I got something you'll never have. What? Naruto asked in an uncaring manner. I got the mistress of Jinjutsu to say I love you. To me. Asuma stated triumphantly. The ramen stopped the descent. It knew something was wrong, that something bad was going to happen. What? Naruto asked. That's right, Asuma said, all of us got the Ice Queens, your former homes, to say I love you to us. He continued. Did they say it to you, even once? They didn't. The ramen monster had only one thought in its head. Fuck this over and over, and it was too young to die. It dropped the Jounin onto the ground, grabbed its bowl, and the creature ran like the wind. The air became cold and empty between the two shinobi. It was hollow. Asuma felt like he had something he would regret. His laugh was empty. Oh dear, you said some really magic words. Naruto stated, I guess I'll have to kill you now. But the contract said. Fuck the contract. The hollowness consumed the Jounin. Chapter 24. Revenge 2, Pain. Hi everyone, Naruto spoke to those in his Jinjutsu. I was trying to be a nice guy, trying to be lenient in your punishment. You did horrible things to us. Haruka and Hate shouted. I said try. He shouted, but thanks to Asuma, I won't be going easy on you anymore. Well, you wait, easy. No ask anymore. I'm going to tear your souls apart. Kiba. Inuzuka had spoken a big game and now he was alone. And scared. At least I still have you, Akimaru. Kiba started to bark in reply. Or do you? Naruto asked. Oh, Kiba growled. Hello, Akimaru. Naruto. It all happened in a flash. Naruto had grabbed Akimaru. I will give you a chance to save your partner, Kiba. Naruto stated, all you have to do is make a small sacrifice. What do I need to do? Kiba asked. It said that your family values loyalty above all else, is that true? Naruto asked. An Inuzuka would gladly lay down their life for their friends and family. Kiba stated with pride. Then do so. Naruto ordered and I let Akamaru live. Do you think that'll work? Kiba laughed. The contract said you couldn't kill or cripple us. Did it say anything about suicide? No, didn't think so. Naruto chuckled dryly. Plus, you don't have to kill yourself, you could neuter yourself. A dark thought occurred. Plus, Akamaru didn't sign, so I could kill him now. Naruto raised a kunai to the dog. Wait. Kiba slowly drew a kunai with a shaky hand. He unsteadily held the blade to his throat. Suddenly his hand held firm. Idobe. The young Inuzuka threw the kunai with experienced accuracy. It soared toward Naruto, aiming for his heart. The accuracy was dead on. The only problem was Naruto had a shield in the form of a dog. The blade pierced Akamaru's underbelly. The dog gave a soft whimper before going still. Naruto dropped Akamaru on the floor with a soft thud. The puppy laid there broken and cold. You fool. Was all Naruto spoke. He left the young Inuzuka to grieve over his lost comrade. The audience saw the whole thing. Tsume was very disappointed. She just didn't know who. Naruto for using Akamaru as a meat shield and killing him. Or Kiba for risking his partner's life. The academy entrance opened and Naruto walked out. Tsume, he called, I have something for you. On his hand was Akamaru, the dog had bitten and hadn't let go. You're letting Akamaru go? Tsume asked, confused. I'm not holding anything against Akamaru. Naruto stated he was innocent in everything, only following Kiba. Thank you, pup. Tsume spoke about that scene with me getting pups. Gotta go. Naruto rushed people to torture, minds to break. Ino. As soon as I get out of here my daddy's going to kick your butt. Naruto. Ino shouted for the 100th time. You always rely on others, even your clan name. Naruto chastised, you wouldn't make it a day in my shoes. She continued walking when she noticed something, a light. It was a bit away, but it was something. Ino ran after it, she even ignored the fact that she was getting sweaty. When she finally reached the light, she walked through it. It leads outside. I'm free. Ino looked back at the school and saw that their tortures were being shown, just not hers. That means I'm the only one out. She realized, Sasuke will be proud of me. I better get a new dress for our date. The young Kunoichi began to walk around the shopping district looking for the best. She found it. It was a golden dress that matched her blonde hair perfectly. She just had to have it. Excuse me sir, how much is that dress? Ino asked the cashier. He took one look at her. It's not for sale. He stated. But it. He didn't let her finish. I said it's not for sale. He growled before calming. But I have one that is. You do? Ino asked hopefully. The man went into the back and returned with an orange dress. It wasn't too bad, but not up to Ino's taste. Well, beggars can't be choosers. How much is it? Ino asked. It's over 9,000 yen. The man answered. What? Ino ripped the dress from the man's hand and looked at the tag. The dress says 1,000 yen. Are you telling me what I can and can't price my items? Before she could answer he yelled. Get out, I don't want your kind here. Ino ran out of the shop as fast as she could. She felt as if the owner would have actually hit her if she hadn't. Well, who needs them? She had better dresses in her closet. It's that girl. You mean that one? Yep. Ino looked around toward the ones whispering. She saw their not so hidden looks of hate and disgust. There was also the looks of something Ino was almost familiar with, just never this dark. Imagine what we could do with her. We'd probably catch something. As Ino looked around she realized everyone was either glaring at her or acting like she wasn't there. It hurt a lot. Score. She heard someone shout. There was a quick flash of pain in her head. The blow had knocked her off her legs and into a daze. She looked at the object used and couldn't believe it, it was a rock. Someone had actually thrown a rock at her. When she came back to her senses, she came back with anger. How dare they? Ino grabbed the rock and threw it directly at the one who struck her. It hit him in the direct center of his forehead, knocking him over. Did you see that? Someone asked and panicked. She attacked him. Someone get Anbu. At the bitch. Kill her. Ino couldn't believe what she was hearing. They were going to punish her for self-defense. They began to move in on her. There's too many. There was only one thing she could do. She had to run as far and fast as possible. It wasn't enough. They caught her. They'll leave me alone. She shouted as she trembled. I'm warning you. You all hear that, she's warning us. The entire crowd began to laugh. It wasn't a happy laugh, it promised pain. One of the villagers threw another rock at her, it started. The villagers began to beat her. They used whatever they could be at their very hand or sticks they found on the ground. They cut her flesh with jagged and rusted objects. They burned her with fire jutsus. As they damaged her mind with cruelty and her body with pain, she had only one thought. The thought Naruto had many times in the past. Why are they doing this? Why won't they let me die? She knew the answer, it would have been too easy. They wanted to get out all of their hate. But why? Daddy? She cried, where are you, Daddy? They didn't show. No one did. What are you doing? A distant voice asked, finish her now. No, not like this. She thought, desperately looking for an escape. She found one, better yet she found several. They were in the form of her attackers. Mind transfer jutsu. Using her family's technique, she started her escape. She took control of one of her assailants, a shinobi. Once she was in control, she made for her helpless body. Grabbing it, she ran for the only safe place she knew. Home. Ino released jutsu as soon as the mob stopped giving chase. She didn't have the chakra to go any further. She limped home. Finally, she thought as she saw the clan. Ino limped toward the entrance to her home. Before she could get to the door they opened, she saw the comforting figure of her father. Daddy. She cried in joy. What are you doing here? He asked, his voice full of venom. The daddy? She asked in shock. Her daddy had never taken a tone like that with her. Even when she insulted the customers. You're no child of mine. He hissed. Now get out of here. But I said leave. He snapped as he drew a kunai. Or should I finish what the villagers started? Ino couldn't believe it, even her own father turned on her. The feeling he was giving off wasn't something she was used to. It wasn't the comforting figure of a parent. This was something both shinobi and civilians alike were capable of. Hate. She did all she could. She ran. Maybe she could find someone who wouldn't hate her. There has to be someone, she thought to herself, right? Sakura. Sakura too had walked through a light that freed her from the darkness. Now she was in front of the school as well. Sakura. Her heart skipped a beat at the sound of the voice. Sasuke-kun cheered. You made it from the Bakujin jutsu. Of course, Sasuke stated smugly, that dobe's skill is nowhere equal to mine. This is my chance. Sakura thought. There was no one around, no senseis, no competition, no anyone. Sasuke-kun, she called. Would you like to go on a date with me? Sasuke stared at her for what felt like an eternity. He's going to say no. She wailed in her mind. Sure. He answered before walking away. Did he just? He agreed. She asked herself, he agreed. There was only one thing she could do now. Mom. She shouted as she ran home, I need a new dress for my date with Sasuke-kun. Date. Sasuke had taken Sakura to the most expensive restaurant in the village. Everyone stared at her with complete respect or envy. It was as she had always imagined it. There had been very little talk between the two. Sakura was fine with that, they had a comfortable silence. Now Uchiha was walking home. Sasuke-kun is walking me home. She mentally cheered. I had a wonderful evening with Sasuke-kun. Sakura spoke as they arrived at her house. Sakura, would you like to go out again? He asked nervously. He's nervous about asking me out. That must mean he likes me. Yes. She enthusiastically agreed. Time passed. Sakura and Sasuke grew closer as they grew older. Her time with him was better than she could have ever imagined. She even got him to open his heart about his family. I'm so sorry, Sasuke-kun, she cried alongside him. It's not your problem, Sakura-chan. Her heart skipped a beat. Thanks for listening. Sasuke-kun, yes. He ushered her. I want to help you. She stated weakly before adding strength to her words. I want to help you reach your goal. Thank you, he whispered, but I could never ask you to face Itachi. I didn't mean that part. She stated with a slight purr, I want to help you revive your clan. I will not bear an Uchiha child out of wedlock. He stated with strong conviction. I'm sorry. She whimpered, thanking him for being angry. Sakura, will you marry? Yes. Then and there it happened. The Uchiha showed her Uno a night of passion and pleasure she never thought possible. Time passed. Push Sakura, the doctors ordered just a bit more. Just what do you think I'm doing? It seemed childbirth increased her already large lungs. Wah, two new and innocent voices cried. Congratulations, Mrs. Uchiha. The doctor said, you gave birth to a healthy pair of babies. My babies, let me see my babies. Sakura is weakly ordered. The doctors handed her the children, both boys. She looked at them with her eyes filled with love only a mother could possess. Time passed. Sakura was happy. Mommy looked at what daddy taught me. Her eldest of the twins spoke. The boy went through the hand signs for a fire jutsu, a tradition for the Uchiha clan. It was a small flame, but made her swell up with pride. Everything okay, Sakura? Sasuke asked as he noticed the tears in her eyes. She looked at him. She finally had everything she ever wanted. The man of her dreams. 2 gifted children she loved with all her heart. Wealth, fame and finally, respect. Everything's perfect. she answered honestly. Then I guess it's time I stepped in. A voice spoke, making her freeze up. The Uchiha family looked to the one who spoke. There stood one of the people the Uchihas hated most, Naruto. Dope. The younger Uchiha growled, what are you doing here? What Naruto said froze Sakura to the core. I came to help history repeat itself. And no, stay away from my family. Sakura shouted. Stay away from my babies. Sasuke ran toward the duo, fully charged Chidori ready. Dope, he shouted, today, I will finally crush you. Sakura never understood what happened. 1 minute Sasuke was going to beat Naruto, then he was just gone. He literally faded out of sight. Sasuke-kun. Daddy. Naruto began to walk to them, slowly and purposely. The two young Uchiha twins ran toward Naruto, blinded with rage. As they got closer, Sakura noticed something horrible. Each step Naruto took destroyed everything around him. The plants withered away and the ground broke away under him. The Uchiha children didn't stand a chance, they were now held high by their throats. They were at Naruto's mercy. And behold, I shall be a blight upon the land, he spoke softly, and everything I touch shall wither and die. As he spoke, she saw the worst sight she could imagine. Their skin became pale as their bodies became shrunken and frail. Their skins broke away, revealing the bones chipping away underneath. Her children weren't just dying, her babies were withering away. And she could do nothing about it. When he was done, there were only 2 piles of dust. They blew away in the wind, forever scattered and away from her. She looked up at Naruto. She begged to kill me. He merely walked away. The ground, even reality, gave away. All that was left was her, floating on a small rock in oblivion. Everything she ever wanted or needed was given to her. Her heart's desire was taken away. Now she was truly alone, all that was left was her and a true black abyss. She wanted to jump and put an end to it all. Something told her it was pointless, that she would fall forever. Never hitting the bottom. Never to enjoy death's sweet embrace. Never to join her family. Sasuke. Where are you done? Sasuke called into the darkness. I'm here to challenge you, just like you did with Itachi. You challenge me, huh? Naruto asked, appearing from the shadows. And what? I challenge you to one-on-one. A regular match, fine. Naruto agreed. You challenged me, so it's your move. I am an Uchiha, the elite. Sasuke spoke arrogantly. What do you hope to do against me? The same as everyone else. Naruto answered, break you. Sasuke made the first move. The Uchiha ran forward and started foaming hand signs. Fire style. Fire Phoenix Jutsu. A barrage of small fireballs made their way toward Naruto. Invert. What? Now they were making their way back toward Sasuke. The young Uchiha raised his hands to block the attack. It never came, at least not by fire. It came by cold steel. It started off as numbness that grew into a stinging sensation. It continued to build, forcing the Uchiha to open his eyes. He looked to his arms and saw a thin red line, exactly where the pain was. As the Uchiha tried to flex his hands, he noticed they didn't respond. They were numb, as if they weren't his. Then they fell. It took Sasuke a moment for him to realize what had just happened. His arms had just fallen off. It took even less time for the pain to kick in. The Uchiha fell to his knees in agony. Actually, it would be better to say he fell off his knees in agony. They too had been severed. Now Sasuke was nothing more than a torso. An angry, Sharingan-wielding torso. Well, now Naruto began. Where have I seen this? Oh yeah, with Nichi Hyuga. Naruto stood in front of the limbless Sasuke. The Uchiha tried to attack Naruto, all he managed to do was thrash around in agony, spilling his blood. After a pointless moment, he began to slow down. He was getting dizzy and tired. So tired, he thought. It was all because of his thrashing around. The movement forced more blood out of the body. Now Sasuke was near unconsciousness as well as death. Well, Sasuke asked weakly, aren't you going to kill me? Naruto didn't answer, he just raised his elemental sword high into the air. I'll finally rejoin my clan. Sasuke thought with a slight bit of peace. Before shouting out in unholy pain. Sasuke looked at the sword Naruto had burning into his arm. He's cauterizing the wound. Sasuke realized. When Naruto finished the first arm, he moved to the next, then the legs. Naruto wasn't killing him, he was preventing the Uchiha's death. Why don't you just kill me? Sasuke asked in pain and anger. You don't fear death, you welcome it. Naruto answered, your punishment must be more severe. The torture? Sasuke asked as fear built. Yes, Naruto answered, but not of the body. It will be of the soul. Sasuke looked at Naruto, for a moment he thought he would finally see his family, his parents. Then Naruto took it away from him. No, I will not be denied. Sasuke thought angrily. The young Uchiha opened his mouth and slammed it shut with all the force he could muster. His teeth tore through his tongue as if it were a marshmallow. He gave Naruto a smirk as his consciousness faded. It was met with a smirk from the blonde. Naruto shoved his elemental sword into Sasuke's mouth. Hard enough to force its way in, but soft enough to stop on the winded tongue. A true contradiction. His mouth was met with the same situation as his limbs. Did you think I'd let you go that easily? Naruto asked. No, you haven't got to go yet. Naruto stated in a matter-of-fact tone. When your dreams are in ashes, then you have my permission to die. What does he mean by that? Sasuke asked himself. Earlier this week I was met with an intruder in my home. Naruto stated. Not uncommon, a lot of people want me dead. Sasuke agreed with that. The funny part was who it was. Naruto turned his head to the darkness and called. Bring him in. In popped several Naruto clones carrying a struggling figure. The sight filled Sasuke with horror and fear. It was a beaten and bloody Itachi Uchiha. The elder Uchiha looked as if he were about to collapse from either exhaustion or pain, maybe both. The clones forced Itachi to his knees in front of the two. The elder Uchiha locked eyes with the younger one. Hello Sasuke-kun, Itachi rasped. I bet why you're enjoying the sight. The honest truth, he wasn't. It was supposed to be him that brought Itachi to his knees. Not Naruto. Say your farewells. Naruto ordered. He raised his kusanagi high. And brought it down on Itachi's neck. But not before he could utter. I'll tell mom and dad you said hi. The only sound was the thud of a head hitting the ground. Wait a sec. Naruto exclaimed. Didn't you have a second dream? He looked as if he were deep in thought before snapping his fingers. That's right, you also wanted to revive your clan. Now Sasuke was feeling despair. Naruto raised his kusanagi blade and took aim at the Uchiha family jewels. It happened in a flash, the blade extended and retracted. It had served the Uchihas. Yeah. Now we add fire to stop the bleeding. Naruto actually sung as he did just that and sing of the mental help you'll be needing. Naruto walked away, but not before leaving Sasuke with a gift. He lifted Sasuke upright so the Uchiha could see. The area became a cemetery. Not just any cemetery, it was one Sasuke visited often. It was the Uchiha cemetery. His parents' graves stood before him. Mom, Daddy thought bitterly. I'm sorry that I couldn't. He couldn't bring himself to finish. He could only sit there, not even having enough will to cry. Kakashi was tired of dark tunnels. He knew Naruto had something planned for him, but he was ready. He truly felt Naruto couldn't do anything worse than before. Oh, how wrong he was. Hey Kakashi-kun, a weak feminine voice called. Why didn't you save me? Kakashi felt his heart snap. Rin, he asked. No, this is just Jinjutsu. You didn't watch after your comrade, an older silver-haired man stated in disappointment. Has my life truly been in vain that my own son is a disappointment? Father. Kakashi couldn't believe his ears. I'm just as much to blame. Another voice spoke. It seems my lessons didn't sink into that skull of yours. Sensei? Don't call me that. Minato snapped. If you can't follow my lessons then I can't be your teacher. He gave the younger Jounin a sneer. Look at you, playing favorites. Did I ever play favorites with your team? And no, but I. You what? Rin weakly asked. I owe a debt to Obito. Kakashi weakly finished. So I. No new voice spoke. A new figure limped and joined the argument. His entire right side looked as if it had been crushed. The left eye was sending a truly hateful glare. It was Obito Uchiha. I gave you that eye to protect Rin. Obito stated. What do? You let her die. He shouted. Then you go get lazy and become an awful teacher. You taught your team nothing. I trained you better than that. Minato stated. I've used this eye to protect this village and many of my comrades. Kakashi tried to reason. Naruto appeared from the shadows. But you couldn't protect a child. He asked. Could you, Inu-san? We can forgive not protecting me. Rin stated. We are shinobi and our lives are in constant threat. We can forgive you for being a horrible teacher. Minato continued. Not everyone is suited for it. We can't forgive you, Obito, for becoming a hypocrite. As one they spoke. Those who abandon the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are less than trash. They're scum. Naruto spat. I think it's time I take back what's mine. Obito whispered. The Uchiha limped forward, arm extended. Kakashi had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. His sensei would just find him. He could only scream as the fingers dug into his eye socket. And yanked. Iruka. Iruka knew that he was in more trouble than ever. Whatever Naruto had planned would make his next punishment look tame. If that's possible, and he feared it was. Hello Iruka, how are you feeling? Naruto asked in a low voice. I'm doing fine, Naruto. Iruka answered nervously. We'll have to fix that. Naruto stated. Iruka had clamps form around his wrists and ankles. They spread themselves out and latched onto the wall behind him. The whole darkness faded. It became a dark and murky room. The doctor is in. Naruto made his way toward Iruka, kunai drawn. He cut away a Chunin's jacket and shirt, exposing his chest. Naruto proceeds to circle about an inch into his flesh around Iruka's chest with the kunai's tip. He then turned the blade to its side and carved the circular flesh. He repeated the process 2 more times at random points on Iruka's chest. He let out a hollow laugh as Iruka cried. Naruto grabbed his Kusanagi blade and raised it high. He brought it down repeatedly on one of Iruka's legs, cutting only halfway through with each strike. Once he had finished, he moved to the other leg. Naruto then drew his elemental blade. He heated up 2 kunai with concentrated raw fire chakra. He slowly drove them through Iruka's hands, going inch by inch. When it had finally made its way through, he stopped with the fire chakra. He tied a thin piece of ninja wire from both ends of the kunai to his elemental sword. He began to pump them full with lighting chakra. Iruka couldn't describe the pain he felt. Every cell in his body was literally being electrocuted. He wasn't even given the chance to black out. Naruto drew another kunai and made a deep incision from Iruka's chest to his stomach. He dug both hands in before ripping Iruka's chest cavity open. He could only howl in pain as Naruto continued to laugh. Why are you doing this?" he asked through his tears. "Let me tell you something." Naruto began joyfully. "I'm not completely with it." He removed the liver. "I'm on the crazy train and there's no station in sight." He squeezed a kidney until it was good in his hand. "When I was born, I was beaten with a mental stick." He cut the spleen with a kunai. "I'm a thread loose of a tapestry." He yanked on the small intestines. "I'm 1 cupcake short of a bakery." "You're insane," Iruka shouted. "Bingo," Naruto agreed. The blonde brought a kunai down into Iruka's heart. The citizens of Konoha couldn't believe the brutality they were seeing. Many were emptying their stomachs onto the ground as they viewed the horrors. "Okage-sama, you have to stop him." "No, I don't," Tsunade stated, "as long as they're alive and can function, no rule has been broken." They watched as Iruka was put together and brought back to life. Only for the torture to continue, death would have been a blessing. Hate. Hate, oh hate. Naruto is called come out, wherever you are. Hate had used the only genjutsu he knew. It was a camouflage type, now he was hidden in the darkness. Or so he thought. Naruto was a senior nin. He knew the exact spot Hate was trying to hide. Above. He just decided to humor the jounin with false hope. It made the fear all the sweeter. Naruto felt the chakra shift and knew Hate was going to attack. Junin raised his Kusanagi sword as Hate fell from the ceiling. The tip of their swords met and balanced the jounin. With a surge of chakra, they were separated. "I'm going to kill you, cough." Hate screamed. "Come," Naruto ordered. Hate focused as much chakra into his own sword before charging Naruto. The amount he had shined over the blade. Naruto met it head-on with the Kusanagi blade. They were in a power struggle until Naruto drew his second sword. Hate drew back with caution. Coward Hate said, "You, cough, can't face me in, cough, a kinjutsu match." This caught Naruto by surprise. A single kinjutsu match. The blonde murmured, "Fine, but on my terms." "Cough, I'm listening." Hate spoke. "No kinjutsu-related jutsu." Naruto began. "No chakra, no anything other than skill." "Deal." Hate readily agreed. He believed that with his skills and experience, that he had the upper hand. Naruto charged forward, both blades drawn. Hate stabbed his sword forward intent on impaling Naruto. Naruto jumped over the blade and swung at Hate's head. The jounin quickly stepped back and blocked with his sword. The weight in these blows are ridiculous. Hate thought. He quickly pushed Naruto off and back a few feet. "I need time to think." Hate panicked. "I can't keep this up without chakra." Naruto ran forward again, his own blade intent on impaling. Hate jumped to the side and attempted to sever Naruto's arms. The blonde simply continued forward, avoiding the blow. Giving Hate a clear view of his back. The jounin drew a few kunai with explosive tags from his pouch. He threw them toward Naruto and they were right on target. They would have hit had Naruto not spun around with a gust of lighting. It sent the charged metals back to the jounin. They landed at his feet and he almost laughed. He would have laughed if the explosive notes hadn't gone off. He was just lucky they were low-powered, he might have lost a limb. For now he was just stunned. Unable to move. With Naruto around. He wished the explosion had killed him. "You just couldn't do it." Naruto chastised. "You couldn't meet me on even ground." Naruto watched as Hate picked himself up, barely. The jounin felt an invisible force push him against the dark wall. His own sword began to float in front of him. The blade flew toward the jounin with great speed. It was thanks to years of experience that his body acted, grabbing the blade between his hands. "Impressive," Naruto admitted. The invisible force returned against the blade. Again. And again. And again. It pushed against the butt of the sword, forcing it through Hate's stomach. Hate tried to resist, but the blows grew stronger each time. Naruto finally stopped when it was halfway through. Naruto walked up to talk. "Well, T." Hate didn't let him finish. He grabbed the blind in one hand, holding tight. With the other, he removed the sword and put it to Naruto's neck. "Ooh, scary," Naruto mocked. Heiei tried to force the blade through Naruto's neck. He would have succeeded if Naruto hadn't scattered in a mass of black petals. The black petals reformed and became a mass of shurikens. They rained down mercilessly onto the Jounin. When they stopped, he could only glare at Naruto. Though Heiei growled and killed, me. No, Naruto spoke. Your disease is doing that for me. Cough. He couldn't continue. Heiei was hit with a coughing fit. It was worse than any he'd ever had before. Soon he fell to his knees coughing up blood. His body fell over, paralyzed from the disease. It hurts, doesn't it? Naruto asked, though he already knew. To know that a disease will be the cause of your death. Not a shinobi way to go, like poison. The look in Heiei's eyes said so many hateful things. All he could manage was cough. He barely noticed Naruto place a red vial on the ground, barely. He gave the blonde a questioning glare. This is full of my blood. Naruto stated, if you drink this, your disease will be cured. Heiei couldn't believe his ears. A chance of relief. He thought with hope. You can have it, but there was a catch. If you can get it. Naruto spoke. It'll only be there for 3 minutes. He stepped away from the vial. But he placed 10 feet away. That's not fair. Heiei couldn't move. His cure was right there. But he couldn't reach it. It might as well have been a mile away, hidden in enemy territory. So close, Naruto whispered, yet so far. 2 minutes and 13 seconds left. Asuma knew he was in trouble. He had opened his mouth one time too many. He knew Naruto was waiting, saving him for last. So he needed to go on the offensive. And he did. Let's see if Kurenai's lectures were worth anything. He thought dryly. Hi. He released a burst of chakra that dispelled the darkness of Genjutsu. Only to show more darkness. Double-layered. And to surprise Naruto. Asuma's son Naruto stated in actual surprise, how did you? My girlfriend is the mistress of Genjutsu. Asuma stated as he lit another cigarette. You think she'd let me go if I couldn't even release a Genjutsu? True. Naruto agreed. Now. Asuma began mockingly, why don't you be a good chunin and let me out of here? Excuse me, I am a shinobi. Naruto began, I am the fuck-mothering Bujiman. He grinned, I am fear. He laughed, I have broken a lot of minds to get this title, I deserve to be caused such. And I am one of the 12 guardian ninja. He scoffed, you don't hear me bragging. But I could. Aren't you? Dodge. That's exactly what Asuma did, barely. Naruto had swung his inflamed elemental blade at Asuma's head. Had the Jounin been any slower, he'd be a real hothead. Naruto didn't stop there, he swung and released wave after wave. Asuma continued to dance like a monkey. But he wasn't a Jounin for dancing around attacks. With each step Asuma took to avoid a blow, he got closer. Soon Naruto would be in range for a counter-attack. Now. The Jounin thought. They ran forward, trench knives drawn and ready for action. Naruto saw this and ran forward to meet the challenge. The two shinobi jumped forward and met in the air. Their weapons struck and they landed back to back. Only both of Naruto's arms were on the ground. He didn't even try to evade. Asuma thought, was he really that cocky? You shouldn't have messed with a Jounin. Asuma said, you'll only do it. He got no further. Naruto had turned and delivered a devastating kick to Asuma's side. It had enough force to knock him onto his back. Asuma watched in awe and horror as Naruto's arms grew back. You forgot something important, fool. Naruto chastised, this is all a Genjutsu. Well then, Asuma spoke as he took another puff. I'll just have to break through. He gained a cocky smile. Give me your worst, let's see who Kurenai taught better, me or you. Then feed on your own despair. Naruto whispered. The area turned red. No, Asuma thought. The darkness was bleeding. He realized. How the hell does emptiness bleed? The blood began to move around and take form. It was the form of a fox's upper body, then a second. Asuma didn't know what was happening. He knew what he was seeing was Genjutsu, that's all it could be. What he didn't know was Naruto was pouring concentrated fear directly at him. He wanted my worst, Naruto thought grimly. Well, here it is. Asuma could do only one thing. He ran. He forgot one thing, he was in Naruto's Genjutsu. There was nowhere he could go or hide that Naruto couldn't get him. How long have I been running? He asked himself. He didn't know, but he could stop. Not now, not ever. As he ran, he looked over his shoulder and saw the foxes behind him. Always behind him. Always chasing. Wait, what's that? He asked himself with a sliver of hope. It was a light, a chance. No. Naruto spoke from behind. Asuma felt chakra pass through his leg. He was familiar with this chakra, it was the one he used. It was wind chakra. His leg had been severed. He couldn't go any further. Asuma turned to see Naruto standing in between the two foxes. Why you, what have you done? Asuma shouted, what have you done different than any one of us? Bitch, I eat people. Naruto yelled. What? Devour, Naruto ordered. The foxes fell onto Asuma. They tugged at his 3 remaining limbs, tearing them off. They ate like starved animals, and they continued to eat. He tore his stomach open to let his innards fall out. They nibbled, savoring each and every bite they could. One snapped at his neck, tearing out his throat in the process. With a second snap, his head was disconnected from his body. Asuma was conscious of every piece being taken away. He felt the pain he never thought possible. Naruto wouldn't let death come easily. When the blood foxes finished, not even bone remained. How was he? Naruto asked the creatures. He tasted like a monkey. One started gagging. A monkey that's past its prime. The second stated. Hokage-sama. Yugao cried, you can't let this continue. He still had plenty of time left. Tsunade calmly spoke. But. He needs to be stopped. You all can't join the fray, Tsunade stated as she held up the documents, none of you signed the contract. This was their chance to stop the madness and torture. All they had to do was sign. And face Naruto's wrath. I don't know. Anko stated, I'd like to keep the little sanity I have. The giant Jinjutsu screen drew their attention. Naruto, what are you doing with that badger? It's not a badger, it's a honey badger. Naruto corrected. You mean the one that? Naruto cut him off. Yeah. Naruto grinned, the one that doesn't give a shit. Well people, Naruto spoke, how was it? It was horrible. Haruka whimpered. You survived my hatred with your minds intact, Naruto congratulated. But I have some bad news. What? Kakashi asked. You're going back. But it's over. Ino shouted. No, it's not. Naruto said, I'm nowhere near done. He can't do that, Hokage-sama. Hana shouted. Actually he can counter Kyuubi. He's only used up a few minutes. What? Impossible. Anko shouted. We've been altering time from both sides. Taiya stated, motioning to Kyuubi. He speeds it up for them, but we slow it down for you. In all honesty, he used up about 15 minutes. The torture continued, for everyone. The fools who signed the contract only wanted death. Every torture Naruto did only got worse and worse. The villagers couldn't look away. They were stuck too far in awe and horror. It was like an accident. The mistresses watched, powerless to defend their boyfriends and brothers. The only ones not suffering were the Heims. They just pretty much sat back and watched. I can't take this anymore. Anko shouted, give me that stupid paper, I'm signing. Same as us. The mistresses spoke. I've already told you it's too late. I need a drink. Tsunade thought, clearly annoyed, unless Naruto accepts, there's no way in. I have a plan, Yugao said. They huddled into a circle and listened. Are you sure it will work? It did for everyone else. We have little choice. Agreed. Hokage-sama, we want to sign. Before she could be cut off, she continued. We know how to get him to allow us. Fine. They signed, one by one. Anko. Hana. Kurenai. Yugao. It was done. Kurenai stepped forward. Naruto Uzumaki shouted with a Jinjutsu amplified voice, it gained his attention. We have signed the contract. Hana spoke with the aid of the Jinjutsu. We each challenge you. We the mistresses of Konoha challenge you. They continued, pure skill against skill. Sensei's vs student, do you accept? They asked. When he didn't reply, they continued, are you afraid of us, Naruto? The doors swung open. Naruto had accepted their challenge. I fear Naruto's voice and fear nothing. They walked in. Chapter 25. Naruto vs Mistresses Round 2. So you challenge me, huh? Naruto asked me to accept. Well then, none of those abilities Kyuubi enhanced you with. Hana ordered, you've become like the uchiha, we want to see what you can do without it. Naruto didn't like the jab but had to agree. He had become very reliant on the gift. Okay, if you wager your titles. Naruto stated. What could you possibly want with our titles? Kurenai asked. Let's begin, Naruto, before they can prepare. The mistresses began to spread out around Naruto. Looks like we need to give you a hard and thorough lesson. Anko said as she licked her kunai. Naruto ran forward and clashed swords with Yugao. The Jounin and Chunin were locked in a power struggle. Clang. Izanami. What the hell was that? Kurenai asked, feeling something off. It was interrupted by Anko, who threw several kunai at the young ninja. Naruto kicked Yugao in the side before he jumped and rolled to the side. As Naruto stood, he began to deflect each one. Anko, however, was far from kunai. All those times you threw at me are paying off, sensei. Naruto mocked. As he continued to deflect, his ninja senses kicked in. He noticed that Hana's chakra was right behind him. Naruto turned and aimed his elemental sword straight toward her. A thin but strong stream of fire made its way toward her. Hana barely had time to duck, slightly singeing her hair. I need some space, he thought. He jumped back and threw a kunai with an explosive tag. Kunoichi saw his act and smirked a bit on the inside. We just need to keep pushing him, they thought. Hana threw a smoke grenade. They knew it wouldn't block his chakra senses, but it would distract him. Striking shadow snakes. A single snake wrapped itself around Naruto's legs, binding him. It was Naruto's turn to smirk, but he didn't hide it. Whoa, snake. The snake tensed up before releasing Naruto. It turned to a new target, Anko. It wrapped around her before she or anyone knew what was happening. Wait, what the hell? Anko exclaimed, you can control my snakes. No. Naruto answered as he raised his sword and prepared to strike Anko. It just knows better, all snakes know better. As Naruto drew his sword, his body froze in place. It took him 1 second to realize what happened. A paralysis, he thought. It took him another second to break it. In those 2 seconds, Kurenai was able to draw a kunai and throw it. It pierced through Naruto's wrist, forcing him to drop the kusanagi. Even with his pain tolerance, it hurt. It still wasn't enough, he thought as he jumped back while drawing the elemental sword. He needed more space. He couldn't keep track of them all, even with his senses. The Kunoichi knew this, so they continued to press the attack. Hana first threw a punch Naruto couldn't block. Now open Yugao grabbed his hand holding the weapon and twisted it over her shoulder, forcing him to release. With more pressure, she flipped him over her shoulder and painfully into the ground. He attempted to stand, but they didn't give him a moment's rest. They delivered blow after blow to the dizzy blonde. Enough of this, he thought. Flower petal escape. Naruto scattered into a swarm of black flower petals. Had the Kunoichi been watching, they would have noticed his sword scatter into petals as well. Damn it. Anko shouted in frustration, this is getting us nowhere. What should we do? Hana asked, she got torture advice from Anko. Her question went unanswered by both Yugao and Kurenai. When the two Kunoichi realized they were being stared at, they focused. Something on your mind? Anko asked. I was just thinking of how well he used his escape. Kurenai answered, I couldn't follow him. I'm also impressed at how he stood his own with his kenjutsu. Yugao admitted, I was going all out. Anko could only look at the two Kunoichi in disbelief. She couldn't believe that they were commenting on his skills at a time like this. Even if he did put fear into my snakes. She thought to herself. I know that look. Hana stated as she watched Anko, you're feeling pride in your student. Well. Anko trailed off before admitting the scared snake was a nice touch. Tell me. Hana begged, what's it like? It's one of the greatest feelings in the world. Anko answered without thinking, knowing that you helped in making someone become better. She continued. Few things rival it. She would have continued had Kurenai not jabbed her in the sides. When she looked to see the reason why, she saw a very depressed Kunoichi. Hana was crouched over making circles in the ground. The storm cloud over her head raged with her depression. Didn't know anyone could be that emo but the uchiha. Must be nice, Hana mumbled, being able to appreciate what you taught. The three Kunoichi could only stare in awkward silence. Damn, Naruto cursed, they're tougher than I thought. He could only chuckle at it, he had underestimated them. At best they're each high chunin, but in their own specialty they're high jounin. He needed a strategy. What can I do, best? No. Separate them and pick them off one by one? Maybe. That'd help. Maybe the Raymond monster? No. Use flirting as a distraction? Hell no. Piss them off till they go berserk? No. I could. Wait, go back to that last one. Pissing them off? Yeah, do you have anything that could piss off 4 women? A dark smile crept onto Naruto's face. Perfect place for Cliffinger. But I won't. Women. I strongly apologize for what happens next. The Kunoichi were preparing for a Naruto counterattack. Well, what do we have here? Naruto asked a Waffle House of bitches. He stated, so who's going to put on the maid outfit and serve me? The women could only stare in belief. He did not just. Oh, I believe I did. Naruto stated. You really suck, Naruto. Hana growled. No, you 4 do. Very well, I might add. Naruto corrected it. And by the way, you 4 acted even better. The Kunoichi turned red with both anger and embarrassment. It's true, they admitted. Hana had had enough and charged Naruto, the blonde was prepared. Naruto reached behind his back and waited as Hana drew closer. The Kunoichi was prepared for a kunai or something like that. What Naruto drew made her stop 2 feet away. A rolled up newspaper. Raising it high, he brought it down on her head. Bad dog. The blow itself didn't hurt her, just her pride. The shock and disbelief was enough to stun the 4 Kunoichi, the audience and the readers. Thankfully Naruto wasn't done. Shooting his leg out, he knocked Hana to the ground. Sit. He delivered a powerful kick into Hana's side, knocking her over. Roll over. He raised his swords high over his head. Play dead. He brought it down. Hana fell over lifeless. Naruto, you bastard. Kurenai was the first to snap out of the shock. Right into a feminine rage. Like a bull seeing red, she charged. Naruto gave a weak chuckle. What's wrong, sensei? He asked mockingly. I thought you said Jinjutsu specialists shouldn't charge into a fight. Don't you mock me. She shouted. Although Kurenai was a Jounin level shinobi, her taijutsu wasn't. She delivered a sloppy punch but missed, throwing herself off balance. You must have some real lance in your pants, he spoke into her ear as she tried again. Let me help. Smack. Naruto delivered a smack to her bottom that was so fierce it caused another pause. Firm with a little give. Naruto spoke. Just the way I like it. Pervert. Anko shouted as she struck him. After he recovered he went on the defensive. Anko was the opposite in taijutsu, so Naruto had to stay on the defensive. You of all people are calling me a pervert? Naruto asked defensively. Your name is on the bathroom wall right under for a good time. He gave her a look of disgust. That's definitely the pot calling the kettle black. Shut up, she shouted, taking another swing. It's not my fault the village is filled with simple-minded bigots. Why are you still a shinobi? Naruto asked. What? Anko asked in confusion. They were in the middle of a battle and he had questions. To protect the village. Naruto ran forward and swung at her. The special Jounin just sidestepped and impaled a kunai in Naruto's shoulder. The kunai with an explosive tag on it. You bit the explosion cut him off. I enjoyed that far more than I should have. Anko stated, only for her jaw to drop as Naruto walked out of the flames. Is that it? Naruto asked in disbelief. The things people have been saying about you are true. He sighed with mock disappointment that Iruka made you soft. What? She asked, shocked me. Soft. Impossible. I mean seriously, Naruto continued as if she hadn't spoken. The old Anko would have shoved that kunai where the sun doesn't shine. It's true. I'm the same Anko as always. She snapped. Really, all I see is a copy. He spat. The real Anko taught me how to do near suicidal stuff. A shit-eating smile split across his face. Stuff like this. Naruto ran forward and ripped open his shirt to reveal a vest. A vest covered in high-powered explosive tags. Naruto muttered only one word before they went off. Izanagi. Anko barely made it away, but still took damage. She only had one thought. How can he afford to keep getting those? I'm so disappointed in you. Naruto spoke behind her. Iruka must have got you good. He realized he hit the nail on the head when she flinched. Is that it? Did he convince you to act civilized so people will accept you? I trust Iruka. She growled. And I trusted you, look at us now. He chuckled. Those people out there. He gestured outside the arena toward Konoha. They think you're as much a monster as me. Shut up. She cried in rage. What do you know about it? She stopped when she saw his really face. Never mind. Oh, before I forget. Naruto smirked. Bitch goes boom. Anko looked down to see an exploding tag on her chest. How do you afford? Boom. It's over. Naruto stated. Yes, it is. A voice spoke in his ear. Demonic illusion. Tree binding death. Naruto couldn't move, he was caught in another Jinjutsu. Hold him right there, Kurenai. Yugao ordered. The Kunoichi drew her sword and charged. Her vertical slash hit its mark with Naruto. Usually an attack like this would put one in critical conditions, but it wasn't enough for Naruto. Izanagi. He wasn't done. Invert. Yugao knew this technique and its uses from experience. Yugao knew Naruto expected her to strike in his direction like so many before. She would however go in the opposite direction. It was that thought that Naruto was waiting for. Yugao's sword didn't pierce Naruto, it pierced Kurenai. Why Yugao? The Jinjutsu mistress stuttered before falling limp. And then there was one. Naruto stated. How? That's the true power of the invert. Naruto stated, it actually uses your years of experience to trigger your reflexes of attacking. He pointed to himself in most cases. But I didn't attack you. Yugao stated. No, you didn't. Naruto agreed. You attacked what you thought was me. He smiled lazily. You can't expect my usual brand of crazy, I like to keep people on their toes. But the cry of rage. Yugao stood and rushed Naruto. She no longer had a style in her movements, just wild slicing. You told me one has to keep calm in a fight. The blade pierced his chest and he went up in smoke or you lose the fight. He whispered in her ear. Deception slice. And the last Kunoichi fell. Clang. Naruto and Yugao were in a power struggle. Naruto kicked the sword-wielding lady in the stomach. It was enough to make her double over and backpedal. Infinite darkness technique. Wait, what the hell? Anko shouted. I thought I died. We all did. Yugao stated. And you will again. Naruto answered, but how? He asked 8 points. He spoke for them to hear: larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidney, heart. He asked, which will I go for? The Kunoichi all went on guard at the sound of Naruto's voice. They took a back-to-back diamond position. Where did you learn this? Kurenai asked. This was a specialty of the second Hokage. I slug home as both the fifth Hokage and a senju. Naruto answered. She allowed me to learn it. Kurenai formed a hand sign. Hi. Nothing. Is that it? Naruto asked. I'm actually disappointed. What are you talking about? I guess Konoha's top Kunoichi are all talk. What? Anko exclaimed in outrage. We are Konohas. So help me if you say elites. Here which echoed all around. I will make Iruka think he's a little girl. Han. Can he actually do that? Hana asked. Kurenai gave a grim nod. Then again I shouldn't be surprised. He sighed again. We can't let him win. Anko exclaimed. Our titles are on the line. Actually, just Kurenai and Yuga. Naruto corrected the rest of you dead weight. He gave them all a once over. In fact, none of you truly deserve your titles. You're all just second best. What? Kurenai growled. Where is he? Hana, he spoke. You are just inheriting a title from your mom. She fell, her lungs began to fill with blood. Anko, the titles you have aren't the kind I want connected to my hymes. She fell, her jugular was sliced. Yugao, you will always be considered second to hate. She fell, her heart was pierced, the fastest death. Kurenai, well Kakashi has ninjutsu, Guy has Tai, Hate has Ken, Jiraiya even has Fuin. She fell, her spine had been cut. Unfortunately she wasn't dead. Naruto appeared, he had been behind them in camouflage. What's there really left? He asked as he pierced her skull. Clang. Naruto and Yugao were in a power struggle. Why do we keep coming back? Kurenai asked, breaking her composure. Naruto and Yugao broke apart. You of the Ice Queens should be the one telling, not asking. Naruto chastised. I can't keep this up. He thought. I'm running low without my fear. He was barely holding his composure. Just need to push them a little more. Ninjutsu? She snapped. Yep. Naruto answered. Well, you've seen me use Izanagi to escape my fate. Izanami decides it. He explained. As much as I hate to admit it, it's an uchiha technique. An uchiha? Kurenai growled in contempt. Naruto noticed the disdain in her voice. What's that about? That's right. Naruto snapped his finger in realization of Itachi Uchiha, the master of Genjutsu. Shut up. Kurenai spat. The true master of Genjutsu. He laughed, and with Orochimaru as the snake master, you all really are second bananas. That sent them over the edge. Both Anko and Kurenai charged in a blind fury with Hana and Yugao following behind. I forgive you. Naruto spoke, stopping the Kunoichi on a dime. It's over. Reality around Naruto and the four Kunoichi appeared as it once was. What are you getting at? Anko asked now that they were back in the academy. It's as I said, it's over. Naruto said I brought you to the peak of your rage, didn't I? They all gave a tense nod in agreement. Now there's not a damn thing any of you can do. Kunoichi realized he was right. He had played with them, brought out their fears and shames. He had toyed with them. Just like a man. Kurenai muttered. What? Naruto asked, confused. You're just like every man. She continued. You toyed with our emotions and then just left us with the wreckage. You four were no different. Naruto started coldly, making them flinch. The only difference is none of you can touch me. What was the point of all this? Yugao. I proved you weren't on the pedestal you thought you stood on. He explained. Now without your titles you'll just fade into the history of our world. No way. Hana muttered. The women had had all of the torment building up. Now it would explode. You bastard. Kurenai yelled while drawing a kunai. Do you see the pedigree of these women? She asked, pointing to her friends. A swarm of angry Kurenai clones formed around Naruto. Each one held a kunai and dashed forward to attack. As they came closer, Naruto focused on pinpointing the real one. They struck. Naruto let the first couple simply move right through him. They were harmless clones. Then came the original, the one with the most chakra. Naruto raised his kusanagi and deflected the weapon. The Genjutsu mistress could only glare. Before a smirk appeared. Searing pain raked through Naruto. He looked to his chest to see a sword extending just inches from his heart. We've gone against S-rank ninja, on missions thought suicidal, and we've come out on top. Yugao screamed in his ear as she twisted the blade. 2 more points of pain appeared just under his thighs, forcing him to his knees. There were 2 kunai sticking out. He looked toward the one who threw them, Anko. It's hard enough being a shinobi. She started drawing more. A devastating blow to his cheek that cut his skin. Hana was using the gifts he had given her. You should try it as a woman. She gave him a second blow to his other cheek. We don't even have our own titles, they continued. Just a distraction from the men. We have to be better. More than everyone expects, Hana continued, and damn it, we are. You took the easy way, just like the Uchihas. Yugao spat. We have to work ourselves while you made a deal with a demon. Naruto Uzumaki. Kurenai spat. What the fuck are you afraid of? She would end this now and show the world. Demonic illusion. Hell viewing technique. This would be a perfect place for Cleffinger. Naruto felt like kicking himself. He was caught in a D rank jutsu. Sure, it was overpowered with enough to make it a low S rank. Still not enough for me, just a quick twist of his chest and he broke it before it could go into effect, but still it hurts. Not every part of him is pain resistant enough to have a sword shift inside. I don't have enough chakra to continue this fight without my eyes. He thought bitterly. He looked around. Yugao still had her sword in him. Hana was ready to strike him again. Kurenai was preparing another illusion. Anko was drawing more kunai. Where does she put those? They all stopped. Well, look at what we have here. A pained voice spoke. It was the mistress's boyfriends and the uchiha. Where's Pinky and Blonde? Naruto asked as if he didn't have a sword in his chest. Who cares? Sasuke asked with his trademark arrogant smirk. Now this couldn't be good. Here I am, low on chakra and away from my swords, I'm practically defenseless. Yeah, right. One question, Naruto stated as he painfully reached into his kunai pouch. Do you feel lucky? He kept his hand there. Well, do you? Do you? Sasuke asked, his Sharingan blazing. The strong arm placed itself on his shoulder and he felt the chakra flow from him. When I looked up I saw my fox Heim looking down at me. Behind her were his other Heims, Taiya and Tsunade. Naruto didn't get a chance to utter a single word before something unexpected happened. Kyuubi, his Heim, slapped him. What was all Naruto was able to get out before she did it again. Is this what you've become? She asked in disdain. You're as bad as the Uchihas with their wretched Sharingan. Naruto didn't know what to say, he felt as if an old pain was resurfacing. It was one thing to hear it from the mistresses, but to hear it from one of his Heims. It was unbearable. I'm sorry, Hai, she slapped him before he could finish. No, I'm sorry, she spoke, for thinking you could handle this much power. No, it's my fault. Tsunade sighed. I've been too lenient on him. She stated as Hokage, it's my duty to keep all of my shinobi in line. We all have been lenient on the shithead. Taiya stated. What are you? He couldn't bring himself to finish. You obviously can't be trusted with this power. Kyuubi stated. Or connections to power. Tsunade continued. Or a way to get any fucking power. Taiya joined. What are you all saying? Naruto asked in a trembling voice. Naruto, I'm taking back your fox glare. Kyuubi stated. Samui agreed, I'm cutting your political marriage. Tsunade stated. In other words, we're fucking dumping you. Taiya stated. I'm sorry. Naruto stated near tears. I'll be good. The women just turned their backs on him and walked away. The pain Naruto felt was all too familiar. Heims, please. Naruto begged, don't leave me. Hey look, he's all sad. He heard someone say. Well, the dope deserved it and more. An arrogant voice chuckled. No need to let an opportune moment go to waste. He hears the sound of knuckle cracking and kunai drawing. He barely noticed a flare in someone's chakra. So this is how it is, huh? He spoke bitterly. A life without any of my Heims. Big Whoop Asuma growled, you lost your girlfriends. Life will continue, Naruto. Haruka spoke, just without them. A life without any Heim. He repeated. Naruto then proceeded to do the strangest thing yet. He smiled. It wasn't a true happy smile, or even a sad one. It was the smile he used to show off when he spouted he would become Hokage. Old Naruto's smile showed how hurt he was. He spoke. I would rather die. He opened his mouth wide. Extended his tongue. And bit with enough force to break bone. This is a perfect place for a cliffhanger. So I will. Not. The Jinjutsu broke easily. No one would know if it was from either pain, shock to the Kunoichi, or even just will. He would rather die than live without his Heims, many thought in awe. Naruto-kun, the Heims thought lovingly. He never went that far for us. Others thought of jealousy. Like all of his wounds, even the near-fatal ones, he healed. A part of him wondered how he'd live without his Heims if that hadn't been a Jinjutsu. I have had enough of this. Naruto stated in a cold tone. The air suddenly became thin and cold. Not surprising with the amount of fear and killer intent Naruto was unleashing. He began walking toward them. Pray, Anko began to whimper. There's nothing we can do. Hana thought. He can kill us at any moment. They all realized. Is this how far apart we've become? Just how strong is he? He walked right past them. I have no use for Kunoichi, so weak. He spat that they can't even defend themselves. They lost. They lost the fight. They lost their titles. They lost their pride. Chapter 26. Vacation. The third Hokage was in a bad mood. Why? Instead of telling, he'd rather I show you. Naruto Tsunade called the boy for the 17th time. Please say something. He had been sitting in front of the Ichiraku's raiment stand for nearly an hour. All of his home were standing behind him worried, except Samui, who has yet to come back. He hadn't even touched his ramen, not a single noodle. Heims. He called as if she hadn't been trying to get his attention. Do you think I abused my power? He asked her my relationship with any of you. The women went quiet at the question. Why the hell would you think that? Taya asked. It's his second biggest fear. Kyuubi is stated to be like an uchiha. What's his second? Samui asked only for Naruto to answer. To be alone. He spoke in a dead tone without any of my hymes. That's fucking it. Taya snapped. I can't take this bitching and moaning. Do something random. Tsunade. Do something that's fucking insane. Taya. Spread fear. Kyuubi. Eat your ramen. Am snapped. He just sat there. Naruto's funk had been going on for nearly a week. It put his hymes in a funk of their own, which put Naruto even deeper. You get where I'm going with this, right? There's only one solution here. The fifth Hokage thought. I see, that's not cool. Samui stated after being informed on Naruto, but what do you wish for me to do, Hokage-sama? Drop the formalities. Tsunade spoke warmly and Naruto wanted us to see each other as equals. That's cool. I will explain when the guest of honor appears. You called Fo Samui Haim. Naruto called in a drastically happier voice and Chunin gave her a bear hug. I've missed you too. She laughed as she returned the hug. I hear you've been in a funk. Yeah. He said as he started to return to it. Well, we're going to fix that. Tsunade quickly stated. Before she could finish, the door opened to reveal the rest of Team 7. You wish to see us, Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked as if Naruto wasn't there. Yes, I have some important knowledge. She stated. Naruto. Oh Kami, this is it. He groaned. You're leaving me, aren't you? Nar. Who's it for? He asked Jiraiya. No. She screamed. Is it Sasuke? He asked in fear. If it is, I'm burning this tower to the ground with us in it. Naruto. We'll be together in hell. He started drawing his elemental sword. Baka. Tsunade screamed as she punched him in the head. I'm not going anywhere, Team 7 is. She stated. You're being given a 2-week-long paid vacation. She stated in a tone that broke no argument. All of Team 7. Even the back Sakura was silenced by Kakashi. What's the catch? He asked. You must make sure he comes back happy. She stated, pointing to Naruto. If he does, you will be paid S rank, if not D rank. Kakashi was sure there was something more to the vacation. He was sure if he went on it he would regret it. But come on. He mentally countered. Paid. Deal. Tsunade turned her eyes to Naruto. I am ordering you as your Hokage. She glared at Naruto to come back happy. Her eyes softened. But I'm begging at your home to come back happy. Why am I here again, Tsunade? We have much to plan. Team 7 and Naruto, hint hint, were waiting at the pier several villages away. They were waiting for a cruise ship that would take them to a tourist village. Are you the people here for the cruise? The captain asked and received a nod. I thought there were 4 of you. What do you? Where's Naruto? The shinobi looked around, but they couldn't see him. It was as if he had vanished. All that was left was a letter that said. Going for a walk. Sir. The captain called. The ship leaves in 20 minutes, with or without you. Don't worry, Kakashi stated with determination. It'll be with us. But Sensei Sasuke asked, how are we going to find the dope? As if by divine intervention the Uchiha received an answer. In the form of unholy screams of people in the process of a stampede. The single man latched onto Kakashi. The horror, the horror. He screamed the PG-13 horror. Follow the fear. The Jounin ordered. The stampede was forming around a single shop. The ramen shop. Naruto was currently following Samui to Kumo. How, you ask? If he's with Team 7. Simple, he's the real, while that one is a blood clone. It's still a part of him with Team 7. Naruto, when we get to, I want to introduce you to my friends. Samui stated happily. It'll be so cool for you to meet them. Naruto saw how happy she was and wasn't able to suppress a smile of his own. Well. If she's happy, I'm happy. We all know what a happy Naruto is like. Naruto. Kakashi yelled in outrage. Where are? What did you do? He took a calming breath before asking, why did you kill that guy? There laying on the ground was a man, obviously dead. He had numerous stabbing wounds and he was missing his hands. Beside him was Naruto, standing innocently. I didn't do this. Naruto stated. Then explain what happened. He ordered. Well, I came to get something to eat. Go on. Then this guy walked in. And? So I stabbed him 37 times. Baka. Sakura snapped. That kills people. But I hit none of the vital spots. Naruto defended. It could have been his ass, he still would be dead. Oh, wow. Naruto stated as if it were shocking information. Where are his hands? Sakura asked. What? His hands, why are they missing? I tossed them into my ramen and ate them. That's ick. I was hungry and when you crave hands. He trailed off. Why on earth would you do that? My tummy was making the rumblies. Naruto stated darkly that only hands could satisfy. Kakashi was cut off by the sound of a whistle. A ship whistle. Now pulling off. No, not without us. Kakashi cried, I don't want to be late this time. The Jounin grabbed the children and ran full speed. In seconds he was at the pier. Only to see the ship had set sail. Looks like we missed them. Naruto stated. Not on my watch. Kakashi stated. He grabbed each of them and threw them far into the ocean. He then ran himself. It took him a few minutes to realize only Naruto was following him on the sea's surface. Kakashi, did you teach them water walking? No, he did not. Naruto and Samui had reached Kumo in record time. They had entered and now he was meeting her friends. Naruto, this is my brother Atsui. She motioned to a male lookalike my teammates Kari and Amoy and Sensei Killer Bee. She motioned to 3 darkies and my friend Yujito Nai. I'm black, so I can say darkies. It's nice to meet you all. Naruto greeted me. The Kumo shinobi were in the process of getting along with Naruto. All except Yujito, she stayed away as if she were having a massive headache. Why? Because she's the host of the two-tailed cat. Hitten, you must jump him. No Nibi. She mentally screamed for the 3rd time. Besides, he's already taken. In an open relationship. Nibi countered. In a harem, he's obviously a pervert. He's obviously doing something right if he can keep 4 women. Yujito couldn't keep her face from turning deep red. Damn it Nibi, you show. Hello Naruto, extending his hand. Nice to meet you. Oh, hi. Yujito stuttered I. Yujito, something's wrong. The two-tailed host went on guard when her tenant used her actual name. What's wrong? She asked as Nibi explained. You're a host. Yujito shouted. Not a former host. Naruto stated confused, how did your one too? The 2 tails to be specific. Yujito stated before pointing to Killer Bee, and he's the 8 tails. Now that they found a common ground the two began a conversation. It turns out they had a lot in common, the only difference was the degrees. It turned out all the hate she dealt with paled in comparison to Naruto's. Yet he can still push on. She thought in admiration. Do you see? Nibi yelled, he's a real man. And you're a woman. Put what you have together and… Nibi? What, we both need this. No, you need this. Yujito corrected. You're damn right I do. Nibi snapped, I haven't been late in over 20 years. Now we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Nai. Too late. I'm making the choice. Yujito was feeling something she hadn't felt in a long time. So long that it took her a minute to realize what was happening. Her tailed beast was trying to get control. No, not trying. She did. Nibi, how could you? Sorry kitten, but I need this. Now sit back and watch mama get her freak on. The Nibi-possessed body walked toward Naruto in a sexy manner. She latched her arms around his neck and twisted her body around. She made sure to grind her bottom onto his crotch. Everyone's jaw fell at the sight. Oh Naruto-kun, she purred, I just love a big piece of meat, she stated as she pressed her bottom further onto his. Yeah. And unlike some girls, I always want more. She leaned her face in, know what I'm saying? Oh I think I do. Naruto started with an all too familiar smile. We made it. Kakashi exclaimed. He had to run back, make a clone, then catch up with the ship again. It would have been easier if Naruto had helped or even sent a clone to help. No, Chunin decided to leave them. His excuse was I'm going for a walk. Now he was sunbathing on the ship surrounded by beautiful women. Well we're here now. Kakashi thought joyously. Now all we need to do is sit back and relax. AHHH. That's not fair. I'm back. Naruto screamed. He was breathing very heavily and his shirt was torn. Under his left arm was a pig and on his right was a half-grown cow. What he returned to was a Nibi-possessed Yujito tied to a chair. Amoy was in the process of sliding bacon sausages onto an overly large plate. Dropping the animals, he ran to them. He grabbed handfuls of the food and started placing them into her mouth. Quickly Amoy, bring more bacon. He ordered quickly, I say, before she craves human flesh. What kind of idiot is he? Atsui asked. One returning to his old self. Samui started with a warm smile, one that Naruto returned. At least get me some salmon. Nibi spoke through a mouthful. Nibi? What, I'm hungry. Nibi tried to defend. Besides, he's only playing hard to get. Baka. Sakura screamed, what was that for? I don't know what you're talking about. Naruto stated innocently. You sunk an entire cruise ship. Sasuke growled. It was true, right behind them was the cruise ship. It was cut in half and the part still afloat was on fire. Now it was a sea of lifeboats. Are you sure that was me? Naruto asked if I would remember something like that. You stabbed the captain in the face. That sounds dangerous. Naruto stated. You started headbutting people off the side of the ship. You even made out with the ice sculpture. It looked like one of my hymns. He tried to defend. Why? They asked as one in outrage. I don't need to explain myself. Naruto stated I'm going for a walk. And he did, in the middle of the ocean. Well, let's enjoy the moment without him. Sasuke stated. Sensei Sakura spoke, gaining the others' attention. What are we standing in? He looked down and noticed for the first time that the lifeboat was red and sticky. A strawberry milkshake. He lied. It's too red for. It's melted gumdrops. He lied even harder. No. Some of them. He thought of a lie. The truth. Sasuke ordered. Fine, it's the couple across from our room. Naruto stated as he seemed to fade in. Why? Was all that was asked. They were eating all of the ramen. Naruto answered blankly. Where are the other lifeboats? Sasuke asked upon seeing the empty sea. All eyes turned to Naruto. What? He asked too innocently. The lifeboats? Where? Kakashi growled. While looking at the moon and sun. Naruto stated scientifically at the bottom of the ocean. He grinned evilly and I cut lots of holes in them. You're just worse than usual. Sakura screamed. SHH, do you hear that? Naruto asked. It's the sound of forgiveness. That's the sound of people drowning dope. Sasuke stated. That's what forgiveness sounds like. Naruto started screaming and then went silent. So Samui Hime, Naruto asked, is there a ramen shop around here? Yes, but not as good as Ichiraku. She answered. As they arrived they ran into her team and sensei again. Apparently there was a contest and there was a commotion they were called to solve. I'm telling you your license is being revoked. Kara yelled. Why? The owner asked. Because you keep trying to sell everyone that same bowl of ramen. She answered. It's gone bad. There's no such thing as bad ramen. Naruto started making himself known. Where is it? Go get the ramen. The owner ordered his assistant. Here you are, sir. The assistant returned with a bird cage. There in the cage was a bowl of the strangest ramen known to man. Its broth was a thick lime green that would pop with bubbles. The noodle itself was swollen and black that squirmed around. Why is it in a cage? The owner asked. It growled at me. As if it was being talked about, the ramen growled. The action caused the civilians to run and hide. The shinobi all drew their weapons and formed seals. Cowards, let's see how bad you are. Naruto stated as he opened the cage and grabbed the ramen. Whoa there ramen, whoa. It continued to hiss and bark. When I say whoa, I mean whoa. The ramen went silent. Good boy. Grabbing a pair of chopsticks, he took the first bite. He sat in silence. Well? The crowd asked expectantly. How is it? I taste death. He answered before foaming at the mouth. A moment later he was being rushed to a hospital. Samui-chan, he weakly called. Yes, Naruto-kun. She asked through teary eyes. Wrap you up T-hat ramen. He said I'm not done with it. Naruto had been in the hospital for nearly half a day. Apparently the ramen was so bad, it got past his immune system. He was fine now, but the doctors wanted to be sure. Now he had to wait until the doctors dismissed him. Naruto-kun, a voice purred. Nibi. Yujito shouted in protest. He's healing. Exactly. Nibi agreed. Now he can't fight back. What? I'm a cat, I like to toy with my prey. You need to stop this. There ain't no brakes on this train. Wah. No brakes. Yes, Yujito-chan. Naruto asked, can I help you? No, she answered, but maybe I can help you. Well, if you don't mind, he began. Could you hand me the bedpan? After sweat dropping she did so. A minute later he was finished staring at Yujito. Is there something you want? Inoichi crawled into his bed and straddled his hips. She leaned over and whispered. I want you to send me somewhere I've never been. She smirked. Know what I'm saying? He responded by wrapping his arms around her. Oh, I think I do. He answered. Naruto had done exactly as he was asked and sent Yujito Nibi to a place she had never been. I just hope she doesn't mind me leaving her there. He thought to himself. Now he was wandering around searching for his home. Hey you. A voice called toward Naruto. Yes. Naruto answered. Are you talking about Naruto Samui? Yes. Here, from Killer Bee. He started handing Naruto a letter. Yo, your favorite 8 Tails hopes you get this mail. I'm hosting a music competition that describes me, Killer Bee. Be there or be a fool, you fool. Well, I don't want to be a fool. Naruto stated before following the directions in the letter. It turned out that it was musical combat. 2 fighters went into the ring and used their ninjutsu or genjutsu while fighting. The nin and gen were used as special effects for the audience. From what he could tell, the opponent went undefeated the last 4 rounds. Do we have any volunteers for the next round? An announcer asked. Naruto entered the ring. I'll give it a shot. His opponent just started laughing at him. You think you're red dye for my rhymes? His face began to flash red for the audience. He tried to give Naruto a roundhouse kick to the face, but was avoided. You'll soon be as green as envious limes. Lime green. He gave what would have been a fierce combo, but was also dodged. Fierce. I see you're not a yellow fellow. Piss yellow. He tried to use the colors to blind Naruto, but only missed. But I don't want to make blue, so get a clue sky blue. He was angry now, he charged wildly. And purple the pluck before your played. Purple. He was tired. Or I'll arrange your rainbow on your parade. Orange added as the colors began to rotate. Hold still so I can murder you. He panted, now abandoning the rhymes. Now it was Naruto's turn. Grabbing a pair of shades he began. Now it was time for the winner to be decided. That would be won by Killer Bee. The eight-tailed host walked into the ring. With tears in eyes, he offered his own shades too. Naruto. The audience went wild cheering for the blind. Nibi was no longer amused. Ironically enough, Yujito was. When Nibi had asked for Naruto to send her to a place she had never been. He did so literally. He had sent her to the bottom of a lake. No more games. Ahahaha. I'm going to get what I want. Ahahaha. And keep it in a jar. Haha. What? No breaks. She had found them being Team Samui, Killer Bee, and her target Naruto. Oh Naruto-kun, she growled walking toward the blonde. I want your penis. She snapped. Oh I think I can't interpret that. Atsui started laughing. Or is there? Naruto stated more than asking. Where would once used to stand a proud village, there was only ruin. Everywhere you turned there was fire and endless destruction. In the center of it stood our favorite blonde and least favorite team. Naruto. A familiar voice screeched, we're supposed to be on vacation. I don't know about you, Naruto stated as he grinned wildly, but I'm having a wonderful time. You toppled this village's entire government. Kakashi stated in disbelief. The people have spoken. Naruto stated, vive la resistance. You pushed the resistance leader off a giant cliff. Kakashi shot. He was a traitor and scoundrel. He was stopping you from pushing other people off the same cliff. Before Naruto could reply, he let out a burp. A burp and a shoe. A burp and a shoe with a foot still in it. Did you eat somebody? Sakura asked in fear. Don't answer that. Kakashi ordered. We're leaving. Naruto gave a deep intake of breath before speaking. I should warn you that I filled our bags with flesh. Giving a deep sigh, Kakashi asked what kind. Human meat of course. As if it could be anything less. I'm not even surprised anymore. Kakashi stated. I think I've been issued a challenge. Naruto stated, well I'll just have to try harder. Please don't. Sakura weakly begged. Nibi was confused. The other times, in some twisted way, she could understand the outcome with Naruto. She wanted meat, she got it. She wanted to go somewhere she'd never been. And wasn't going back. She wanted his penis. Now she was at a loss. In front of her was Naruto, wearing a human-sized fish. Not an outfit, but a fish he's caught in the sea. He had gutted it and climbed inside. Wait, Naruto shouted, this doesn't make any sense. Sex, Baka. Nibi shouted, I want sex. I know. Naruto stated, but Yujito doesn't. The entire area went silent. What do you mean? Nibi asked as he explained. Naruto had felt a shift in the chakra when Nibi took over and knew what was happening. He would have said something but trusted in Yujito's faith in Nibi. She did not take this well. Fuck you, fuck your cock and fuck Kyuubi. She shouted, giving control back to Yujito. I'm going back to my cage to masturbate. So you had no intention of sleeping with me? She asked almost sulkily. Not unless my hymes are okay with it. Naruto honestly answered. I'm cool with it and the others wanted you to. Samui stated. What? Nibi heard and took control. Hold still. She ordered her way to him. It's not your first time so I won't be gentle. She continued, relax while I grabbed hold of you. Assets. Do I need an adult? I am an adult. No one in Kumo slept. This is why the third Hokage wasn't happy. He had to deal with the foolishness from Naruto. Not the real one, the clone. He had ended the 2-week-long vacation in just 2 days. Sinking a cruise ship. So what if they were all missing Nin? Destroying an entire village. So what if the villagers were planning a coup? He had to punish Naruto for. Where is Tsunade? He asked. She should be the one dealing with this. I gave her the day off. Naruto answered. He was cut off. Before you speak, Naruto began seriously. You should know I'm not the real Naruto. Then where is he? The third asked nervously. He's in Kumo raising hell. Tell him to pick up some Kumo brand tobacco for my pipe. With a nod of his head he drew his swords. Piercing one through his heart and the other in his stomach. He gave a bloody smile before going up in a violet light. Say what you want. The third spoke to himself, but he knows how to die in style. It was time for the real Naruto to leave. He was in the process of finishing his goodbyes to his new friends. Now all he had to do was peacefully leave. Ah damn. Ooze I say bitch. An arrogant voice screeched. Do you think I'm playing? Some civilians from the Kumo Council were in the process of harassing Yujiro. Leave her alone. Naruto ordered. The civilian looked at Naruto. Who the hell are you? He asked. Naruto-kun, Yujiro happily called. If you don't release her. Naruto said as he released his killer intent, you'll find out. Drawing his swords, you think I'm playing? Now list. When you're bathing, he said, I'll be there. What the he? When you're reading, he continued, I'll be there. How I? When you're sleeping, he finishes. I'll be there. Naruto Samui whispered happily now that he was returning to his old self. Grabbing the civilian by the neck, he raised him high. Do you think I'm playing? No. He answered. Good. Konoha Shinobi. And nearby Anbu Khaled released the councilman. Naruto didn't like the smile he was seeing on the councilman's face. It was the look of someone who thought they were getting away free. Not if I have anything to say about it, Naruto thought. Hostages. He shouted, putting his sword to the councilman's neck. Samui had been happy that Naruto was returning to his old self. Now he was pushing it. It seemed that he was trying to make up for lost time. In doing so, he had taken not only a councilman hostage, but her team and a squad of Anbu. He was even able to empty an entire building and use it as a fort. No one was able to, or they'd end up as hostages. Now the Raikage was involved. It was insane, just like the man she loved. What are your demands? Raikage asked. I want a bowl of ramen that won't try to kill me. Naruto answered immediately. More visitations from Samui Haim. He paused. I'll see what I can do. The Raikage stated. Every 5 minutes I have to wait for Naruto to call to warn someone about getting stabbed in the ass. He's bluffing. Someone screamed in the back. Stab. He's not bluffing. The same person screamed. Enough of this, B. The Raikage shouted, get in there and bring that idiot out. All you could hear was a small scuffle. A loud wee. And a gigantic crash. No, Naruto begged, you can't send me to jail, my butt can't take the abuse. Another loud crash. B-sensei. Silence. Oh no. Naruto shouted, I think I killed him. A moment of silence, they heard no witnesses. 5 minutes later there was only absolute silence before. Samui, the Raikage, can't you control your husband? No. He's too happy. With a sigh, Raikage rolled up his sleeves and made his way to the building. The village hidden in the leaves were watching, a sight to behold. Naruto was tied up and being dragged through the streets of Konoha by the Raikage. Unfortunately, said Kage forgot to gag Naruto. Unhand me. Naruto shouted, I am the master of fear, the lord of despair. Here and cower before me and witness terror. Hi Naruto-sensei. The Konohamaru greeted, not the least bit surprised at the sight. Hi K-core. Naruto greeted, do me a favor and told my Himes I'm taking them on a date tonight. Naruto spoke to them. On it. They started as they ran off. Now where was I? Naruto asked. Our in terror. Samui answered for him. Thanks Haim. Naruto stated, scream Hasana of anguish to Naruto Uzumaki, the all-terrible god of fear. Naruto? The third asked. Before Naruto could speak he said, don't care, where's my tobacco? Right here. He handed it over before returning to his rant, worship me fools, worship me. He screamed at the Raikage and Konoha civilians. And in exchange for him not setting foot inside Kumagakure again, the Raikage said, we wish to open a full alliance with Konoha. Deal. Tsunade stated, let's seal it over sake. Does this mean Samui Haim can visit more? Naruto asked from inside his cage. Yes. Can I come out of the cage now? Naruto asked. No. The cages answered simultaneously. Can you come in then, Slug Haim? Oh, go ahead. The Raikage shouted, I know you want to. Grabbing the sake bottle, she climbed inside. Chapter 27. While away. Now I'm sure none of you were wondering what was happening while Naruto was away. Well, you are now. I intend to pique your interest on the topic. This chapter is centered around 4 specifics. The former mistresses of the Leaf were in a funk. They were the most discussed topic in the gossip world. They were once some of the most respected and feared kunoichi in the Leaf. Now they had lost their title and the respect with it. Well, some of us. Anko thought bitterly. She got to keep her title as mistress simply because it was a waste. It also affected them on a personal level. Kurenai couldn't teach her team properly. Hinata would constantly attack her, both verbally and physically. It's amazing what anger can do for that girl. Kurenai thought. Yugao had lost face in public, but it wasn't totally bad. As a member of Anbu she was constantly concealed in the shadows. Anko had become a laughingstock. Everyone had heard the comment from Naruto on her going soft. Now she had to take it out on her victims in interrogation. That ended in quite a few deaths, which is the same as sloppy work. Hana was in trouble with her mom. Anyone who's ever been in trouble with their mom knows that nothing else needs to be said. Another piss drop in their sour lemonade was Naruto. The boy who had made them lose control and then defeated them. There was a bit of humor in that. The old saying of the student surpassing the master rang loudly. While they were upset at their loss of face, it wasn't all. They had done the exact same thing to Naruto as when they first met him. They hurt him out of their own foolishness and showed what he was. The boy just afraid to be alone again. They thought. Now he was in a funk as well. He was questioning his relationship with his new homes. All because we couldn't let him win, Kurenai thought. Enough. Anko shouted, slamming her sake bottle onto the ground next to the other 17. What are you talking about, Anko? Yugao asked. We've been in this pity party too long. Anko said, we've done nothing but drink sake and eat dango for the last few days. That was all you? Hana corrected, you wouldn't share either of them. Not the point. She yelled as she attempted to stand up. Sure, we've lost our titles and respect. She paused. We still have our skills, our looks and our uterus. With her words said, the kunoichi passed out. Silence. I agree with Anko. Kurenai spoke up as a smirk grew on her face. Naruto may have won, but we have a title even he can't take from us. What? Hana asked. The Ice Queens of Konoha. Yugao exclaimed in understanding. Are we not kunoichi of the Hidden Leaf Village? Kurenai asked. Yes. They answered. Are we not some of the most sought after women? Kurenai asked. Yes. They answered more enthusiastically. Are we not carriers of the almighty uterus? Yes. They screamed. Then let's show this village who we are. By paying the bill your drunk friend built up. A voice spoke up. Kunoichi looked toward the source of the voice. It was the bartender and owner of the establishment. In his hand was a bill, a large bill, their bill. Oppressive man. Kurenai shouted as she kicked him in the ball. Grabbing their passed out friend, they made a break for it. But not before giving a final shout of almighty uterus. A day later and a day sober. They had a plan. They would give their men the honor of taking them out. They were not having simple dates either. No, they were going to paint the village red. Who cares if they had a hard day? Who cares if they had to work in the morning? Who cares if they had to go on a S-rank mission? They would not be denied. They would go out and be treated to a lovely evening. Sexy outfit. They listed. Check. Lovely evening planned. They listed. Check. Men. They listed. Close enough. So. Asuma rustled for a topic. How was your day? Could have been better. Kurenai grunted. How's your team do? Kurenai cut him off. Don't want to talk about work. Well, what do you want to talk about? Asuma tried. Just order your food. Kurenai ordered. I'm not hungry. He mumbled, he had actually eaten before he was kidnapped, surprised for his date. Order something. Kurenai snapped. At least she's treating. He thought right. Anko and Iruka were in a bar that they frequented. Iruka to restock his supplier, Anko to drink. Surprisingly, it was never together, just separate. Hello, Iruka-san, the owner called, not noticing Anko here for a monthly restock already. He asked, not waiting for an answer. I've got your 200 bottles ready. This caught Anko by surprise. 200 bottles. She thought. No, not today. Iruka answered sheepishly, I'm here on a date. This time he did notice Anko, and he was pissed. Hey, you still owe me money for all the sake you had. He shouted. Who, me? Anko asked innocently. Yes, you. Couldn't be. Anko exclaimed. Then who? He asked. You. Anko accused, pointing at Iruka. Who, me? He asked. Yes, you. Not. Enough, the owner shouted, someone's paying the bill now. All eyes turned to Iruka. Who? He was cut off by a slap from the owner. Hey, we'll pay off the debt. A new voice spoke for a favor. The three turned to a group of men. They were eyeing Anko with obvious intent. She turned to Iruka expectantly. Well what? He asked. Aren't you going to be a man? She asked only to see his confused look. They're just words, Anko. Iruka spoke as if she were a kid. Besides, I thought you didn't care what others thought of you. I don't. She admitted to herself, but it's the principle of the matter. Anko grudgingly sat and thought if Naruto were here. She quickly cut that train of thought. We'll be man enough for you. The man spoke again, if you catch my drift. Enough. Anko growled. Grabbing Iruka by his collar, she threw him into the group of men defending my honor. She demanded. They all stared expectantly at Iruka. And stared. And stared. And stared. And blinked. Followed by more staring. Fine. Anko screamed, I'll be the man. She looked at everyone there. I'll be man enough for all of you. Anko, I don't like where this is going. Iruka stopped when he saw her weaving signs. Trouser snake jutsu. Everyone stopped what they were doing. You're all my bitches now. Kurenai was furious and Asuma was scared. What's wrong? Asuma asked again. It was supposed to be my night. She mentally raged. And he ruins it. I treated you to a nice dinner. She stated. I ordered a steak, what do you do? She asked too calmly. Let it go to waste. Well, you were treating. He defended. Turning around, she slapped him. The blow had more force than Asuma had expected, it knocked him to the ground. That's right. She screamed. I order steak, then you order steak. She slapped him again. You don't go rogue and order lobster. But why you know how I am with steak? He choked out. She grabbed him by the collar of his suit and pulled him up. If I'm paying for steak then I better be getting some. She snapped before letting him go. Okay. Drop your pants. Asuma wasn't sure he heard her right. What? Drop. Your. Pants. Yugao and Hate were having an easier time. They went to a nice place for dinner and sake. They had a wonderful display of entertainment while eating. They were even having a nice stroll through the park. But to Yugao, something was missing. Hate had noticed that Yugao had seemed a little distant. He had wanted her to have a nice night out even if he was forced into it. Well, I know a surefire way to get her to smile. He thought triumphantly. I have something, for you. He announced, pulling out a scroll. He unsealed a brand new sword. It was forged with her name carved into it. She took one glance at it. It's beautiful, she stated distantly. Wow, he thought if her tone was any colder I'd need a jacket. Let's head back to my place. She started out of nowhere. Good idea. He quickly agreed. Asuma just laid there. After last night, he felt so used. It wasn't like all the other times where he was enjoying himself. Kurenai pretty much worked him over. It felt like she was the man and he was a bitch. Now they were just laying there. You were terrible. Kurenai stated. She left the bed and began preparing for the day. Anko took another puff of the cigarette she had stolen. She looked around at her work. No one in the bar had escaped her lust. Some tried, none got very far. Some fought back only to be poisoned. They weren't given the antidote until they submitted. She looked over to Iruka who was silent. Well, Iruka, she began to have fun. She was met with silence. Not in a talkative mood, huh? She asked. Well, I'm not surprised. I have to go see the girls. You should try screaming less. She stated distractedly, it makes it less awkward. Whimper. Hayate had to admit he was disappointed. It felt as if the night before had been mechanical. As his thoughts continued down their path he felt a shift in the blankets. Yugao was up and leaving. Yugao, he said, why wouldn't you, look at me? She didn't answer. Where are you, going? He asked. I have a meeting with the girls. She answered. Well, can't you be a, little late? He asked. We, never talk. She paused long enough to glance at him. Feel free to raid the fridge but be gone by noon. She stated. Ouch, he thought, pained. As she made her way to the door he made one last attempt. Yugao. He called to stop her. I love you. She closed the door. Well, Hana stated as she looked at her friends, how were your dates? A disappointment. They answered. And yours? I didn't go on one. Hana admitted, she stayed home and ate ice cream. No one wanted anything to do with me. She looked at her friends. Well, dish. So the ice queens did. Wow, I even thought that was cold. Anko stated to Yugao. Yeah, well. You're going to jail. She retorted. So are you, Kurenai. He wanted it. The former Jinjutsu mistress stated even if he didn't know it. A moment of silence. So what do we do? Yugao asked. We dump them and find someone else. Anko stated. They'd all just be a downgrade from. Don't say it. Kurenai ordered. They sat in a tense silence that wasn't broken until someone yelled. The wreckage is dragging Naruto back. The village hidden in the leaves were watching a sight to behold. Naruto was tied up and being dragged through the streets of Konoha by the wreckage. Unfortunately, said Cage forgot to gag Naruto. Unhand me. Naruto shouted. I am the master of fear, the lord of despair. Hear and cower before me and witness terror. Hi Naruto-sensei. The Konohamaru greeted, not the least bit surprised at the sight. Hi K-core. Naruto greeted. Do me a favor and told my Himes I'm taking them on a date tonight. Naruto spoke to them. On it. They started as they ran off. Now where was I? Naruto asked. Witness terror. Samui answered for him. Thanks, Haim. Naruto stated. Scream Hisana of anguish to Naruto Uzumaki, the all-terrible god of fear. Naruto? The third asked. Before Naruto could speak he said, don't care, where's my tobacco? Right here. He handed it over before returning to his rant. Worship me, fools, worship me. He screamed at the wreckage and Konoha civilians. It wasn't until a few hours later that they left the Hokage's office. Apparently Naruto had caused an alliance between the two villages. After the agreement was struck, Naruto and Tsunade went at it. They didn't even stop when the Raikage asked to be let out of the office. At this the former mistresses laughed. They laughed so hard that tears fell. Soon the laughing stopped, but the tears didn't. They were outright crying. I remember when Neri-chan and I had sex at the most awkward moments. Anko stated. He satisfied me. I remember when Neri-chan was willing to treat me lovingly and still give me space. Kurenai stated. I remember when Neri-chan would always make me laugh. Yugao stated. I remember when he made me feel loved. Hana stated. They sat in a silence of true understanding. So it's agreed. Kurenai stated. We get off Naruto's shit list. Anko started. And back onto his Heim list. Hana finished. Agreed. But will he take us back? Anko asked in a rare moment of worry. I think you all know the answer. A new but familiar voice stated. They turned to see. Chapter 28. Confrontations. The current Heims Teiya, Kyuubi and Samui. What the hell are you all doing here? Anko asked. And what do you mean we know the answer? Kurenai joined. The former Heims glared at the current ones. Well, we were on a walk to meet Naruto for our date when we overheard you four. Samui answered. We just want to warn you bitches. Teiya said stay the hell away from our Naruto. Anko stepped forward with a confident smirk. Hey, if you don't want us being near him, that means you're worried our chances of getting him are pretty high. She knew how this game worked. Too many women were suspicious if she were around their men for more than 5 seconds. Wrong. Kyuubi stated we're worried that if you somehow worm yourselves into his heart, you'll just break it again. We won't. Hana whispered we just want him to love us again. There was pain in her voice, a pain that all four of them shared. It only grew whenever they saw the new homes on Naruto's arm. 2 of the greatest pains known to both man and woman. Built in heartbreak. The pain that could only be healed with 2 things. Forgiveness and love. Well, don't get your hopes up. Kyuubi stated I know Naruto is forgiving, but getting something like that is near impossible. Well, we'll just have to see about that. Hana growled. Watch where you growl bitch. Teiya ordered. How dare she? Hana thought. Only Naruto-kun can call me that. For in Inuzuka, the term was taken differently than other women. Well, he intends to call you that and more. Samui spoke. Maybe you should all head back to your boyfriends. Kyuubi stated. We don't want them. Kurenai stated. We only want one. Yugao stated. You will not get near him. Samui stated. Who's going to stop us? Anko asked. Samui drew her sword while Teiya drew her flute. The former mistresses drew their weapons as well. Naruto will be ours. Hana snapped. What? The former mistresses turned to see their now ex-boyfriends. Asuma, Hayate and Iruka. When a man finds out their woman loves another man, there are 3 reactions. Self-doubt, what did I do wrong? Betrayal, how could she? The most common, however, is the strongest. Rage, I'll kill him. That reaction was going in full swing for the male trio. And they all had the same target. Naruto. The shudder went down our favorite blonde's spine. What was that? Tsunade asked as they sat in the restaurant. I think I pissed someone off. Naruto answered. What, but you've just been sitting there? Tsunade cried. We haven't even ordered our dinner. Where are the other Heims? Naruto asked. Tsunade shrugged. Naruto decided to search for their chakra signatures. To do so, he needed to spread out his range and feel for them. First he felt Tsunade Heim. The customers in the restaurant. The citizens are going about their day. Asuma, Hayate and Iruka moved toward him in anger. More civilly. What? He felt the male trio's chakra constantly go off. An obvious sign of anger that in the killer intent. Naruto Uzumaki. They screamed. I haven't even done anything. He spoke to himself. They entered the restaurant like savages. Their weapons were drawn and their killer intent flowed out like a river. What is going on? The Hokage demanded. Their precious boy toy has stolen our girlfriends. Asuma spoke again. How in the? Tsunade was at a loss. You know what, no. Snapping her hands, the Anbu guards were out. They had surrounded the men and were ready to strike. She turned her attention to Naruto. Or at least where he was supposed to be. The Heims and the mistresses were at a standstill. Kurenai and Teiya. Yugao and Samui. Hana and Kyuubi. Anko and. Naruto was standing between the Anbu and the intruding men. And he was angry. His rage had caused the bit that was being directed toward him to fail. They felt as if they were having a physical weight adding pressure onto them. It was enough to force all 3 of them to their knees. When they finally raised their heads, they saw Naruto swing his elemental sword. Chakra-laced wind. Not the kind that cut everything to shreds. It was more pressure. They were blown outside of the door onto their backs. Naruto made his way out to them. The Anbu decided to stay back until the Hokage ordered differently. What is going on? Naruto asked them, why are my Heims fighting against your girlfriends? That's what we want to know. Hate screamed. Well, we are going to go find out. Naruto stated, well, come on, or do I have to drag you? I can't feel my legs. Haruka moaned in agony. Bragging it is. Naruto. Tsunade called. I'm assuming our date is cancelled. Naruto nodded in reply. Well, I'm grabbing some sake and heading back to the office. The women had been squaring off since the men had come and gone. They had been flaring their chakra, trying to intimidate the opposite group. Now they were going to strike. They each took a step forward. They had expected a lot of things. The jutsu. The war cry. The bitch slap. Even a kunai. What they didn't expect was for Naruto's Kusanagi blade to come crashing down between them. The blade was imbued with so much force that instead of sinking into the ground, it caused a quake. If that wasn't enough, Naruto wasn't wielding it. But he was close. Here it comes. Taiya stated. We've experienced it before. Yugao thought. This aggressive aura. Kurenai trembled. This fighting spirit. Hana admired. This demonic aura. Anko relished. This hate. They all feared. They had felt Naruto's fear power many times. But even now, they were rarely on the receiving end. For the Heims, it was like being in a pair of strong and protective arms. For the Ice Queens, it was like having the cold steel of a blade to their necks. Naruto. All 7 women spoke. Ice Queens. Naruto stated, what are you doing here? The Ice Queen looked at one another. This was their chance to tell how they felt and beg for forgiveness. Well, Naruto. Kun. Kurenai spoke hesitantly, gaining a raised eyebrow. She motioned to her friends, we're having a serious discussion and we were hoping. We want you to take us back. Anko stated. Naruto looked at the women he once called sensei and lovers. He looked at his Heims to see if it was some kind of joke. One look said the situation was real. They expected shouts of protest. Anger. Disbelief. They had even prayed for forgiveness. What they got was laughter. Not mocking laughter or even his usual madness. It was a laugh as if he had been told a funny joke. What's so funny? Hana asked. He paused long enough to look at their faces. Wait, you're serious? They nodded. He didn't know whether to laugh or curse. Of all the things you could have said. Naruto muttered this was the least expected. You know it's true. Hana stated you can tell when someone lies to you. Are we lying? Yugao asked. Naruto paused to feel for them. He did not like the answer he found in them. They're telling the truth. Now he only felt like cursing. Now he laughed a familiar laugh. One of coldness. Well, Heims. He spoke mockingly. If you want my love, then get on your knees and crawl to me. They were proud Kunoichi. They were proud women. Usually if any man had said something like that to them, there would be a fight. But these proud Kunoichi were desperate. They wanted nothing more than to get back on Naruto's good side. Even if it caused them public humiliation, they'd do what he asked. So they tossed their pride to the side and dropped to their knees. They made their way toward Naruto, keeping their heads down and eyes averted. When they finally reached him, they looked up. What they saw didn't make them happy. Naruto wasn't wearing a smile of any kind. Instead, he had a frown of complete disappointment. Wah. Slap. Both the Ice Queens and the Heims were shocked by his action. Naruto wasn't one for hitting women, even with a broken heart. He usually only did so in combat. Even when the Ice Queens had broken up with him, he had never attacked him until the contract. Now he delivered a blow to each of them that knocked them to the ground. When everyone had a grasp of themselves, he was gone. Naruto was jumping around the village as he tried to clear his head. He hadn't felt this confused in a while. On one hand, the Ice Queens were telling him the truth. They wanted him to forgive them. They had even submitted to utter humiliation. It was too confusing. The worst part was he couldn't even drink his problems away. It was a situation that was too crazy for him to drive mad. Not physically real so that he could stab it. Or even trustworthy enough to show love. What was a guy to do? Well, for Naruto, there was only one thing to do. Go to his little piece of heaven. Bet you all forgot about the foxes again. Naruto was finally relaxed. He was in his little den with his foxes. His own home away from home. He was with his first family. Hey guys. He says to them. PRRR. And girls. He hastily added. It seemed his family had been growing in his absence. There were more foxes crowding around him. He couldn't be happier, it was the same as having a larger family. He couldn't help but fall asleep. Then he felt it, the disturbance. Someone else was coming toward him. The shocker was that it wasn't his Heims or the Ice Queens. Naruto. A male voice called. Who has the balls to come here? Naruto shouted. It was Shikamaru arriving in a nervous fashion. Before you do anything. He said I have a seal from your girlfriend, the Hokage. It must be important. Naruto realized. He became confused when Shikamaru pulled out a small sheet of paper. He began speaking in a rehearsed manner. Naruto, what is your favorite thing to do? To spread my love to my hime. Naruto answered without hesitation. And driving people insane. Shikamaru stated. Just try to fucking stop me. Even through hunting people down like an animal? He asked. Second verse is the same as the first. Naruto stated, now put me on a plane so I can put them in a hearse. It's too troublesome to ask what you just said. Shikamaru stated, here's the mission. Naruto took one look at it. The mission. Retrieve Sasuke Uchiha. Dead or alive. Chapter 29. The hunt. Do you understand the mission, Naruto-kun? Tsunade asked. Yes. He answered happily. He was on a mission to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha. If that couldn't be done, then execute him. All he had to do was keep minimal damage to the body and return it. The most important part being the eyes and manhood. So, who's on the mission? He asked. Shikamaru, who did you choose and where are they? Tsunade asked. The team already left. Shikamaru answered before giving a yawn. What? Why aren't you with them? Naruto and Tsunade screamed. I fell asleep. Tsunade hime. Naruto spoke, never taking his eyes off Shikamaru. I'm going to go ahead and request command of this mission. Granted. Taking Taiya with me, bye. So shithead. Taiya spoke as they jumped through the forest. Why did you bring me? Since you're Orochimaru's former ninja, I thought you could give me some info on whoever we run into. Taiya had to admit it made sense, plus, I feel we don't spend enough time together. You think that about all of us? Taiya stated. Before Naruto could reply, he felt the first chakra signature. It was Choji and another signature, one that felt familiar. Well, I'll find out who it is when we arrive. As soon as they arrived they saw the results of the first battle. It was Choji and one of the Sound Four. While Choji looked to be on his last leg, the Sound Nin was breathing lightly. And in Curse 1. Naruto saw that Choji was about to eat a red pill. Must be some kind of soldier pill. He thought. It was when Naruto saw him hesitate that he knew something was wrong. It must be dangerous. He reasoned. Unlike most of the ninja, Choji started off nice to Naruto. He didn't need to think about what he would do next. Drawing his sword, he pushed out wind chakra. It hit the pill, destroying it without so much as scratching Choji. Choji looked at the destroyed pill in his hand. His determination was replaced by fear. Fear that fed Naruto. Naruto. Taiya said that's Jirobo, he's the weakest of the Sound Four, but also the strongest. Taiya then turned toward them. Can you distract him while I rescue Choji? He asked, receiving a nod. Hey, fatty of a fat bastard. She shouted. What? Choji and the Sound Nin screamed. Jirobo was the first to recover. Hello, traitor. He greeted me with I'll deal with you as soon as I'm done with this week. Crushing palm. The blow was strong enough to break the stone. It would have done much more had it not been blocked by Naruto. More specifically, the Kusanagi. If you hadn't been forcing chakra into your hand. Naruto spoke. This blade would have skewered it. Konoha trash. Jirobo growled. More of you just popped out of nowhere. He smirked. Well, that makes more to crush. That's right. Naruto stated calmly, you can be right because you're the biggest and strongest, right? That's right. Wrong. Jirobo of the Sound Four. Naruto whispered, I know what you're afraid of. As Naruto spoke, his form began to dissolve into mist. But the mist never had a chance to falter, it began to reform into a new figure. Tsunade. What the? The powerful blow silenced him. You're afraid that you aren't the strongest. Jirobo began to stand, now enraged but steady. Naruto may be able to change into a person, but he didn't become them. That meant no super strength. Never. Jirobo shouted as he returned the blow. I'll be the strongest. Really, but you rely on chakra and false strength. The mist returned. Not again. While others train themselves to be strong on their own. He spoke to continue fanning our youthful flames. Die. Enough of the useless genjutsu. Jirobo shouted, fight like a man. Fine, no reason to drag this out. Naruto stated himself. Yes, now I'll kill you and the traitor. He proclaimed. How is a dead man going to do that? Naruto asked. What? Jirobo asked, you think you can kill me? You're already dead. Naruto answered, just under a genjutsu that slows time. While drawing a kunai, Jirobo cut himself, breaking the genjutsu. Only to see a fatal cut on his body. He was dead before he could scream. Naruto, Choji and Taiya were running through the woods again. From what Choji told him, they were up against the remaining Sound Four. I sense Shino up ahead. Naruto stated. At his words Taiya started laughing. What's so funny? Choji asked. If he's up against who I think he is, you laugh too. She answered. They arrived. It was a fight between Shino and Kidomaru. Naruto starred. Hard. The area was full of webs and beetles. Inside one specific web was Shino. That's right, Shino was stuck in a hand and his beetle spread out around him in a defensive position. But he himself was trapped and nearly helpless. "How's it hanging?" Naruto asked. "I will kill you," Shino stated. Naruto opens his mouth. Only to close it. He repeated the action several times. "I can't think of anything else to say," Naruto admitted. There were hundreds, maybe thousands of spider jokes. Naruto couldn't think of a single one. Then he felt the spike in chakra. Drawing the Kusanagi, he began deflecting the weapons. They were ranged boomerang-type weapons. Because of their ability to change directions, they were hard to locate. Unless you were a sensor. Aiming the Kusanagi blade in the opposite direction, Naruto let it extend. It pierced through the tree forcing Kidomaru back, just barely missing him. Back into someone's chest. "You shouldn't try hiding from a sensor," Naruto stated. Kidomaru was no fool. Jumping back, he tried to make a run for it. He dashed the opposite way further into the forest. Looking sideways he saw Aya beside him. She drew her flute before she could get the first note out, he jumped. He angled through the tree with a skill worthy of a ninja. Only to see Naruto at the end of his path. "Can I cut you yet?" he asked. With a scream of rage, the sound nin lunged for Naruto. Using one of his fists, he threw a strong jab. Naruto was ready and grabbed his fist. With his grip on it, Kidomaru couldn't get free. "I won't go that easy," Kidomaru shouted. Naruto was about to continue his attack when he felt searing pain on his chest. Looking down he saw that he had been cut. Kidomaru had been holding a golden kunai-like weapon in his lower hand. Before he could go for a second attack, Naruto pushed him back. The sound nin landed on a lower branch a few feet away. Drawing his elemental sword he charged. The fire chakra he was putting off was out of control, it was turning whatever it met to ashes. Kidomaru jumped further back and began weaving seals. Multi-sticky gold spider webs. He unleashed a barrage of thick golden, spider-like webs. Naruto simply cut through them. Now he was in range. Raising the sword high, he brought it down on Kidomaru's head. The blow knocked him down through several branches before he caught himself. That should have split him in half. Naruto though. Looking at his sword, he was shocked at what he saw. It was sticky, gold-like spiderwebs. They somehow avoided being burned to nothing. They actually covered Naruto's sword, sealing the flames. "I see," Naruto mumbled. "Look out, shithead," Aya screamed. Naruto looked in her direction in time to see his arm. Well, not his arm, but the spiderweb on his arm. The one covering and holding a high-powered explosive tag to Naruto. "Damn," was all he could say before the tag went off. "I killed him." Kidomaru whispered, "I killed him." He began to cheer at the death of his enemy. Until he felt his entire body become cold. Especially around his kidney. "I'm not dead yet," Naruto screamed as he pushed the sword deeper, "but you are." "I could have won that fight," Shino stated. "No, you couldn't," Choji stated. "I'll have my hive infest the Akimichi food storage." "I'll be good," Choji whimpered. "If you want, you can have the next opponent," Naruto offered. Good. The squad arrived in time to see Seiken and Yukin nearly finish Kiba. The only thing that stopped him were the two swords Naruto threw at them. It forced them away but didn't hit them. Shino stepped forward. "You're still alive?" Seiken asked. "I thought Kidomaru would have finished you off." "I guess he got distracted." Yukin paused, spinning the yarn. The brothers broke down into a fit of laughter. "What is the biggest ant in the world?" Seiken asked. "What? The elephant." "Ha ha ha ha." Shino began walking forward. "Why did the kid throw the butter out the window?" "Why?" "He wanted to see butterflies." "Ha ha ha ha." Shino began weaving hand signs. "Why did the bee go to the drive?" "Why?" "She had hives." "Ha ha ha ha." Shino whispered the name of his attack. "What kind of bee makes milk?" "What?" "Bees." "Ahaha, oh my god." Life-draining swarm. As the name describes, a swarm of Shino's insects attacked. They clustered as one looking like a tsunami. Seiken and Yukin couldn't stop laughing. The swarm seemed to consume them into the mass. When the jutsu ended, the bugs returned to their master. All that was left of Seiken and Yukin were dried up husks. Dude, Naruto said that was unnecessarily brutal. Hot. He pointed to the Naruto kettle. The Abiram pointed to himself. "Have to agree with their shithead," Aya stated. Choji agreed as he ate the chips. "Naruto," Aya said, "if we're up against who I think we are next, we may be in trouble." "Why's that?" Naruto asked. "Kamimuro. The bone guy. Naruto asked me to beat him before." "Not at full health." Aya stated together the sound 4 couldn't do it. "Why do you think he would be at full health?" Aya looked away. This caused Naruto to stop, the rest followed suit. "Orochimaru gave me an offer." She said bring the uchiha or die by the rejuvenated Kimimaro. She looked Naruto in the eyes. I chose to stay with you. I believe you. He answered. But how strong can he be? Naruto asked. The tree near his head shattered into pieces. Hello trash. The Kagaya greeted. Naruto looked toward the rejuvenated Kagaya. Naruto could feel the chakra coming off him. It was on a different scale than before. He's using the curse mark at level 1 and yet he's stronger than Gaara, Naruto thought. Where is Sasuke Uchiha? Naruto asked. That is of no concern to you. Time. Naruto spoke in a serious tone. Cloak yourself and the others in a genjutsu and hide. Hiba doesn't like that plan. Wait a minute, I can still. He was silenced by the tree near his head shattering. Hide you say, good plan. Naruto stood his ground in front of the group. He needed to wait until they were safe and hidden. Digital shrapnel. Kagaya fired 10 bullet-like bones from the tip of his finger. So that's what he's been using. Naruto thought. He knew what they could do when sick. He didn't want to find out what a healthy one could be. Let alone 10. Quick blade. Drawing the Kusanagi, Naruto was able to deflect all 10 of them. The force behind each bullet was tremendous. Good thing I chose Kusanagi. He eyed the sword. If I had used the elemental sword, it would have snapped. Naruto looked back toward Kimimaro and realized something. He had made his first mistake. He took his eyes off the enemy. The Kagaya was no longer on the branch. He was now in the air initiating his next attack. Bracken dance. From his chest a forest of sharp bones flew out. They rained down on the young blonde in tremendous numbers. Only one thing I can do. He reached into a pouch and pulled out a scroll. Dodge. From the scroll came a wave of kunai. Attached to the kunai were high-grade explosive tags. Each one connected with a bone pillar and activated. The explosions didn't destroy all of the bone pillars, but they destroyed enough. When the smoke cleared, Naruto was gone. Where is he? Kimimaro asked himself. Black flower petals began to reform into Naruto behind the Kagaya. He crossed the blades in front of Kagaya's neck. Nowhere to run. Naruto stated. Surrender. Never. Kimimaro answered calmly. Too calmly. The Kagaya suddenly sprouted dagger-like bones from every part of his body. It forced Naruto to release the sound ninja and backstep onto another branch. Kimimaro was already upon him, bone dagger drawn. Naruto barely had time to block the weapon with his own. They were now in a power struggle. His blows are heavy. Naruto realized. And he's only using the first level. The Kagaya added more pressure, breaking the struggle. It forced Naruto out of the branch toward the ground. Die trash. Kagaya screamed. Naruto drew his elemental sword and pumped chakra as he swung. Out came a torrent of water, knocking the Kagaya into a tree. Damn. Naruto growled. He made his second mistake. I didn't focus on the element. Ninja were adaptable creatures. But I can use this. Demonic illusion. Tree binding death. The tree seemed to come alive around the Kagaya as Naruto emerged from it. Didn't you learn? Kagaya asked. Another armor of bone emerged. However, unlike last time, Naruto stood his ground. I learned, you didn't. Naruto stated I'm a genjutsu master, I could be anywhere. I see. Kimimaro stated time to end this. The Kagaya's curse mark began to grow. It eventually consumed him as his chakra level grew. It was strong enough to break the genjutsu. His body then began to transform. His skin darkened into a gray along with his hair. 6 large bones began protruding from his back. Finally, a tail began protruding from his backside. Naruto began pumping fear, and a lot of it. I have a feeling I'll be needing it. He thought. They ran toward each other, their power rising. Obviously intending to end the fight as quickly as possible. Nothing ever goes as planned. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. The ball of fire flew between them. It was obviously not an attack meant to hurt either. Whoever did it wanted their attention. They turned toward the offender. Uchiha-sama. Kimimaro said, why are you here? You are supposed to be on your way to Orochimaru-sama. The Uchiha didn't answer immediately, he sent a glance to Naruto. When I was told that a maddening type of chakra was following me, I knew it was you. He spoke to Naruto. I couldn't resist this. Resist what? Naruto asked. That look in his eyes. Naruto thought. They were the look of a poisonous snake savoring the venom, killing the prey. Wait, did he say told? Oh, meet my escort. Sasuke spoke. The pair of arms nearly wrapped around Naruto. If it weren't from his quick reflexes, they might have gotten him. Naruto looked at the new mysterious enemy. There was a cloak and veil hiding the main details. All he could make out from the face were violet eyes showing through an opening. From the slim body, she was obviously female. She had a sword on her side and was in a ready stance. The harder he looked, he saw that they were the eyes of someone from the impure world resurrection technique. Whoever they used to be, they were skilled. Naruto thought. The enemy had been able to hide from Naruto's natural and chakra sensor abilities. "So you're Naruto?" the figure asked. "Yes, and you are?" Naruto asked back. "The person who's going to break you," she answered before vanishing and appearing behind him. Like a kickback bar. "What?" Naruto spun around and attempted the quick blade attack. I repeat attempted. She was able to grab his arm and steal his sword. I believe the snake humper would enjoy this back. She started throwing the sword to Kagaya. "What?" Naruto was surprised she had insulted Orochimaru like he would. Then she used an attack that shocked him. Quick blade. The blow was used with the flat side of the sword. It was still enough to knock him through a tree. He was at a loss. "What the hell is going on?" "Watch your mouth," she shouted. "What are you, my mother?" he asked. Naruto's statement seemed to have struck a nerve. The figure went completely still and laughed. The laugh of madness. "No." "No." She began to remove her veil showing her red hair. "No, no, 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 no. That's right, Naru-chan," she stated. "I'm your mama." She appeared behind him again. "And I'm going to give you a spanking." Cliff. Chapter 30. Mom. Naruto stared at the lady that had just claimed to be his deceased mother. There's no way. But there was, and Naruto knew it. She had been resurrected by Orochimaru. "Alright, let's do this," Naruto shouted. He formed a seal to the one ninjutsu he'd ever need. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The clones popped into existence, one after another. When they stopped, 20 Naruto clones stood ready for battle. The first wave of 5 jumped forward. Kushina simply dashed through them, lightly waving her sword. When she was done, everyone stopped. "What the?" "Give it a minute." Kushina spoke. Just as she said, the clone fell to pieces. Literally. Second wave. Naruto shouted, "You know what to do." This time it was 10 clones. They raised their swords. Shin no Ippo Stage 3. They were afraid and feared nothing. "That's powerful." Kushina stated, "I think I'll actually have to try this wave." The clones and Kushina began a massive barrage of swinging swords. It seemed that the clones would get an opening only for her to block. When Naruto thought they were in a deadlock, he thought he had the edge. He could send more clones in and turn the tide. That's what he thought until he heard it. Patty cake baker's man." She took down 5 clones. "Bake me a cake as fast as you can. And the other 5 go." Third wave. Naruto shouted to his last 5 clones. "Fuck you." They shouted before running the other way. "What?" In Konoha. Everyone's least favorite 9-tailed fox was enjoying a nap. That was until she felt something so familiar that she was startled awake. "Everything okay?" Tsunade asked. "I sense a presence," she stated as she strained for the answer, "one I haven't felt since. One from a past life of hers." It was that of her previous host. Kushina. "Come on, Naruto-kun." Kushina said, "Surely you can give your mother a better challenge than that." "Hey bitch, who the hell are you?" Taiya snapped, breaking the genjutsu. "You think it's fucking funny to make that claim?" She drew her flute ready to attack. Kushina smiled, freezing Taiya in place. "Let's go, Akamaru," Kiba ordered. The dog user drew a kunai and charged. If he had paid attention, he would have noticed his companion didn't. Kushina caught his hand. "Look at me, boy." Kushina stated, "Put your weapon away." "Doesn't stop me. Kunai doesn't hurt me. Look at me." Kiba had no choice, the fear was too much. "I am a pilot error, I am fetal distress, I am the random chromosome. I am complete and total madness. I am fear." She released him. "Then Naruto." Taiya started. "I think she's." "Don't say it, please." Naruto stated in a tone they were unfamiliar with. I know." He admitted, "She's my mom." "What did you say?" Tsunade asked in disbelief. "Kushina's back," Kyuubi stated. "But something's off. It seems she's not really alive." Tsunade understood. "Orochimaru, you bastard. You're the fastest." Tsunade stated, "Go after them, I'll inform the others." In a blur the demon was off. Naruto stared at the women before him. "You know, I've always wanted to know about you." Naruto stated, "If you had abandoned me or if you really were dead. Both I and your father loved you and still do." Kushina stated warmly, "Don't you ever doubt that." "Thank you." He had needed to hear that answer for years. "Naruto, you know that you need to stop me," she stated. "I can't." He had just gotten his mother, how could she ask him to do such a thing? "I just can't." Enough of the emotional discussion. Kimimaro stated, "You were given an order to ensure that the Uchiha made it to Orochimaru safely and that nothing stood in his way." Kushina stated, "I was also told to follow the Uchiha's orders." What were they again? "Slay the blonde nuisance." Sasuke states proudly. "So if you took the Uchiha and went to Orochimaru while I fought," she began, "then I wouldn't be breaking any orders." "Fine." Kagaya stated, "Let's go, Sasuke-sama." No, I won't leave until I see the dope dead. Sasuke shouted, now kill him. As you wish. Kushina spat. She charged forward with her own sword drawn. It was an exact copy of Naruto's fox sword, even down to the red blade. The speed was overwhelming. Naruto never even had the chance to put up a decent guard until it was too late. He would have been beheaded if it weren't for one thing. Kyuubi. In a blur of red, Kushina had been split in half by Kyuubi's red and demonic claws. They watched as her two halves fell from the trees to the ground. Mom. Naruto cried. Kyuubi, what did you do? There isn't much time for Naruto. The demon rushed. She'll heal in a matter of seconds, you have to ahhhh. The pair of glowing chains were wrapped around her. The pressure was too much for her to break free of. Even with all of her power, she was helpless to the chains. Naruto followed the chains to their wielder. The second Kushina. It seemed that she also knew the clone technique. Kushina was back up and studying the situation. She would have made the clone crush the demon until she felt something. Sasuke-sama. Kamimuro stated, we must leave. I said no. But Orochi. I don't care what you master ordered. Sasuke snapped, I'm not leaving until. He was silenced by a chop to the neck. No one disobeys Orochimaru-sama. Kamimuro stated, not even you. Grabbing the boy, they were off. Naruto was leaking a lot of killer intent to his mother. It was obvious that he was struggling with himself. Hide and re-kill the mother you always wanted. Or. Let one of the ones you love die. I sense a strong urge to kill me. Kushina stated, good, now just cut me down. She didn't give him a chance to respond. They were quickly stuck in a power struggle. Quick blade. The two unleashed an attack of speed nearly impossible to follow. Both were trying to get the upper hand of the other. Both were trying to hold themselves back so that they wouldn't hurt the other. But under that, if you stared hard enough, you would see a smile. Kushina, a smile of pride at her son. Naruto, a smile of love. They broke apart, jumping back 5 feet. They began running around each other in a full circle at top speed. Fox glare. Naruto had hoped to catch her by surprise. It did, for a second. A second later and it was broken. The technique only worked on those with a weaker will. This Kunoichi did not have a weak will. What was that? She asked. The fox glare allows me to master Jinjutsu and collect fear. He answered, it was a gift given to me. He noticed her looking down and shuffling her feet. What? Kyuubi never gave me that ability. Kushina sulked. I did. Give you the ability. To manipulate. Fear. Said demon struggled to speak. Yeah. She admitted, but not the fox glare. Are you shitting me? Naruto exclaimed, we are in a bad woe. The mother grabbed Naruto by the hand and pulled him over her knee. She then began spanking him with the flat side of her sword. No cursing, sweet boys don't curse. She paused at a realization, I'm giving you your first spanking, yay. Naruto could only lay there and take it. Flower petal escape. He was gone in a breeze of black petals. In his place was a scroll. This scroll has been glued to your hand. It will now release a stream of kunai that will tear you apart. Have a nice day. That's not fair at all. P.S. We don't give a fuck. Dodge. The word was shouted throughout the entire forest. It's still not enough. A voice spoke behind him. Naruto spun around to give a diagonal slice to his mother. It was easily sidestepped. Damn, she's good. He mentally screamed. Need to try and read her movements. She began with a one-handed thrust. He was able to slightly sidestep it so that it missed his head. It did, however, cut a few strands of his hair. Next was a slide slash that nearly finished him. He was able to dodge again. Kushina then brought the sword down for a vertical slash. Naruto raised his own sword, stopping her. When their blades connected, he was able to send a strong bolt of electrical chakra through it. It broke her stance. There. He had a clear shot. He dashed forward. When he was in striking distance, it became inevitable. She couldn't block or dodge any of his attacks. Neither could he. The chakra chain shot out and tore through his shoulder. We have to hurry. Tsunade stated. We can't match your speed. Samui stated. Why are we here again? Kankuro asked. We have to save Naruto and the rest of the team. Temari answered. No, why are you and I here? Other than Gaara, we can't fight on that level. Temari had to admit he was right. I'm more concerned as to why his former Heims are with us. We are concerned. Kurenai answered. Plus if worse comes to worse, we may need a meat shield. Anko started eyeing Kankuro. Bed up Naruto. Kushina ordered coldly. Why is Naruto so sloppy? Kiba asked if I've seen him fight better than that. Shino answered he can't find the drive to cut down his own mother. Well, I'll just have to give him the drive. Kushina stated after overhearing the conversation. Hey bitch. Teiya screamed, get the hell away from my man. Thank you. Kushina cheered, you just gave me what I needed. What a. Chains appeared around her neck. The chains around Taiya and Kyuubi began to constrict. They could barely scream in pain as the chain crushed their throats. Himes. Naruto shouted. Get up Naruto, now. Kushina ordered or you Himes will be killed by my clone. She didn't want to do this. At best it'll last 5 minutes, maybe 10 for Kyuubi. Death by strangulation isn't pretty. She would have continued if she wasn't stopped by a force of wind. And fire. And lighting. And earth. And water. As the blows connected, Kushina had 2 thoughts. Pride, my little boy is so strong. Anger, that little shit actually tried to kill me, his mother. The elements tore at Kushina's false body. It carried her through, not one, but several trees. An attack like that would usually kill a person several times over. But for a dead person it was useless. As she laid there under the rubble, she heard a voice. A voice that sent chills down her fake spine. Listen up. Naruto said no one touches my Himes, no one. Tsunade was pushing the group to their limit. Inside their heads they shared a thought. Please let us be on time. Turn back. A voice ordered. The group looked to see a team of Narutos. What are you doing here? Tsunade asked with Cage's authority. Naruto wanted us to fight that crazy bitch. Clone 2 answered so we left him to deal with. Whatever she was. Tsunade didn't get to comment as a pressure of fear began to crush them. That's my boy. Kushina thought as she felt the pressure. After enough time under the rubble, she began digging her way out. She wanted to look at the boy, know the man that came from her. She wanted to see her pride and joy. She took a step forward. And felt the coldness of death stand behind her. He's here. Kushina thought he's here to take me back. She knew if she turned around she'd see it. The Shinigami, so she tried not to look. But knowing that it was there, it was truly maddening. Slowly, so slowly, she turned. And she saw it. Not the Shinigami. Not the man and not the boy. It was her son. She saw the essence of fear. And Naruto? Her son? Allow me. He began allow me to show you. He vanished and spoke behind her that which cannot be seen. She turned just in time to be decapitated. But it was all useless to the dead. As she felt the chill of fear go up her spine, she began to laugh. A laugh of madness few could ever make. Her son soon joined in with a mad laughter of his very own. That's it Naruto. She encouraged give in to madness, it makes the pain of the heart more bearable. Her hair began to rise and flow under the power of fear. It split into 9 tail-like bundles in the ominous aura. One move. Naruto stated. Fine. Kushina agreed. Aim for my skull, there's a seal on the inside. Understood. They could yell some random attack. They could use their most powerful jutsu. They could do a lot of things. But they wouldn't. It was going to be one attack each. Whatever they did, it would be from their own skills. Not the power of our technique. It was just them. And fear. The 2 walked forward. They met. And they walked past each other. The first person fell to the ground. It was Naruto. Kushina stood holding her sword covered in blood, his blood. It was a good fight, Naruto. She stated and I'm impressed, but you weren't strong enough yet. Haha. Naruto chuckled. Naruto opened his hand and out came a shattered seal. So you were a little faster than me huh? Just a little. He answered. I released some weights I forgot I had on. I bet you all did too. If it weren't for them I'd be dead. You, Taiya was it. Kushina said, could you play us a lullaby? Why yeah. She knew just what kind she needed to play. The Himes, mistresses and Sand siblings arrived at a strange sight. Naruto in a locked gaze with Kushina. Neither were moving, they were Jinjutsu. In the air was a sad melody. Play my high most it's only a fairy tale now. Naruto and Kushina were alone. No one from the outside world would disturb them. Could disturb them. The only proof that the real world existed was Taiya's melody. The light of the world would change colors to the smoothest tones one could imagine. The sun stood high in the cloudless sky. They walked through a field of grass and flowers. Little fox cubs played around without a care in the world. It was peaceful. It was perfect. Naruto was no longer the embodiment of fear. Here he was a healthy 6-year-old boy. Innocent to everything in the world. Kushina was no longer a puppet. She was a healthy mother. They made their way to a hill. On top was a swing set. The very one he used at the academy when he was alone. Mommy, can you push me? He asked with the innocence only a child could have. Yes, honey. She answered with the love only a mother could have. Lightly, she placed him onto the swing. His legs didn't even come close to reaching the bottom. She pushed him, slowly. Then she began to push him faster, higher. Naruto could finally feel it. Something he had only witnessed at a distance. The one thing he could truly say he envied from the others around him. It was the one thing he had ever wanted in his life. It wasn't fame. It was power. It wasn't fear. It was a mother's love. Kushina could finally feel it. She had never had the chance to do so before. She had died before she ever had the chance to experience it. Her son's love. They shared a laugh. Not one of madness or pain. It was a kind laugh. One filled with joy and love. It was the laugh of a family. They were happy. But it wasn't to last. I can make it last. Naruto thought defiantly. He could. In the Jinjutsu world, Naruto reigned supreme. Time was nothing to someone like Naruto. He could stop the essence of time altogether. They could spend eternity together. He could do anything. Make a world for them. In the Jinjutsu world, he was God. But he wasn't God. He was Naruto Uzumaki. He was just a man. The Aya's melody had stopped. But the Jinjutsu wasn't over. What do we do? Ahome asked. We wait. The calming lights had gone out. The perfect sky was now full of gray clouds that turned black. The fields of grass and flowers had withered up. Now there was only a barren land. The foxes no longer played carelessly. There were no foxes to play. There were only bones. On the hill was a single figure. Naruto Uzumaki. He was no longer an innocent little boy. There was no more love. No more happiness. Just bitter truth. The Jinjutsu world couldn't protect him anymore. In the end, it was only an illusion. Now he had to face reality. He was once again a broken man. The broken boy. The broken boy that wanted his mommy. Naruto did something he hadn't done since his heartbreak. He cried. It's done. Kyuubi stated. Let's get him home. Tsunade stated. As they walked, Taiya began to play another song. The tears stopped flowing from Naruto. Something close to a smile made its way to his face. When Naruto awoke, he would have to face reality once again. For now he's earned a little bit of peace. Even if it's just in a mirage. Chapter 31. Naruto laid in the hospital bed. After he was returned to Konoha, it's where he was taken. Around him were the only people he truly trusted. His Himes, Hiruzen, the Sand siblings and the K-Corps. The mistresses wanted to be there, but for obvious reasons they waited outside. What's wrong with him? Sum asked. Nothing. Tsunade answered. He had been checked over by Tsunade personally. There was nothing wrong with him physically. Kyuubi would have personally seen to that. Emotionally, not even she could fix a heart. It seems that he's focused on something. Kyuubi answered. Something in the Jinjutsu realm. Like what? Taiya asked. Whatever it is, it's taking a lot of the fear he has. She answered. Everyone knew he was planning something. Each one with a different opinion, but it all came to the same conclusion. Revenge. He'll wake up when the job is done. Gaara stated. Sasuke had made it to sound. After he was healed, he would begin his training under a Sannin. Soon he would be strong enough to avenge his clan. He would finally gain the power to kill his brother. And the dope while I'm at it. He smirked. Soon for now, it was time for some rest. He just laid down and relaxed. Until he noticed something. The shadow began to move and bend to a single point. They began to bulge and take the form of a person. No, this isn't a person. He thought. The only part he could make out was a pair of blue eyes. Hello, Sasuke. It spoke. The uchiha drew a kunai only for it to be slapped out of his hand. He felt himself fall to his knees as if a weight was on him. He couldn't move. Who are you? He asked. What are you? As soon as the question left his mouth, he regretted it. The room began to heat up, but he felt so cold on the inside. He looked at the shadow, even though he could see its face, he knew it was smiling at him. But its eyes, the eyes held nothing but hate. I am the thing that keeps you up at night, the evil that haunts every dark corner of your mind. It walked forward and placed a hand on Uchiha's head. I will never rest. And neither will you. As the entity finished speaking, he felt something. It was his chakra being disrupted. And then he woke up. He was in a cold sweat and couldn't help but to shiver. Are you okay, Sasuke-kun? A snake-like voice asked. It seems you were stuck in a latent Jinjutsu, an impressive one too. Am you dope, even getting a compliment from my new sensei? He mentally raged. At least it's over. He was relieved. Or is it? The shadow's voice echoed in his head. Sasuke-kun, I believe Orochimaru screamed in pain before falling over. Dead. Behind the deceased Sannin stood the source of his hate. Itachi. He screamed. Foolish little brother. He chastised. Did you think I'd actually allow you to surpass me? No, not now. He mentally begged. I'm not ready. And then he awoke. Is something wrong? A voice asked from his side. Turning, he saw one of the nurses Orochimaru pointed for him. Are you okay, Uchiha-sama? She asked. It seemed you were having a nightmare. Usually he would have said HN. Or brushed her off. But he felt he needed to get this one off his chest. Have you ever had a dream where you thought you woke up? He asked, but it turned out you were still dreaming. No, I don't believe I have. She answered as her head fell off onto his lap. But I believe you'll be having plenty of those. And then he awoke. Naruto finally opened his eyes. Naruto-kun. They all cheered, minus Gaara and Kankuro. We have company. He stated. An Anbu appeared on the scene. My apologies, Hokage-sama. He spoke respectfully. The council has requested an audience with you and Naruto. The shinobi or civilian side. Tsu asked. No one was surprised at his refusal to answer. Well, let's go. Naruto spoke as he tried getting up. No, you stay here and rest. Tsunade ordered. We both know I'm all healed. Only physically. She countered. I'll get better in time. He said, let me go cheer myself up. Council. So why was this meeting called? Tsu asked as she waited for the others. We believe Naruto should be punished for failing such an important mission. A fat civilian stated, preferably executed. And what about the others? Tsu asked. Some of our kids were on that mission. What about them? Haruno asked. Are they to be executed as well? Why would they be executed? Someone asked. They aren't. The doors opened. Let's get this over with. Tsunade stated. Hokage-sama. Someone spoke. Since the mission was a failure, we the council believe. Let me cut you off right there. Naruto stated. Who do you think you are? He never had the chance to finish. If this is some way for the civilians to punish the demon for his failure, then know this. Naruto stated calmly. I will follow you home and tie your family up. I will then rip out your intestines and then I will fuck them. Who do you think you are to threaten to rape our families? Someone asked enraged. It's not them I'll fuck. Naruto answered, but I'll make them watch. Also, Haruno. He said, if your daughter gives me any grief on this matter in the next 24 hours, I will slap the shit out of her. Naruto then left the room and closed the door. That's it? Someone asked. No killing intent or ocean of fear. For some reason that was scarier. I think he'll actually go through with his threats this time. Slap. Sakura-chan. The Haruno head cried. We could now find Naruto doing something we all could expect. Beating ramen. Naruto, are you okay? Am asked. Fine. He answered without looking. Why do you ask? You're not gulping the ramen down. She answered. It's true, Naruto was eating at a slow pace. He was actually still on his first bowl. Tell us what's wrong. Tucci said, you might feel better. Naruto did. He wasn't one for speaking his feelings to anyone but his Heims. But these people had been like family to him. And that's everything. Wow, just wow. Tucci stated. Oh Naruto. Am spoke, in tears. Wait, Naruto. Tucci said, what did you say her name was? Kushina. Naruto stated. She was a valued customer when she was here with Naruto. A voice spoke to his side. Get him the stress special. Hey alright, Kyuubi-san. A moment later Naruto was eating an entirely different bowl of ramen. Is this sake in here? He asked in disbelief. He was literally drinking liquor with his favorite meal. Oh, how jealous Anko would be if she were here. Yup. Tucci answered, your mother made me make that. He continued, she said if I didn't, I would feel her touch. Is that some kind sex or rape joke? Naruto asked. It's actually your mother's most powerful technique. Kyuubi answered, if she had used it during the fight, we'd be dead. What does it do? Naruto asked. It burns you with your own fear. Kyuubi answered. Then why didn't she use it? Personally, I think she was still fighting Orochimaru. I see. Naruto was touched by the answer. He began to scarf down the food at a familiar pace. In moments Tucci was making the sixth bowl. Hey, Naruto-kun shithead. His Heims called. That day, Tsunade became a loyal customer. Naruto was enjoying the small break he had been given. It gave him time to think, to plan. Now he was ready. Let's begin. Kyuubi. Naruto spoke in a tone that was all business. My mother was touched by your fear, right? Yes. She had a feeling she knew where this was going. Why do you ask? No reason. He stated before leaving. Hokage office. What can I do for you, Naruto-kun? Tsunade asked. I'd like to pay for a mission. He answered. What kind? She asked curiously. He tossed her a scroll with the details in it. As she read it, she couldn't help but look at him as if he were crazy. Then she remembered, he was. Naruto, this is suicidal. Tsunade ranted. It's probably the most idiotic thing I've ever seen, even from you. Is that a no? He simply asked. She couldn't turn down the mission without a good reason. Emotions aren't considered a good reason, so she needed to stay neutral. Naruto, this would be listed as a SS class mission. She stated, are you sure you could afford that? He could, he had taken many missions with and without his Heims. Unless he was spoiling them or buying ramen, the money just sat there. Well then. She began hesitantly. I approve, just make sure you put a decent team together. And is my Heim? Naruto asked. I'd rather you didn't. She admitted, but I understand. Everything's going well. He thought. Just one more thing to take care of. Why are you following me? Naruto asked as he turned his head around Anko. Never breaking stride, he looked to the roof. Yugao. Stretching his arm, he grabbed the air as if it were a blanket and pulled, revealing Kurenai. He finally stopped walking. My former Heims. It was Kurenai who made the first move. She stepped forward and revealed a sword. It was worn but well taken care of. When he saw it, he prepared to draw his own. He stopped when he saw her kneel on one knee. Anko stooped next to her holding a locket with a loving couple inside. Lastly, Yugao joined them while holding a tattered headband. Naruto, this sword belonged to my father. Kurenai spoke. This locket is the only thing I have of my parents. Anko spoke. This headband belonged to my old teammate. Yugao spoke. These are our most prized possessions. Kurenai spoke. The closest things we have to our most important people. We want you to have them. Yugao spoke, cutting her off to show you that you are the most important person to us. Naruto, we are begging you to take us back. Anko stated. We need you, we absolutely love you. Naruto looked at the proud Kunoichi before him. They truly wanted his forgiveness. The blonde couldn't help but think of all the times he begged for forgiveness. To a crime he had no control over. Being a host. But this is different. He thought. They knew exactly what they were doing. You once said you'd rather die than live without your Heims. Yugao stated. That's how we feel about you. If you don't take us back. Kurenai paused as she thought of a suitable statement. We'll slit our wrists. Anko shouted. Yeah. Kurenai agreed until her thoughts recollected. Wait, what? Is that so? He thought as an idea began to form. Flashback. Naruto, this is suicidal. Tsunade ranted. It's probably the most idiotic thing I've ever seen, even from you. Is that a no? He simply asked. She couldn't turn down the mission without a good reason. Emotions aren't considered a good reason, so she needed to stay neutral. Naruto, this would be listed as a SS class mission. She stated. Are you sure you could afford that? He could. He had taken many missions with and without his Heims. Unless he was spoiling them or buying raiment, the money just sat there. Well then. She began hesitantly. I approve, just make sure you put a decent team together. Flashback end. So you want a chance at forgiveness? Naruto asked. A chance for my love. What do you want us to do? Anko asked. I have a mission and I need a team. Naruto stated as he tossed them a scroll. Do you accept it? They took a moment to look at the scroll. Each word they read forced them to pale a little more. Mission. Infiltrate Sound Village. Retrieve Uchiha alive or dead. If dead, return with DNA. Are you crazy? Do you accept it? This is suicidal. Do you accept it? Isn't there another way? You accept. Yes. They answered as one. As he turned to leave, Kurenai asked. Will you forgive us after this? It'll be a good starting point. He answered. We leave at dawn. The shinobi were at the gates on time, just as they were instructed. As they prepared to leave, they were interrupted by those who understood nothing. The civilian council. Let me guess. Naruto said, you don't want this mission to go through. We don't care about that. One civilian stated. We just don't want you to drag down some of our best Kunoichi. So we're ordering them to stay. Another spoke. No. Yugao stated. We weren't asking. Danzo stated. If you don't follow orders, you will be punished. Punish all you want, this is our only shot at redemption. Kurenai stated. We aren't giving that up. You can take Anko. Another spoke to Naruto. But the others stay. What? Anko asked, pissed. Before Anko could make a retort of any kind, Naruto spoke. This will be the only chance you'll get to have the Sharingan back in Konoha. Don't play with us. Haruno snapped. We all know you don't care about the Uchiha. What are you planning? Danzo asked. Naruto began his march outside of the village with the mistresses following him. They ignored the villagers until a voice spoke. A voice he couldn't deny. What is it you want from Sound? Tsunade asked. I want what I've always wanted. Naruto answered. I want what all orphans want. And what's that? A civilian sneered. I want my mother. Chapter 32. Silence Sound. Naruto, Kurenai, Anko and Yugao were making their way towards Sound. They had not We forgot Hana. Kurenai shouted. As I was saying. They had not yet come up with a plan. They had yet to bring it up, but the mistresses were sure that Naruto had one. He just hadn't shared the info with them. Honestly, they couldn't blame him for the lack of trust. They had decided to just bring the subject up once they set up camp. So Naruto. Yugao began drawing everyone's attention. You haven't told us your plan for infiltrating Sound. Naruto took a deep breath before answering honestly. I don't have one. What? Yugao asked. I had intended to just sneak in. He stated now I'm just gonna throw a large amount of balled up explosive tags at the village. They would have laughed if he hadn't been dead serious. I do have one warning. He stated while we're there. He paused, uncomfortable about the next statement. I won't be able to use any fear. What? The mistresses asked shouted as one. I won't be helpless. He said I'll still have my chakra. But. Hey. An angry voice shouted how the hell could you three leave me out of this? The group turned to see Hana, but strangely, she didn't have her three companions. It looked as if she had been following them since they first left. The mistresses had the decency to look embarrassed when they couldn't come up with an answer. I'll be back, Naruto stated. Naruto had known Hana had been following them for days. He just wanted to know how long she would pursue him in his quest. Since she hasn't given up, he decided to let her tag along. However, Naruto sensed another presence pursuing her. He was now standing unnoticed in a tree above said stalker. It was everyone's least favorite Cyclops, Kakashi. Hi. Naruto started scaring the shinobi. What are you doing here? Oh just. Walking around. Walking around. Naruto repeated unimpressed. Walking around. Kakashi affirmed. Thwarting my plan? Naruto asked. Thwarting your plans? Kakashi repeated. Are you? No. Kakashi hastily answered. Good, cause that'd be bad. Naruto admitted. How bad? Kakashi asked only to feel a cold blade at his neck. I'd have to kill you. That's bad. Kakashi admitted. Indeed. Naruto agreed. They stood in silence for a long moment just staring at each other. Until the clone got bored and knocked Kakashi unconscious. Hey, I was going to do some more staring. Naruto whined. Not with me standing here. The clone stated. When Naruto returned with an unconscious Kakashi, the mistresses decided not to question it. They had finally arrived. Sound Village was just a bit in the distance. They had decided to stay back so that they wouldn't be noticed by the enemy ninja. What now? Hana asked. Naruto put his hands in a seal for the only ninjutsu he had ever learned use needed. Clones. There were a large number of them. More than he had ever made in his entire shinobi career. You all know what to do. Naruto stated. Each clone smirked and pulled out a bundled ball of explosive tags. They proceeded to scatter into the enemy base. Once they had disappeared, everyone turned their attention to Naruto. I want you all to wait for the signal. Naruto stated then go into the village and raise holy hell and kill all you see. That's it? Anko asked. Yep. Wait, what's the signal? Hana asked, not knowing the plan. You'll know. He answered before stopping now, whatever you do, make sure that it's scary. Before they could comment, he continued there are no civilians, only ninja working for Orochimaru. What about Sasuke and Orochimaru? Kakashi asked. That's up to you all. Naruto stated. Now go. They did. He began his own journey. The signal had been given. It was pretty hard to miss. It was the thousands of clones throwing the explosive balls around the village. There was one clone with a different order than the rest. It found a remotely safe area from the chaos and pulled out a scroll. It wasn't the usual dodge or die type. It was a sealing scroll used for living people. Adding chakra, he summoned the former demon of the mist. What the hell am I doing here, brat? Zabuza asked. Can you be scared? The clone asked. Of course I can. He answered. He was actually offended and slightly hurt that Naruto needed to ask. He was once the demon of the mist. A shinobi feared for his method and history. He just didn't get a lot of chances to be a demon now that he was a leaf ninja. Then be scared. The clone ordered before disappearing. Zabuza finally took a look at his surroundings. What the hell? Hey, it's a leaf ninja. A sound nin shouted. Hey, isn't that Zabuza? One asked. I heard he became a tree hugger. Maybe the demon of the mist is just a baby demon after all. Another stated. Maybe the sword is compensating. Another stated. Time to show that he was still to be feared. 8 points. He stated mist began to fill the area. And screams. And blood. And silence. The Naruto clone gave a wide smirk as the fear finally started pouring in. But it wasn't over, there were other jobs and other people needed to be killed. Now that I have your attention. I want you all to go to my profile for the polls and vote for my next story. Those that did, I made changes and you need to re-vote. There will be no more changes. I hope you like the idea choices because they are my favorites. Polls close the night of next chapter. Hana stood in the center of the burning village. She made no attempts to attack any of the shinobi that gathered around her. If they had paid attention to her chakra, they would have noticed her plan. She was ready. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The clone version of her appeared. In all her time with Naruto, it's not surprising that she learned the one ninjutsu he knew. But she wasn't done. She began going through a full set of hand signs for summoning. While she was doing this, the clone was going through a set of real hand signs. Hana yelled for summoning while the clone whispered the true jutsu. Human-beast combination transformation. Nine-tailed fox. It was an altered version of her family's technique. Instead of a multi-headed wolf, she got something more fearsome. It was a being all mortals feared, a multi-tailed Kyuubi herself. The large tails began to swing wildly, crashing into buildings. Any unlucky souls that were in their paths were crushed to death. Kyuubi. Hana spoke firmly. And the beast did. It was just an imitation. If the Sound Nin hadn't been so terrified, they would have noticed some key differences. This Kyuubi wasn't nearly as large as the true one. At best, it was half the height of the demon. Another difference was that Hana couldn't copy the demon's great power. How did you tame a demon? One asked. That fear overpowered the ninja. She took advantage of this. Standing on top of the fake fox, she looked down at the enemy. As the beast raised a claw she spoke. Even the Kyuubi bows before me. Please. And Nin begged spare us. We're at your mercy. Another spoke in fear. The claw came down on the group. Few were lucky enough to jump out of the way, while others weren't so lucky. What mercy? Hana asked. Yugao watched as her friends and Zabuza worked their magic. She had been killing countless ninja, but they weren't afraid. I can't be outdone. She thought about struggling for an idea. As she looked at the burning village and the dead bodies, she found her inspiration. Peaceful young races with fire on their houses, millions of voices all silenced like mice, watching the cowards bow toward their new king, these are a few of my favorite things. Yugao looked to see if that had worked in intimidating the enemy. It didn't, if anything, they just looked confused. What would Anko do? She asked herself. When she couldn't think of anything, she gave up. Just fuck it. That's it. She stated, I know how to scare you all. By all means. The enemy stated arrogantly. Yugao began to form a series of hand seals she had learned from Anko. This jutsu was feared by all men in the Leaf, both shinobi and civilians alike. Now it was to be feared on the outside as well. Trouser snake jutsu. She looked one of the men in the eyes. Tonight. She spoke you. What was scarier? Naruto watched it all from above. The fear was pouring in, but it wasn't enough. Using a jinjutsu to amplify his voice, he spoke. Mistresses. We must not fail. I told you all I'd give you a chance at forgiveness, oh I am. And now you must be ready for your work. Go forth and bring my terror to this place. Spread the gospel of fear across this tomb of a village we remain inside. Punish and terrify every single living thing you can. You must not tire and you must not fail, show no mercy here, show no patience for these vermin. See them driven before you. Beat them and maul them and break them any way you know how. Do not stop. Make them tremble. Make them beg. Fill them with doubt and panic. And fear. The women doubled their efforts. Kurenai wasn't having as much luck in gathering fear as her friends. Her skills were used to distract while she or her partner went in for the kill. Now it was just her in enemy territory. Hello trash. A cold voice spoke from behind. Kurenai felt power radiate from the man she was facing. From his description she knew it was the last Kagaya. If any of the warnings she had been given about him were true, she was in for a rough fight. So you are my opponent? Kurenai asked as she prepared for the match. No. He answered, I am your executioner. Have to be fast and careful. She thought. Have to conserve energy. Drawing a kunai, she went for swift and precise attacks. The Kagaya simply swayed away from each one. But the twitch of his arm the Kagaya retaliated. Kurenai had quickly jumped back but was still given a light cut on her cheek. Going through a familiar set of hand signs, she started the fight. Demonic illusion. Tree binding death. The ninja was caught but didn't struggle. Kurenai had assumed he was unable to, a costly mistake. As she prepared to slit his throat, a bone impaled her. It wasn't fatal at the moment, but it could become one if she didn't get any medical attention. Withdrawing, she began weaving hand signs for her newest jutsu. Infinite Darkness Jutsu. The jutsu created by the second Hokage. Once again, the Kagaya wasn't afraid. You think darkness is your ally? He asked if I was born in it, molded by it. Moving with stealth worthy of a ninja, she struck. Her kunai barely touched his skin before a bone ejected from that spot. The pain, along with the shock, caused her to drop the jinjutsu. Fortunately, she was able to hide before it completely dissolved. Kagaya simply stood there waiting for her next move. I'm not prepared for this. Kurenai mentally raged. She wasn't a frontal assault type of fighter, and now she couldn't sneak around. That along with the fact that jutsu took nearly all her remaining chakra. Now she was sure she couldn't sneak around an opponent such as this. What would Anko do? She asked herself. Sodomize him. Her thoughts answered. I'd never get the chance. What would Yugao do? She continued. Face him on even ground. I don't have that skill. What would Naruto do? She tried then paled. No, just no. What would Hana do? Her last hope. Use myself as a distraction while my partner goes for the kill. That last one could work, but there's a big problem. She didn't have a partner, she was on her own. Before she could come up with a solution, she was cut on the side. It seemed Kimimaro had learned her position while she was distracted. It's time to die. He stated. Not yet. She screamed as she went through a few hand signs. Hell viewing technique. Kimimaro prepared to thrust the bone blade into her when he was stopped. Not by a physical force, but a sound. It was one he had hoped he'd never hear again. It was his father's laugh. Cold and ruthless, eh? He asked. That's my boy, but you still have a lot to learn. Turning, Kimimaro saw the transparent figure of his deceased father. With a burst of chakra, he dispelled the illusion. Without so much as turning his head, he dodged the kunai. It flew past him, missing by inches, it might as well have been miles. It was a good plan. Kimimaro admitted to distracting me with my fears and delivering the killing blow from behind. He turned to look at the defiant Kunoichi. It would have worked if the illusion had been in better quality. He thrusted the blade into the Kunoichi. Only for it to pass through her. He turned just in time for several kunai to embed themselves into his chest. He was only the distraction for the distraction. Kurenai stated. Never turn your back on a genjutsu specialist. It's not enough, Kimimaro stated calmly. I've already created a membrane of bone under my skin. The bone wielder removed one of the kunai to show there was no blood. I think I'll take a line from Naruto. Kurenai stated. Dodge. Release. She released the genjutsu she had in the kunai to reveal an explosive tag on each. Kimimaro was able to throw the one in his hand away. He couldn't do a thing with the rest in his chest. His last words were curse words Anko wouldn't know. Boom. Kurenai had won at a price. Her wounds were bloody and numerous. If she didn't get any help soon, she'd bleed out. Damn, everything's going black. Then she slumped over. It still wasn't enough. It was nowhere near the amount that he wanted. That he needed for the task at hand. More. He shouted. I need more, damn you all. He let his emotions flow into his words. Let them throw their weak fists at you. Let them rally and raise arms against you. He offered. Grind them into blood and mud and kill them all. He shouted. Mercy is for the merciful, and you mistresses of the arts, ice queens, Kunoichi, are far from that. He could feel the immense energy filling him. With what he had, he could crush the village, but that wasn't the purpose. The fear he collected here was too valuable for that. He evened it out and flooded the entire village with it, only for it to return even stronger. But it still wasn't enough. More. More. He shouted. I am being well fed, but I need more. He would not be denied. Anko was having the time of her life. She was allowed to kill and terrify to her heart's content. She had never been able to do such a thing with Iruka. Now she was facing off against a ninja she found in a hospital, Kabuto. If she couldn't get to Orochimaru, then his right-hand man would have to suffice. Drawing a kunai, she threw it at the medic ninja. However, he had vanished from her sight with his superior speed. Surrender now. His voice ordered. Your death will be quicker. Where is he? She couldn't find a trace of him. Sorry. Anko apologized, but I need to take your fear and kill you. Just as she had finished her statement, he appeared. He had been standing on the ceiling above her. Finally letting go, he dropped down and struck. Anko acted quickly, drawing a kunai and striking upward. Kabuto made no attempt to dodge, he simply allowed the blade to pierce his left hand. Easier said than done. He shouted as he cut her shoulder internally with his right hand's chakra scalpel. As they separated, she fell to her knees. She watched as he simply removed the kunai from his hand with only a mild flinch. There's no way you can win this one. Kabuto stated. And why's that? Anko asked, drawing a second kunai. This is why. Kabuto held his wounded hand for her to see. It was mending itself tight before her eyes at a rapid speed. My healing ability is equal to Naruto's, and my power is equal to Kakashi. He's right. As much as she hated to admit it, she wasn't on Kakashi's level yet. Need to make some distance. As Kabuto made his way toward her, there was a small pain in his heel. Looking down, he saw a small cobra biting and poisoning him. With a simple twist of his heel, he dislodged and killed the serpent. His healing abilities were already taking care of the poison. When he looked back to Anko, she was gone. Where could she be? He asked himself as he looked around. He notices a small puddle of blood growing behind a medical privacy curtain. Let's see what's behind curtain number 1. He started as he opened it. Just as he did, he was met with a rush of flames head on. Fire. Fire is behind curtain 1. While he was distracted, she sunshined away to the roof. While she sat down to take a breather, she looked around at the immediate area. From what she could tell, everything was on fire. If not, it was starting to burn. I probably shouldn't have poured oil onto everything. She mentally chastised. I think I might have a problem. She was startled out of her self-mental questioning by Kabuto. The traitor had broken through the ceiling that she was resting on. Being too shocked, she was unable to do the kick. It did, however, knock her onto her feet and into fight mode. Striking shadow snakes. Now that Kabuto was bound, he was vulnerable. Looking at the hole made by the traitor, a plan began to form. It was half-baked and dangerous, but it was all she had. Using her good shoulder, she tackled the traitor. The force knocked Kabuto into the hole, but it carried her inside as well. Did you burst through the ceiling on every floor? She asked as they fell. Before he could answer, they hit the ground. Anko was sure she had broken most of her bones from her reckless fall. Kabuto was already healing him. Do you see how pointless it is? He asked as he sat up. You've lost this fight before it began. As Kabuto tried to remove the snakes, he found that he couldn't. Having a bit of difficulty, Anko asked in a snicker. Why can't I get out of these snakes? He asked harshly. Those particular snakes are loyal to me, not Orochimaru or any other summoner. Anko stated, and they're a unique type of snake. What do you mean? Kabuto asked. These snakes have skin like iron. Anko stated. Do you know what happens to heated iron on skin? The fire began to spread around the room at a dangerous pace. Kabuto began to pale at the realization. If he didn't escape soon then would be in a world of pain. Well, it won't kill me. He started trying to be calm. No, it won't. Anko agreed. You'll just heal and heal until you run out of chakra, then die. As Kabuto began cursing, Anko began to think. My bones are broken and this place is burning to the ground. I think I'm done here. The fire began to spread rapidly. She had no way out and she knew it was the end. She was happy that she at least got a chance to deliver a blow to Orochimaru. As she closed her eyes, she had one thought. Do you forgive me, Naruto-kun? Then the fire consumed everything in the room. Kakashi knew that now was the time to act. The demon was too distracted with whatever plan he had. After sneaking away from Naruto, he began searching for the uchiha. Using his own summonings, he tracked the traitor by smell. It only took the hounds 1 minute to find the location. The canine had led him straight to the door but refused to enter. Kakashi was too distracted in finding the uchiha to notice. Inside, Sasuke was still asleep, trapped in the genjutsu. Kakashi stood over him. Using the Sharingan, he was able to find out the problem easily. He put his hand on the uchiha to break the genjutsu. Just need to send chakra and… Hi, what's up, Kakashi? A terrible voice screamed from behind. So, what are you doing? What am I doing? Kakashi repeated, terrified. What are you doing? Naruto asked again. Nothing much. He lied. Thwarting my plan? Naruto asked. Thwarting your plans? He repeated. Are you? Naruto asked angrily. Yes. Kakashi answered as he pushed chakra into Sasuke. The uchiha woke with a gasp and in a cold sweat. What the? Let's go, Sasuke. Kakashi states, turning his back on the uchiha. We can take this demon Taga. Anything else he wanted to say was cut off in a scream of pain. Not from the uchiha, but from himself. Looking down, he saw a hole in his chest from a Chidori. He fell over dead. I wanted to do that. Naruto whined. I won't let this illusion beat an uchiha. Sasuke shouted as he charged Naruto. Chidori pumped at full power. He simply passed through Naruto and was cut on the back. The wound was deep and forced him to his knees. The uchiha gave a final glare before his head was separated from his body. Enough, he finally had enough. Now he just had to wait for the leader. Naruto could feel him making his way toward him. He looked back toward the two behind him, Anko and Kurenai. Yugao and Hana were helping them drink a vial of his blood to heal their wounds. A week ago he would have left them to their deaths. But after today. Maybe, just maybe. Brat. Orochimaru screamed, do you have any idea of what you've done? Yeah, but I'm not done. Naruto answered. He raised his sword, the one given to him by Kurenai. Orochimaru drew his Kusanagi blade ready for battle. He was shocked at what the blonde did next. He slammed the sword into the ground. I challenge the laws of nature and reason by summoning the power of fear herself. He looked toward Orochimaru Kyuubi. The ground began to shake and the center of the arena split open. There was a mighty roar, one that struck fear in all but Naruto. Phantom-like flames erupted like a tower from the splitting earth. The phantom flames began to crawl toward Naruto and spin around him. They merged and began to take form. Out of the flames stepped a woman. She had crimson red hair and eyes that matched with a piercing gaze. She stood at a tall 6 feet with a powerful and imposing, but beautiful body. Behind her were 9 swirling tails, 9 fox tails. Why have you summoned me, Naruto? She asked. I wish to make a deal. He stated. What do you wish for? Kyuubi asked, and what do you offer? Kyuubi and Naruto may have been in love, but she was still a demon. For her this was a part of her very nature. I wish for you to return one that has been touched by your fear. He stated. My mother. He motioned to the burning village. I offer you the fear of every sound shinobi in this village. Not enough. Kyuubi stated. What? Naruto was shocked. Why? For life to return, life must be given. She explained fear is the opposite of life. Then what? Naruto asked harshly. I need the offer of a life for life to be returned. She spoke. Then take mine. Naruto stated just bring her back. No. Kyuubi stated. Then take mine. Hana stated. No, mine. Yugao stated. And me. Kurenai stated. Might as well take mine. Anko finished. Naruto looked at the four in shock. They were each willing to give up their lives to help him achieve his goal. Kyuubi paused before answering. Kyuubi tapped all four of them on the head. It felt as if a piece of them had been ripped from them. A piece they could never get back. I have taken a quarter of life from all four of you. Kyuubi spoke to give life. She then touched the ground and took a step back. The spot she touched began to tremble before a pillar of dark light erupted. Inside of the light a shaded body. It looked as if it were trying to force its way out of the light. A delicate female hand made its way though. Orochimaru didn't know what was happening, but he knew it would be bad for him. Running forward, he began to attack. Whatever he was planning was stopped in its tracks. Out of the ground several chakra chains had burst through. They wrapped around the traitor, holding him in place. The figure began to speak through the light. When there is no more room in hell. It said Kushina shall walk the other hell, what the hell? Kushina looked around and saw the village burning to the ground. She also saw a familiar figure. Kyuubi, explain. She ordered. Don't look at me. Kyuubi stated this was all your boy. My boy. She repeated as Kyuubi sidestepped revealing Naruto. Hi mom. He said meekly with tears in his eyes. My boy, my baby boy. They met in a hug that reunited them. This time Kushina wasn't tainted with Orochimaru's jutsu. What happened? She asked. Did you do this? Yeah, I sacrificed every single ninja here. He answered just for you. Kushina was taken back by the answer. Her son had just destroyed an entire village and the people inside. She had only one thing to say. That's my boy. She cheered. Their moment was interrupted by the sound of flesh hitting flesh. It turned out Anko was making the most of the helpless Orochimaru. He was forced to take the chakra punches she was delivering. The kunai wounds were the obvious telltale signs of that. She had only one question. Why won't you die? She asked as she added another kunai. Kushina broke the hug and looked toward the bound snake. With a wave of her hand, the chains released him. Orochimaru thought he was free, he thought wrong. The chain lodged itself into his chest. Get over here. The traitor couldn't resist the force that bound him. You know Snake, I didn't like having to fight my son. Kushina stated coldly I have one question for you. What? He asked. Are you afraid? What? Are you afraid? She repeated. Why yes. He answered I'm afraid. You shouldn't be. Kushina stated as she placed a hand on his head because whosoever knows fear shall burn at my touch. And burn he did. It was as if the fear had taken a physical and acidic form. As it burned him, he became even more afraid. That seemed to be fueled because the burning seemed to increase. When it was done, not even ashes remained. Wow, what was that? Anko asked. That's Kushina's touch. Kyuubi answered whoever she touches forces the fear in them to burn them away. Naruto was grateful she hadn't used it in their fight. Who might you four be? Kushina asked, directed to the mistresses. Well Kurenai spoke but froze. We were. Anko tried but froze for the same reason. How do they tell her that they were her son's ex? She'd want the story and then she'd give them the touch. They're my heims. Naruto answered. Now, let's go home. Chapter 33. Epilogue. Life was good. For Naruto, everything was finally perfect. He had friends. Hey Brett. Zabuza called out. After the whole invasion, I realized something. Is it how life is short and can end at a moment's notice? Naruto began meaning we should make every minute count with the ones we care for. Wah hell no. Zabuza firmly stated I realized I let my title fall and needed to get it back. He grabbed his sword. Want to help? Hell yeah. Is this open for everyone? The dry voice of Gaara asked. The more the bloodier. He had his mother. Kushina walked into the raiment stand with Naruto behind her. They had years of catching up to do. Old man. Naruto called get us the. Angry Kushina is special. Kushina finished. The father of the cooking duo paled when he was given the order. Am. He called to the back get the evil sauce. The daughter grabbed a pair of tongs and slowly inched it towards a box. The father saw her and made his way to the back. Careful, don't anger it. He warned. Don't distract me. She snapped. As she closed the tongs, the lid opened slightly. Dive into your hate. A voice spoke from the box. Devour me and I will strike you down. A moment later there was a bowl for Naruto and Kushina. Naruto looked at the pink noodles with red broth surrounding it. Naruto was actually scared to eat it. It didn't help that the bowl was bubbling. One of the bubbles began rising until it left the bowl. Naruto pulled out a kunai and gave it a little poke. It popped, spraying all over the kunai. And melted it. Oh hell no. Naruto stated. He turned to his mother who hadn't heard his statement. She was happily slurping away at her own bowl. It's been so long. Kushina mumbled happily. But it needs a little spice. After pulling out a bottle of her personal hot sauce, she added a single drop. Do you want some, Naruto? She started adding before he could answer. I never thought I'd say this but I can't finish my ramen. He had his himes. The mistresses stood in a field being glared down by the himes. Naruto may have forgiven them, but the himes hadn't. They were on a short leash, an extreme offense made to Hana. Alright bitches, listen up. Kyuubi spoke about teaching you all the pecking order. Mistresses Hana and the lead for not sleeping around. 0 the Neo Himes. 0 ramen. We're below ramen? Hana asked. Everyone's below ramen. He had several apprentices in the making. The doors to the ninja academy were blown in. The students were shocked into silence as Kushina walked in as if nothing had happened. Alright, I'm your sensei for the day, any complaints? All hands went up. Too bad. She shouted, causing them to drop them. I'm going to chew you up, spit you out, then I'm going to take a dump on you. Kushina. Haruka shouted. Fine. She complained. I'll do it the normal way. Thank you. Hello everyone. I'm Kushina Uzumaki. She lifted a large bag as my magic murder bag. Once she opened it, only Haruka had enough sense to look away. When he finally opened his eyes, the entire class seemed normal. He did notice that a certain trio was gone. Where are the Konohamaru Corps? He asked, afraid of the answer. I'll tell you where they're not. Kushina stated safe. Elsewhere. Thanks for getting us out of class, boss. Yuden spoke. No problem. Naruto laughed. Now today we're going to teach you elemental affinities. What's your boss? Konohamaru asked. Naruto thought I never checked. Pulling out a chakra card, he began adding his own. The card began to glow an unholy color. The light then changed until it was like a gelatin-like aura. The aura began to shift its form into a single hand. And an eye. Give it to me. It spoke as it crawled toward them. Give me your fear. Naruto did the only thing he could think of. He set an explosive tag on it and blew it to hell. Next lesson. He had a home. The Namika's estate. It was the home shared between his mother and father. Now it was to be shared with his himes. It was a glorious place, full of many valuable items. Naruto cared for none of it. What caught his attention were the homey feelings it gave off. One of love and the other of protection. He was even able to relocate his foxes to the area. Here they wouldn't have to worry about larger animals attacking them. So everything is perfect for you? Hiruzen asked. What now? I guess. I'll just take over the world. Naruto stated. What? The world ruled by me, ruled by fear. A world where the times of unity, peace and light will be cloaked by the sheets of hate, war and darkness. A world where hellfire will be considered a safe haven. A world where the streets will run a river of blood with the corpses of those who would defy me. They will be boats to the crows and the rats and the vermin, chomping and picking at their flesh. The world in my hands, ruled by me. Ruled by I, Naruto. Kushina would skin you if you were late for dinner. Hiruzen stated. Fine, I'll stay and be a ninja. Oh thank God. Hiruzen inwardly sighed. Naruto made his way home. He had no doubt Kushina would skin him for being late for dinner. He looked around. People looked at him with the eyes they always had, hate and disgust. The only difference was that there was something added to the hate-filled looks, fear. It was fear of what he was and what he was capable of. And he liked it. For Naruto, life was good. Life was finally perfect. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.